Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 25, where we'll be revisiting the film No Time to Die. So we've spoken about this film quite a lot as we've gone throughout the podcast, just me and you, like outside of the recordings. But it's not from like, oh, remember that film, what that film's going to be like. It was more like, well, these episodes keep getting longer and longer and longer. And we know that No Time to Die is the longest Bond film by a country mile. So it was almost like this thing in the distance that we were heading towards. And we were just like, had no idea what it was going to turn into when we got there.
It was an impending doom that we cannot escape or avoid. Because we have to finish this podcast series.
Yes.
And last episode was almost 7 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just strap in and finish this off.
We were so young and naive. I remember when we were first starting, like with the Goldfinger episodes, like, oh, that's a long one. Oh, No Time to Die could be 4 hours long. Goodness, tee-hee. Can you imagine?
Wait, Tee-hee? No, wrong film.
No, that's a different, that's when we got to Live and Let Die. Then we were all like, tee-hee. And
Yeah, no, we definitely underestimated how long we could talk about Bond.
I know, it's hundreds of hours at this point, it's got to be, but I'm glad it's all on the table, and I'm glad to finally like come back here, because there's a lot of like Bond revisited, like, or this sort of thing of rewatch the Bond films like podcasts out there, and from what I can tell, a lot of them were very much about, oh, No Time to Die is either coming out or it's just come out, so it was all focused towards like bringing it to this single point. For us, not so much, I don't think.
Yeah, I think for me, and I'm sure for you as well, it was more of a holistic. It wasn't just because No Time to Die come out. It was a long overdue thing anyway to go back and look at all of these Bond films. So, I mean, it's nice that there is this kind of. I'm glad we did this project after No Time to Die has come out, because then that kind of wraps up Craig's era and puts a nice book into it all. But no, I think it was something that was well overdue for me to do anyway.
Yes, and that 60th anniversary, I think we talked about it in episode 0 all that time ago, but yeah, it was the 60th anniversary show that then got us interested in it, and yeah, it's just kind of perfect having this like complete set of Bond films. We haven't had that since like, I guess, Die Another Day, but even then it didn't really feel complete, with Die Another Day being the most recent film, so I don't know when the last time you could ever say like it's felt like there's been this complete set of Bond films, but here we are, and it's really cool that this is where we're at with the franchise.
Yeah, I think, well, this film, I don't know about you, but I think this is probably, No Time to Die is probably one of the, since it has now come out, one of the most contentious and divisive Bond films there is.
Oh.
And so that was why, so getting ready for this recording and having watched the film and made my notes and everything like that, I was very worried, and I've said before about, I've been quite conflicted watching these past Bond films. This is, ignore all the other times I said that. This is the most, conflicted I have felt watching a Bond film. And I do wonder, like, what other, because I just know out there are going to be people that really hate this film, and there are going to be other people that think it's a return to how things should be, sort of thing. So, and I still don't really know.
Yeah, I've kind of somewhat managed to avoid all that. And I think some of that is tied to, well, it's hard to talk about No Time to Die without talking about the pandemic. Like, this film was meant to come out in, I think, April 2020, which was still like 5 years after Spectre, but then the pandemic hit, so they had to delay it, and then it eventually came out, I think, November 2021. And I just feel like since the pandemic, the discourse in terms of how I interact with fans and read stuff, it's just kind of changed. So from my perspective, I haven't heard a massive amount about this film. Yes, I know there's places you can go and talk about it, and of course there's podcasts like this one that you can get opinions, but I feel like with Spectre, I engaged a lot in terms of, you know, what that film was all about and what people were saying about it, what those conversations were. No Time to Die, it just feels like my habits have sort of changed, where I become not so much in a bubble, but just not quite connected to it. But it sounds like you might have more of a sense of the discourse around this film. But to me personally, I just go and watch the film and just see what happens. Maybe I'll talk to a few friends about it and then just kind of move on.
Oh no, see, I that's one of the things I love doing is like after watching a film, then going online and sort of reading up reviews or people's videos. And there's so many Bond YouTube channels and stuff out there, and I watched all of them after seeing No Time to Die, and even quite recently, some of them still doing videos on them. And it's now that the time has passed a bit since the film came out, and the buzz of Bond died down again, and we're now back in that lull of just waiting for the next one. I think views have definitely changed as well. I think my own view has changed. I remember doing a bit of a review like the day after it came out, after I went to go see it, and I'm sure that my opinions have changed already since then. So yeah.
Yeah, because I think some of this, I already mentioned the pandemic, but it's like my expectations of this film was massively warped by the fact that it got delayed, and the fact that the world massively changed, and the fact that seeing films became something very different. So initially I was kind of a bit annoyed that it got delayed because I was very excited for the film. But in the year and a half it took to come out, that just kind of disappeared. And there was more of a general indifference, I think. Like there wasn't this big excitement. There was somewhat of an excitement to going to the cinema again, which I did do with Tenet when that came out in like August 2020, I think it was. But by the time we got to November 2021, it was like, yeah, it just felt like things had kind of changed. So I wasn't like, oh, I don't want to see it. I still booked my tickets. I went to the BFI IMAX once again, got
Nice.
right in the middle. I did that whole process. So I was very excited to see it. But yeah, there was almost this, Spectre was this huge deal and was very excited about it. There was a big build up, and it was 3 years after the fact, so it wasn't that long afterwards. This was like 6 years in a pandemic afterwards. So my expectations, I just didn't really have that much strong expectation of this film, and my general opinion of it coming out of it was like, I'm glad I saw it, I'm glad I exist, it was a decent ending for Bond and stuff, but I wasn't like, this is amazing or this is terrible. There was more of a kind of a disconnect with, compared to like previous Bond films that I had watched during the Craig era where I was perhaps a bit younger as well.
Even after like 3 rounds of marketing campaigns, it's
I know.
so many posters, so many trailers for this film.
Yeah, you just get exhausted by it all a little bit, and
Yeah.
that's kind of what I got. Which exhausted is not the feeling you want for this film, which is so ridiculously long that is definitely not what you want. But again, I was still excited to see it, but it just felt like things had changed, and the fact that this film does things differently maybe is quite smart in some ways. But I'm jumping ahead now.
Yeah, I think memorable for sure what they do with this film. Perhaps not for the right reasons, everyone would say, but as a way of capping off an era of Bond, it's definitely a line in the sand. So, yeah.
Yeah, but no matter what you can say, this film was still quite successful. It didn't gross as much as Spectre or Skyfall. There was a little bit of a decline there, but I will say, I didn't know this at the time, but, you know, we're both in the UK. There was a lot of buzz around this. Bond does very well. No Time to Die is the third highest grossing film of all time in the UK.
Really?
Yeah, like ever. Like, this is number 3. So number 1 is Star Wars The Force Awakens.
Right.
Number 2 is Skyfall.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then number 3 is No Time to Die. And then underneath that, you got Spider-Man, No Way Home, and Avatar.
Oh. I wonder if partly because of, I mean, yeah, that does surprise me. Not so much Skyfall. I expect that to be high and up there. But maybe it's just because there was not much else out at the time.
I think
For
there was
No
a
Time to
decent
Die?
amount. It's just Bond, and I think the reception of this was quite good. You know, it wasn't at a Skyfall level, but there was still like, there was still like this hype around it. You still kind of got that word of mouth. I think, you know, releasing it around Christmas, a lot of people are just going to see this film with families by default. And also in a twist reveal, number 6 underneath Avatar is Spectre. So,
Oh.
and underneath that is Avengers Endgame. So I guess that hopefully shows to people just how big of a deal these films are. But yeah, it did feel like No Time to Die was quite a big deal. It was the new Bond. It was the last Craig film. There was somewhat of a hype. It just wasn't the same, I suppose.
Well, there's also all the stuff with like the script and the director, and it was one point it was Danny Boyle, and then he dropped out, and then it's Cary Fukunaga, and then he had Phoebe Waller-Bridge come in and do some of the script changes. There was all this, I guess, because they sort of had to, I don't know, because it was drawn out over so long. You just heard so much more about the film than you maybe regularly would. So yeah, I think by the time of actually seeing it, so many people had heard so much about it. Just get it out the way, like just rip it off now. I'm done.
Yeah. But that's what I think you were talking about before, how now time has passed. Like, that's how it was then. And I think that's how it was for a lot of people. People wanted to see it. People did see it, especially in the UK. And it was this feeling of, okay, we're finally seeing this film and getting it done and out the way. But now it's kind of a little bit more than that. It doesn't quite represent this relief or this kind of end of it. It is actually just the 25th film in the Bond franchise, and it will always be tied to the context of it for us because we saw it as it came out. But yeah, it was definitely very exciting or very interesting for me to come back and watch it, because I only saw it once in the cinema and that was it. This is the second time I've ever seen this film. So I've never had that second viewing to kind of, figure out my thoughts on it. I just had my general impressions, and of course there would be stuff I forget because of how bloody long it is. But this was kind of a good chance for me to go back, watch it in the context of the franchise as a whole, and actually like figure out what I thought of it, because I never actually did that until this point.
Well, I'm interested to hear what you think.
Well, I hope so, because you're going to be hearing it a lot over the next number of hours.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's start. So we straight away get the logos, the MGM, very nice looking MGM logo. I'll give them compliments for that. Very shiny lion we get there.
I think they redid the lion. They made
it looked very new. Like it had that. This film has a little bit of that like sharp CGI look. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we get some like opening Bond sounding notes straight away, like the strings, like that sort of thing, and we get some of the Bond horns as well, and we get the circles. The circles come across, and then it comes across again, and Bond walks, and they redid the walk and the shooting, which I find quite interesting. It potentially means that Craig has the most unique walk and shoot, like shooting out of any Bond. I don't think anyone else shot as many as he did.
No, typically it was just, the one and done, and then they use that, so... Even though Roger Moore was like 20 years older.
Yeah, I think Roger Moore had two, didn't he? The first two films, and then The Spy Who Loved Me, they just used that throughout.
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan, I think, maybe had two. And then I want to say Sean Connery, well, it wasn't even him most of the time, so most that doesn't count. And then, Timothy Dalton would have done it more than twice, but with this one, we got the one at the end of Quantum of Solace, the one at the end of Skyfall, the one at the start of Spectre, and then they reshot it again, so he got 4, more than anyone.
We're spoiled for gun barrels. We really are. However... the thing before the gun barrel was quite interesting, at least for us here in outside of America, I suppose, where because this film was published by Universal, like the Universal globe turns into the dot. The Americans wouldn't have saw that. Sorry, Americans, because that was by United Artists still. But I thought that was quite a cool way of incorporating the Universal thing.
Yeah,
kind of obvious.
So,
but,
right? I mean, I think it was black and white as well for whatever reason, but
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So again, it's not bad from Craig. It's not a bad walk and shoot. I don't like his short hair. It's something I find quite odd about Craig's look, where Bond has short hair and Craig has short hair in these films. But sometimes he just has almost like a buzz cut, and it makes his head look strange. And it's like, he looks weird because he's doing that. It's almost like they shot this separately. Like maybe they shot this after the film was actually done. Like they might have shot this in like 2021 or something, because he looks different to the rest of the film. He looks maybe even a little bit more butch or something. I don't know. It just looks very strange. It doesn't quite look correct to me. But again, the walk and shoot was fine. I just don't like Buzzcut Craig. It's too much for me.
I didn't really see much of Craig. I was too busy looking at I liked how they did the reflections.
Oh, yeah, I knew.
Where the scene goes into. I knew. You know me, I'm all about the gun barrel.
Yeah.
So when you saw the reflections of the snow and the trees and the gun barrel, I was like, oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's good. Give me more of that.
Yeah, so we're back to like CGI with the gun barrels, but it just looks quite nice. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't look cheap. It doesn't look too blurry or too crappy. It just looks like genuine reflections inside the gun barrel. So it's like, okay, nice, cool. They can now just actually do like a CGI gun barrel and have it look good without it being like super stylized or weird. So it's like, yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Yep.
But yeah, so quite uniquely, so we do go from the gun barrel into the film, but normally they would have the circle go across and then that would expand and there you go. But this time, the frame, like from the gun barrel, the camera like moves forward and the scene of these trees and this snow then appear, but that's all reflected in the gun barrel. So it's like that scene appears, it's reflected in, and then you kind of like pan from the gun barrel out of the gun barrel to the scene itself. So yeah, nice little style points there, I suppose.
This film has a lot of that, where it's quite inconsequential stuff, but just a few little stylish flourishes that I can appreciate. Don't really change much, but I like it.
Yeah, like we're 25 films in. You get to do that sort of thing. I've complained about the gun barrel and stuff and them not using it correctly, but we saw it in Spectre, we're now seeing it in this film. You get to mix up a little bit, and
yeah,
I guess you can say that, yeah, about a lot of this film. It's like you get the core stuff right, so you get to mix it up a little bit and have fun with it. That's totally fine. So we have shots, yeah, pointing down at some trees in the snow, and we then see somebody walking through these trees. And in the distance, there's like a clearing and there's a house. And we go inside the house and we hear someone listening to some French music. And somebody is smoking, lying on a sofa. We don't see what they look like, but we see a lot of drugs and pills and alcohol everywhere. And we cut to upstairs where there's a girl who is talking French to herself. I think they do say what her age was. Is she meant to be 5? Or is that
5?
Is that too low? What age is she meant to be?
I'd have thought maybe like 10.
I thought 10. Maybe I misheard that. I thought at some point she says, "Oh, he came to my house when I was like 5." But
oh, the last film you're referring to. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if she said her age in the last one.
This gets a little messy in my head, more than it needs to be anyway. So she's playing Tamagotchi, because the timeline of this film, I guess, I'm trying to figure this out in my head, because they do, I think, confirm that Vesper died in 2006.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. I'm not going to figure it out. Not at this time. Maybe we'll return to that.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, but I guess they decided with the timeline of the film, this would have taken place in the 90s, and Tamagotchi was big in the 90s, so she's playing on a Tamagotchi. And her mother calls down for her, and so the girl goes downstairs, and the mum is like lying on the sofa, and she's like, "Oh, I'm thirsty." And we see like a shot, like, yeah, the girl goes downstairs after hearing that the mum's saying she's thirsty, and the shot kind of like carries on upstairs, but this time it's like showing this triangle window, and we see the man still approaching outside, like getting closer. Because this house is quite interesting. It is very much it's like almost open plan, where you got the bottom thing, and then you got like a spiral staircase going up to the bedroom, but there's like it's not like 2 floors. There's no like there's no like floor separating them as such. It's quite open plan. So yes, so the girl is pouring some wine. She gives it to her mum, and the girl is saying, "I'm waiting for Papa to come home." And the girl is saying how he's a doctor and he heals people. And the mum just kind of laughs and saying, no, he kills people. He doesn't heal them. And is that who you love? Murderers? And the mum kind of is a little bit out of it, and she drops the wine. So the girl goes underneath the kitchen sink and gets some bleach and then starts cleaning it. And we kind of see like a shadow go over the girl a little bit, or goes past, I think. And the mum at this point is completely passed out. And the girl tries to wake the mum up, because she kind of notices the shadow, I think, and just realizes something is wrong. And then she kind of looks outside, and there's like a jump scare of this man in a white mask. So the person who was approaching the house is now right up against the window. And when I say jump scare, it's like you get the classic like dun dun. It's like,
oh
no.
Yeah.
So the girl runs off and tries to open this security door, tries to get into this secret room. And we see shots inside this room, and we see a Spectre ring, like the one we saw in the last film with the little octopus on it. That exact ring is inside that room. So we see inside there's also like security cameras of the house, and I think we see the man in one of the shots and the girl as well. So the man in the mask breaks in the door, gets in. So the girl closes another door and like runs away, runs upstairs, and the masked man slowly approaches the door and opens it up, and he then goes up to the mum on the sofa and says, "Is Mr. White home?" And she says no. We see the girl is hiding upstairs still, and the man starts saying, "Oh, your husband killed my family." And he just shoots the mother on the sofa. There's no blood or anything, just like a few shots of like a silenced assault rifle or something, just dun and dead. So the masked man then starts limping upstairs, or starts limping around, and there's a shot of the cupboard under the sink showing the door open. So it's a very quick shot, but if you know what happened, or if you remember certain things in the last film, that makes this stuff kind of make a lot more sense. And that does mean something based on what was said in the last film.
Yeah.
So then we get a panning shot that goes upstairs and the masked man going upstairs. And on the TV, there's Wallace and Gromit. So it's like, yay.
For some reason, the wrong trousers. Love it.
Yeah, classic. So the girl is still hiding. We see her, I'm not sure exactly where she's hiding, maybe under the bed, something like that. But the masked man is walking around and then goes to leave. And the Tamagotchi starts beeping. And he stops. And he then goes to shoot, but the girl pops up from her hiding spot and shoots first because she has a gun, and shoots him off the top, and he falls down and lands, and the masked man is dead on the floor. And it also shows that his mask has been broken. So it was like this white mask covering his face, but like half of the bottom half of it has been snapped off. So the girl starts crying after seeing her mother, and then we cut to her dragging the masked man's body through the house, and then we cut to her outside in the snow, and at this point the man kind of gasps awake, and he sits up, so he's okay, and the girl just starts running away and runs onto a frozen lake. The masked man kind of limps after her, but the girl, after running onto the lake, then stops, and the ice starts like cracking below her. And this eventually causes it to break, and she drops into the lake. And she's stuck underneath the ice. She can't find her way back up. She's swimming underneath there, can't get out. And the masked man sees her underneath and points a gun at her. And he waits for a second, and then decides to fire all around her, punches through the ice and pulls her out. And then as she comes to, we cut to Swann. As she is pulled out of the ocean, we cut to Swann coming out of the ocean. And she's swimming near the edge of this island. We got Bond in some swim shorts nearby. They smile at each other, and Bond asks, "Are you okay?" She smiles and says, "Yes." So that's part one of our opening sequence. Yeah. It gets a little bit confusing there. So I think what that last shot kind of confirms is that this is Swann. So this is somebody's coming to Swann's house, who is the daughter of Mr. White. He says explicitly Mr. White. So there's quite a few clues here. They never actually explicitly say Swann, but I don't know if someone who didn't see Spectre or hadn't seen it for ages would put that together. I guess maybe not. But that very last shot of the girl coming out of the thing and Swann coming out of the thing, to me that should be like, yeah, okay, that's the same person. That's why they would do that shot. Yeah.
I think if you happen to have just seen this film in isolation, without seeing Spectre or whatnot, then yeah, that's obviously the match cut effect of it is more than enough to sell that. But if you are a Bond fan, you'll know who Mr. White is. You'll remember the gun under the sink that she mentioned about from the previous film. The fact that she's French and Swann's French, so it all adds up. And it's kind of nice that we're getting this insight into a story that was teased in the previous film.
So I feel like we touched upon this last time. Is this the same instance, like the same occurrence that she said on the train, that someone tried to came to my house and I shot and killed them using the gun under the sink?
Yes.
It is the same.
Yeah, although it's confusing because when I was watching Spectre, later on in that film, Blofeld says, "Oh, the last time I saw you, you were a little girl." So I thought, oh, maybe it was Blofeld at another time come to see her. But no, it must have been this one. It all adds up a bit more.
Okay, that's what I thought, but you said it wasn't last time. I assume that Blofeld was a separate instance of coming to the house. It had nothing really to do with this.
Yeah. See, I when he said that, that's what I thought it was referring to. But then seeing this, I was like, oh right, yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay. And then I think she might say I was 10 when this happened
Oh, okay.
in the
Yeah.
last film. Again, it's the timeline's not too bad, but if you want to get into the numbers, I guess that's another story. I usually do like to get into the numbers, but I guess I should try and avoid that for how much is going on with this film. Probably not a smart idea, but yeah, that is when she was 10. So I guess that would have taken. No, never mind. It doesn't matter. It's fine. So I quite like this opening. I think the important thing about this is that with Spectre almost giving you like this half ending and being all about it was Blofeld all along, people, oh no, Spectre, and then giving you this like out. It's almost like I remember thinking with this film is like, how can you possibly follow that? Like, how can you get another story out of this and have it be like this ending? And I think by kind of tying stuff to what we heard in Spectre before, but having it be something completely different, it almost like re-injects the mystery in terms of like what's going on. Because Spectre was all about like, this is what was going on. So you kind of need a little bit of this, I think, just to keep the intrigue up. Because you don't fully know what's going on. You can piece some stuff together. But I think it gives you a really nice sense of like mystery right off the bat, which I think for having a brand new film like this is probably very much needed.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like if they get to that point where Blofeld is arrested and that's that, and Spectre's done, what do? You just write something else.
Yeah.
You come up with another character, but the smart thing is how they have weaved it into the existing plot lines that have been set up before. So, yeah, I'm glad that they still have that link. I think dropping Spectre and everything like that for Craig's last film after all the setup to it and the changes that they had to make to kind of explain some things, it would have been silly for them just to drop it at this last one and just have something completely separate. So yeah, what do they do? They just write another character in there, write a bit more mystery to it. That's fine.
Yeah, and as you say, tie it to Spectre. The fact that you get to see that ring straight away is, I think, quite cool. And I quite like how they use that icon throughout this film, if I'm being honest. And also it's kind of a first for the franchise, and I think it was quite smart to do this, is that this isn't really about Bond at all. Like, yes, it ties into Bond and his story for this film, but this really doesn't involve him. And I don't think we've ever seen a Bond film where you start off and you see something that 100% just does not involve Bond, or at least not to this extent.
Yeah, I can't think of anything like this. This is all about Swann. It's all about family.
Yes. Like, you might, I think maybe The Spy Who Loved Me started with the Anya stuff, something like that. But even then, it very quickly cut back to Bond. So there's been little bits of hints of that. And I guess For Your Eyes Only has the ship, so I suppose there are versions of this. But yeah, again, having like this little girl running around and shooting someone and tying it to a different character. Like, normally if they were to do something disconnected from Bond, it would be this, like, yeah, this, oh no, our ship has sunk, boo-hoo. It would be like that, but this is like, no, this is a character that you know, and the history of this specific character, and it's the character of someone that isn't Bond, which I quite like. I don't want flashbacks to James Bond. That sounds terrible. I don't want to see it.
De-aged Daniel Craig.
I don't want to see that at Skyfall. That sounds like a bad time. But obviously this builds more into the mystery by having it be Swann's character, which of course at this point you know is an important character. So I guess the point I was trying to get to is that this creates a different tone and feeling to some other Bond films, which is good because you need that, because this is going to be different to what you've seen before. There's some classic Bond stuff here, but the whole point in this film is that it's the last one for Craig. It's the last one of this story. We're going to tie it to the story, but it like sets, I think, correct expectations that if you're expecting a standard Bond film, well, I feel like this intro kind of right off the bat says no, like it's simply not going to be that, because look at how this sequence plays out.
Yeah, and it gives attention to Swann, who is a very big character, bigger than she was in Spectre, and a large portion of what we're going to see in this film and the subversions that it does to the typical Bond formula is because of her. So they need to give her time and I think they do it quite well in this scene. And it's also just quite a well shot scene. Like it's creepy. It has a couple jump scare bits, and I like the kind of limping figure ominously walking towards them. That shot through the window. I'm in two minds about the mask. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't hate the mask. It's almost kind of cheesy, which I like, having a creepy looking mask. But also, it does also just seem a bit of an easy way to make things look creepier. It's like, oh, let's just give him this happy or like weird looking mask. It reminds me of a horror film that came out, like a franchise that came out last few years back or something, where there's masks in it. But and also, I think part of me thinks that they maybe thought, oh, the fans are going to love the mask. It's going to become such an iconic visual to the Bond franchise, and it's like, nah. That hasn't really happened, or at least not for me. I don't really care about it very much. Doesn't look that great. It's not something I look at and be like, oh, it's not like I don't know, Jaws' teeth or something. But
I love Jaws' teeth.
I love Jaws.
We all
I
have
go see it. You can buy some on the 007 store. But no, it's fine. It does the job in this scene, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Bond franchise is not the Star Wars franchise, so you can't just release a mask and have that be like 50% of the character, like the Kylo Ren or Darth Vader or whatever. But again, that's fine. I quite like the mask. I think, as you say, it's not really that iconic or anything like that. And I think maybe a little bit more thought needed to be tied into how this fits into this character. It kind of does, I think, but I don't know if it's really explored enough, because it's almost got this like dull like quality, but I don't think that really fits into his personality. Like, it fits into the history of the character, but it doesn't fit strongly into his personality. But you are right, it builds a lot of tension into this. I quite like seeing snow. I quite like snow settings, and I don't think for the rest of the film we get any proper snow. So I think maybe having this, I might be wrong on that, but I think having this one scene gives you a little bit of visual variety right up front, without kind of like wasting a location almost. Like, you get this creepy scene in the snow where there's frozen lake and there's house and stuff, and you get to kind of enjoy that. But you take off snow, everyone's happy, and then you can kind of like move on to other settings and have those be a bit more of a focal point for the rest of the film.
So you can tell this is a different sort of Bond film, because if it was like a regular one, there would have been a ski chase between this masked man and Madeline Swann.
Yeah, with Beach Boys playing over the top.
With Beach Boys, yeah, or some 90s, I don't know, NSYNC playing over it instead this time.
That's terrible. But yeah, you're right. It's like the tension in this one, like with the jump scare and stuff. There's been jump scares in Bond films, but yeah, very interesting that it's shot in this very tense way. Like, in terms of films in general, yeah, boogeyman chasing girl, not very original or interesting, but yeah, I think it's interesting to start a Bond film this way.
Yeah.
So we have cut to Bond and Swann. So they're kind of out with this island, and we kind of fade to them driving along this like mountainside road, and this is all somewhere in Italy again. Like, I'm getting a bit sick of Italy. It's a nice place, but come on, guys, enough with Italy. But yeah, like going along some of those Italian kind of coastlines near the mountain by the ocean or the sea, and they're both in the car driving the Aston Martin DB5 from the last film, and Bond asks, "How's the view?" And she says, "It's growing on me." So she's kind of like all over him a little bit as he's driving, and Swann's like, go faster. And Bond replies by saying, "We have all the time in the world." So so she leans on him, and we kind of get like the score has a bit of "All the Time in the World," that the original song from Under Majesty's Secret Service. I think that plays a little bit as part of the score. And they arrive at a town, and it's kind of in the evening, and Bond parks up, and they get out of the car, and they're kind of like, there's a valet, but then they're kind of being escorted to their room, which is like, it's quite a small town, but it's like quite built. It's quite mountainous, I feel like, and yeah, it's quite slopes and stuff. So they're kind of outside going up this hill to their room with somebody carrying their bags, and you can hear the sounds of people celebrating. And Bond kind of looks behind him, and Swann notices it and says, you don't have to look over your shoulder. And there's like a little bit of flirty back and forth about this. They're bickering, but again, it's very flirty, bickery and things like that. And we see some bits of paper that are on fire, like falling down in front of them. And Bond asks the man carrying the bags, what are they burning? And he's like, secrets, wishes, letting go of the past, out with the old and in with the new. And Bond and Swann then get to their room and lots of kissing, and they then start undressing. So I want to talk about the On Majesty Service references right off the bat. Because I feel like, obviously having the music in there is a really nice touch, but I quite like the idea of Bond saying we have all the time in the world, because it kind of straight away is like, well, and that's what I like about the beginning of this film, right? If you're a Bond fan and you know a lot of this stuff, like with Swann, you can kind of piece stuff together, and that's quite satisfying. And I quite liked hearing that line from Bond, because you know that is not a positive line.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I wrote. It's very Doom-esque for a Bond fan. You know that it sounds nice, but actually it means something bad is going to happen very soon.
Yes, it's like the same thing of them driving in this car all being very happy, and the same line that we got on A Majesty Secret Service at the end. It's the equivalent of someone in a different film saying, well, I guess everything's going to be okay. And that means everything is suddenly not going to be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's quite nice. And having that music there, again, it's very romantic face value, but I appreciate it as someone who's recently watched all these films. Like, you get those references, and I'm like, that's great. Like, even though this feels quite differently, building in these Bond references right off the bat, I think was a very smart move.
And one of the things that I'm already getting into the sort of discourse that I mentioned earlier on, but one of the things that I think a lot of complaints come up with this film is the not reliance, but just the inclusion of these callbacks with the soundtrack, and we have all the time in the world, and how it feels a bit unearned and just a bit lazy. But I say to that Bond series has been going for 60 years and has such a fruitful history with music that I think it's fair to be able to go back sometimes and pluck out a few iconic bits of music. I wouldn't count that as lazy or necessarily just fan service, especially in this regard where we're saying that there is a plot element to it as well. There's more than just a nice bit of music to it. But I think like they didn't overdo it with this film. They have a couple bits of music from the past Bond films, and I think that's absolutely fine to do.
Yeah, like I think that's interesting. And you know, this film is this 25th one. It is the last one of Craig. I would kind of expect this stuff to be in there. And I much prefer this approach to what we got with Spectre, where they just... Because I guess, broadly speaking, what I get from this film is that the people behind it had a lot of respect for the franchise. That's what I get from this film. And that's why this stuff is here, because they're trying to do a lot new and change things, but they're not forgetting about the past, and they're trying to build that past and history into the film to make it feel like a satisfying conclusion in a way that respects it and plays homage to it, and also like then builds on it to do what they wanted to do. Where something like Spectre just kind of ignores it, and it comes across as just a bit, not arrogant, maybe that's not the right word, but you know, they almost are like dismissing some of that heritage while also trying to have that heritage, and it gets a little bit muddled. But watching this film, I think they build it in a way that shows respect, and I think the people behind it kind of knew that, and I think that just comes across. Maybe for some people that doesn't come across, but for me, this totally felt like people who knew Bond and respected the franchise a ton. This didn't feel like arrogant stomping all over it. So to me, this feels like a love letter to fans having this stuff in here, and as you say, they tie it into the film. It's not just, oh look, a reference and move on. It makes sense. So to me, I mostly love this stuff.
Good.
So we then cut to... Bond and Swann are in their hotel room. They were kissing, so we cut to them in bed, and they're listening to a record, some Italian music. I couldn't tell you what that is. And Bond asks, where did Swann go today? By the water. So mentally, where did she disappear to when she didn't seem like she was okay? And she says, well, I'll tell you if you tell me about Vesper. And then Bond asks, well, is that why we're here? And she says, yes, Vesper is buried here. And Bond quickly kind of cuts in and says, yes, I know where she's buried. And Swann says, can you forgive her? For us. But Bond says, well, I left her behind a long time ago. But Swann says, well, as long as you're looking over your shoulder, the past is not dead. And you have to let her go, even if it's hard. So Bond replies by saying, if we're to have a future, do I need to do this? And she says, yes. And then it's like, so if I do this then? And Swann says, I'll tell you all my secrets. So Bond agrees. And Swann then writes something down in French on a piece of paper and goes up to the balcony and burns it as part of this like festival. I don't think they give it a proper name, but it is some sort of like celebration that's happening in this town where people are burning pieces of paper to let go of the past. So we then fade to the morning and Bond writes something on a piece of paper and he kisses Bond, who is still asleep in bed. And Bond then says she like half wakes up. So Bond says, I'm going to go do this and then come back for breakfast. And then you're going to tell me where we're going next. So we get some like panning shots of this town and we kind of see kind of Bond going out of the town a little bit to like the graveyard. And there's like two people kind of on the outside of this graveyard. Someone in like a house, a very small hut almost. And he speaks to them. And then like a younger man who's on his phone is then like told to, go show the man, go show Bond wherever he wants to go. And we see them like climb up to the top of the hill and they arrive. And what are the name of these things, by the way? I couldn't remember when I was watching this. Like, they're not, like, you wouldn't just call them graves, do you? I think they do have a proper name.
Tomb?
Tomb? Maybe a tomb? Yeah, just like those small kind of like outside structures that has like a load of people in it. I swear it has some sort of name, like something Liam or something.
Mausoleum.
Mausoleum, yeah, maybe it's that.
Maybe.
Yeah, so, yeah, but we see Vesper's grave, and very conveniently there's a picture of her on it, which is nice. Didn't know they did that, but all right, fine.
Yeah, can we just point out that picture, though? That why did they have to go with that one for? I mean, I think I know why they did, but it really does stand out. Because I saw this picture where someone put the actual frame of Casino Royale, where they got that from. I think I might have mentioned this in the Casino Royale one. It's literally just her from the film. It looks so stupid that it's now on her tomb. I guess it's because they have the rights to it already, so they didn't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I just think don't use a picture. Just don't have a picture. It's fine. It's okay.
But who's Vesper? I won't know unless I can see what she looks like.
Even then, like, Bond fans know who that is, so wouldn't need the picture. If you don't know who that is, would the picture be like, Eva Green, sure, why not?
Oh, her. Yeah, you're right. It's just unnecessary on both levels.
Yeah. It's like, for all the faults of the For Your Eyes Only opening sequence, they at least just said, like, Tracy Bond and left it at that. There was no picture of, like, Diane Riggs on it. Because you don't do that on a grave. You don't do that. No.
Not like that, no. That was bad.
No. So, yeah, and it says the year she died. I think it does say 2006. I didn't write that down, but I'm pretty sure it does. Mm-hmm. And Bond stares at it and says, I miss you. Oh. And we get some... I believe this music is from Casino Royale. Is it Vesper's theme specifically?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. I thought so. I want to check with the expert first. Just to be sure.
All about that Vesper theme.
Yeah. So, yeah, we get the Vesper theme, the piano, and Bond takes the piece of paper that he had and he burns it and it says, forgive me on it. And then he drops it. But as he sees it go down to the ground, he sees a little card on the ground and it has the Spectre logo on it. And the grave explodes and it sends Bond flying back. And I love that moment so much. Like, I was just like, yeah, Spectre are back. And this is what I'm kind of talking about, like showing respect to the older ones. Like, this might not feel that much like a Craig Spectre, but this to me totally feels like something Spectre would do. They would totally booby trap a grave and be so arrogant and so silly that it'd be like, we'll leave their card there with the little logo on it. Like, it feels so almost cartoony, but not too cartoony that it's dumb, but just cartoony enough where I'm like, that's the Spectre I know and love. Up to their old tricks.
The business card was a nice touch. I wonder like if that's Blofeld's number on the back, his cell number.
That'd be nice. And yeah, while I've stopped anyway, I overall quite like this moment because that's basically what we get. And it's like what we've said in the past. When you want to do this emotional stuff with Bond, you don't want to draw it out. You don't want it to be super long. We've seen this stuff quite a bit and heard about it with Vesper quite a bit as well. So just saying I miss you, just Bond like saying that and recognizing that. and having the music do some of this heavy lifting is all you need. And I think it's kind of incredibly effective with doing a small amount, which is good for a Bond film.
Yeah. No, I think it was. I don't know if it's quite. I don't know if it's quite the wrap up that I think some people would want, because then it is very quickly interrupted by the explosion. But I'm glad it's there. I think we've heard so much about Vesper and all these films, and it's meant to be the big part of Bond's character for Craig's Bond anyway, and the effect on him, that just getting this small sense of closure before the plot actually kind of kicks in properly. As you mentioned, it just shows a bit of respect to the predecessors of it, and I think it was good to include.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to spend too much time on Vesper again, but I did get the sense from like Spectre and stuff that when they put those references in, yeah, Bond just tossed away the videotape, but I didn't take that as he had moved on. In his head, he thought he had, but that baggage still felt present to me anyway due to his non-reaction. So I think just having a little bit here, which is just a small acknowledgement, very smart. It just gives you that. It kind of with this being the fifth one, it ties the first film, Casino Royale, to this one without being too in your face. It makes sense he would come here. It makes sense that you can't really look to the future without looking to the past a little bit. Yeah, I like it. It's nice. So with the explosion, Bond has kind of been knocked back. He doesn't get killed or all that hurt, really, but we get a strong ringing in his ears. He can't really hear. And he's passed out on the floor for a little bit. And like we get a camera shot showing Bond on the floor, and then it kind of goes over to him, and when it kind of reaches him, he just like suddenly comes awake and gasps for air, and we get all that very like shell-shocked, messed up audio where a load of like the channels and stuff are cut out, so you're kind of hearing what Bond is supposed to be hearing, and he then reaches for his phone and he calls and shouts Madeline. The audio is still kind of messed up, and Bond starts like running. He starts running off. And we kind of get like some synth music kicking in here as well, which is quite nice. And yeah, we see where that hut was before, where the man was, we see a phone left hanging on the wall, and it's been like disconnected, and we hear like the beeping sound. So Bond is running, and the guy that was on the phone before, the young guy who showed Bond to the grave, he sees him, and that guy stops, and so does Bond. And they're on is this a bridge that they're standing on at the moment?
I guess it's like a bridge aqueduct looking thing. I don't know what the right term is for it, but it has like arches underneath it and stuff.
Yeah, it's like bridges on top of bridges. It's like part of this town, because this is like an old Italian town built into these mountains somewhat. You get some very like unique structures and stuff, and the unique way it's been built. So yeah, we got like this bridge, but yeah, it's got like
viaduct.
Layers. Yeah, viaduct.
That's what it's called. There you go.
One. So yeah, on the top of viaduct. Close enough.
Yeah.
So yes, Bond sees the man who was there before, and they both stop, and a car then drives at Bond and starts shooting, and it just kind of goes past, and then actually, is this the one where he dives below and the car like bounces over that little...
Yeah, it's like a little stone bit sticking out at the bottom.
Yeah, because Bond is kind of surrounded, so he very quickly jumps there, and then it bounces over him. So it goes past, and then somebody on a bike appears. So the car turns... It's either the same car or a different car. That's on one side of the viaduct. A man on a bike appears on the other side. He's surrounded. So Bond decides, I'm just going to jump off. So there's like these cables along the side of this viaduct, along the ledge, which is, I guess, holding it together because it's probably quite old. So he grabs the cable and he like swings all the way down, and he lands underneath onto one of like these other arches down below. And the man on the bike takes off his sunglasses, and he has a fake eye. You don't get a massive good look at it, but one of his eyes doesn't move properly, so it looks very fake. It looks quite off. So this guy directs the car to move, and we see Bond running, and he kind of like gets out of there, makes it to some stairs, and he runs up the top of these stairs, and he then stops because the man on the bike is like right there. And Bond runs at him and knocks him off the bike, and they start like fighting each other, and Bond grabs a washing line nearby and starts choking the guy with the washing line. So this eyeball guy says Blofeld sends his regards, And he starts saying that Madeline is a daughter of Spectre. So Bond knocks him out, which causes his eye to fall out and rolls. And it looks like it was some sort of like electronic eye, some sort of gadget. So Bond steals the bike and starts driving through the alleyways. And he goes up these ramps. And yeah, get a very unique kind of setting here. It's all kind of quite small rows, but it's all kind of built up. So there's a funeral line, which Bond manages to avoid by shooting up a building and then using like the roof of the building as a ramp to like launch himself, to get away. And then he gets to the hotel, he just drops the bike and storms off. And someone at the hotel saying, "Sir, your bags are already down. They're already here as your wife requested." So we see Swann putting on some lipstick, and Bond then appears in her mirror. And Bond looks terrible at this point. He's been through quite a bit, explosions and stuff. And he's all like, "You're right, letting go is hard." So Swann's like, "Well, what happens?" And Bond grabs her and starts shouting, saying like, "How did they know I was here? How did they know I was here?" She says, "I have no idea. I didn't say anything." And at this point, I think her phone rings. But they just go. And Bond grabs her, says, "We're leaving." They get into the Aston Martin, the DB5, and Swann starts saying, "There's something I need to tell you," but Bond speeds off, and a load of black cars kind of appear, and the bike appears again. So they're being chased through this town with them right behind them, and Bond is just going very fast, and Swann's phone rings, and Bond shouts at her to pick it up. And this is so silly. You see the screen of the phone, and it like corrupts, and a Spectre logo appears. Ooh.
She's been hacked.
It's been hacked. No, not Spectre. So the voice, they answer and the voice says, "It's Blofeld, my love. Your father would be so proud of you. Your sacrifice will be our glory." And she's all like, "I don't understand. What's happening?" So we then quickly cut to a man who's like in the middle of a barn full of sheep, and he answers his phone, and they're like, "Let out all the sheep." And he's like, "Why?" He's like, "Because if you don't, I'll kill you." So anyway, back to the DB5 that's speeding away. Just had to get that in there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would have no idea why the sheep were there. That would be so confusing.
They really needed that setup, honestly. I'm so glad.
The storytelling on display here is just top tier, you know. The way it all comes together, you saw the sheep and then the sheep appear. It's very satisfying stuff.
No one will be there in the cinema saying, "Why are there sheep there?"
What, sheep? In an Italian small town? Come on. I get the Spectre hacking on the phone. That makes sense to me. But not the sheep.
Not the sheep.
No, so yeah, Swann's saying in the car, like, "Why would I betray you?" So Bond says, "Well, we all have our secrets. We just didn't get to yours yet." So Bond kind of gets blocked by a car and swerves around a corner to avoid it, but he drops a load of like black little spike bombs. They look like mini mines, almost like sea mines, and that blows up the car. And then the sheep block the road. So he just goes down a different corner. So that was the...
Oh.
Yeah, there was sheep, so he just goes somewhere else.
Oh, okay then.
I guess that was to show Spectre's influence. They can make sheep... If they need sheep, they'll make sheep appear. They're so powerful. They're everywhere.
All the shepherds under their control.
Shepherds are under the Spectre logo. You see the shepherds with the Spectre ring. Give it a kiss for Blofeld. So he goes around the corner. I think we get a little bit of Bond theme here, a little bit of like, or Bond horns anyway, like that very classic Bond sound. And I think Swann starts then saying, "I'd rather die than," but she's interrupted because their car gets smashed into the side of someone, like, smashes into them, and it causes both cars to stop, and it goes a bit, well, I would say it goes quiet, but after they both stop, the camera zooms out and it shows some bells ringing quite aggressively. So some cars show up and the bike shows up again, the guy with the eye, and Bond is completely surrounded by cars. So everyone gets out of their cars, gets assault rifles, and starts shooting at the DB5. And it's bulletproof. It's bulletproof windows, so it can take it. And they're all shooting, and the bells are still ringing in the background. We still have that sound, and Bond is very calm, while Swann is kind of like freaking out at this happening. But Bond is just there completely. So we see the guy with the fake eye gets out of his bike, and he's the only one shooting now, but he's shooting very like precise, high caliber shots. So he still has to shoot it quite a bit, but it looks like it's doing a bit more damage. So Swann shouts at James like, "You got to do something." Bullets are starting to break the window next to Madeline, so he's like, "Do something," and Bond just calmly is like, "Okay," and he flips a switch. Turrets appear at the front, and he does like a donut and spins the car in a circle and just starts shooting at everyone. So he's like shooting at all of those. He then triggers some smoke, does another donut, and then he drives off, and we get a bit more Bond theme. So they're now on a bit of more of a main road, a bit less rural than what we were seeing, and they park up, and we cut to them at a train station, and Bond and Swann just walk across the tracks to a different platform, and Bond stops, and they hold each other, and Swann's like, "What is this?" And Bond just puts Swann on the train. And Swann kind of asks, "How will I know if you're okay?" And Bond says, "I won't. You'll never see me again." And she starts crying. And she, for a moment, grabs her stomach a little bit. But the doors close and the train starts moving. And we see her going through the train, with Bond is just standing in the same place he was when the doors closed. She starts running through the train to try and see Bond. The opening theme starts playing. We get like some strings of the opening theme. And Bond then turns as Swann is still running. So we cut back to Swann and we cut back to Bond, and now he's gone. And the main theme starts playing. Oh,
Blimey.
that's exciting.
Yeah.
Good stuff, I guess.
No, it was all like that second after the whole scene with Madeline as a child, and then you move on to her and Bond. I was kind of interested where it's going to go, how much of like the happy life together we were going to see. It turns out not much. But I thought this whole like is it called Matera?
Oh, I have no idea. I just
wherever it is
because we
Italy,
don't
like,
get the text on screen for this film, so it doesn't. It probably is said, but we don't get the nice little like, "This is where they are."
Yes, yeah, I think it is there. And you're saying about kind of being a bit Italy'd out. That is true. They have spent a lot of time in Italy in these films, especially Craig's. But as far as their location goes for sort of stuff, what a great location. Like all these tiny little narrow streets and this kind of mountainous built up town, and oh man, it's so good. And like all the chases through them, and the bike stunts up onto the other level to avoid the procession. I thought it was great. I loved all this stuff. I could have had way more of this.
I mean, we've talked a lot about how like chases, it can just go wrong. Like surprisingly, Bond is really known for all the chases, but sometimes it's just kind of rubbish and naff. So
Yeah.
it was nice to get one of these, which is very much like Bond up against it, very much like on the back foot, which is, I talked about I don't want to go into this too much because this is Spectre stuff and we got enough to talk about, but I talked about how the plane chase felt off to me and the characterization there. My general thoughts on that is that, again, I think Bond, part of his character is somewhat of an underdog, and he somewhat needs to be on the back foot to a certain extent to make it satisfying and interesting.
Yeah.
So a lot of Spectre was him being a super agent and him chasing them with the plane and being hyper aggressive about it. He was just the strongest person in that chase, and that's not Bond. Bond gets captured, Bond gets beat up, Bond fights people twice his size. That's Bond to me. There needs to be a balance. So I'm glad that straight away with this one, there's a bit more of an understanding of that. Like, yes, he's still very cool. Yes, he still gets stuff done, but he gets his Vesper gets blown up literally in his face, and he has to kind of deal with that. And then he's just completely surrounded, and they shoot at him, but he still finds a way to do it. Like straight away, watching this, it made me think about how Spectre got that balance wrong with him just being a super agent who's just kicking ass, and that's all he's doing. And this one shows a bit more of an understanding, and yeah, there's a bit more, not so much tension, I suppose, but it's just more exciting. It's just more visually exciting. It's got more stuff going on, and it gets that balance right that Spectre got wrong.
And it does what I said before, like a good chase scene does, is that it just keeps things moving and keeps things like switching up enough. So you have the bit where he's on foot on the bridge or the viaduct. You have the bit where he's on the bike. You have the bit where he's with Madeline. You have the bit where they're just sat in the middle and it kind of goes quiet. Like, it's always changing, and I just think that's what you need to keep you engaged and not just kind of zone out at all the sounds and explosions and stuff. So Yeah, I think very well done start to the film. And I think the only thing that is quite interesting about this being the pre-title sequence is that it does end on a downer. There's no like dinner, dinner, and then Bond flies away, or Bond does. It ends with Madeline being pushed on a train, looking, so distraught as Bond leaves her, and that's kind of a bit of a strange one. But I guess it just kind of goes into the whole theme of this film, and especially the tone of the title sequence. Anyway, it's not like you're going to go from that into a big bombastic Bond song. You're going into Billie Eilish, so it kind of suits it.
Yeah, like I feel like that's been the expectation of these, really. Like you have that. I think I talked about in the poll about the contrast, and yeah, that creates that proper contrast, which I appreciate with this. And I want to be excited to watch a Bond film, and this kind of does tick those boxes, I suppose. But it felt like they had so much they needed to do after Spectre to again create a new story. But to me, I feel like, yeah, I guess to focus more on the Swann stuff. To me, it totally makes sense that they would have some like element of tragedy in there without just kind of killing her off. That kind of just what happens. And for Swann and where this character goes in this film, it kind of like it just makes that relationship a little bit more interesting. Like you can't just do Tracy again. You can't just do Vesper again. If they actually did run off together, you'd be like, oh, right. So it almost like it creates this other tragedy angle. But again, I think it plays very much into what one character is and shows respect to it, which is he doesn't trust anyone. So Spectre kind of doing this attack, which then makes him suspicious of Swann and him reacting negatively to that, especially because Vesper also betrayed him, makes total sense. I definitely, when I first watched this, was a bit confused because it was like, oh, we went through all of Spectre just to have them break up. That's lame. But now that I know where this goes, and this is my second time seeing it, I'm like, that totally makes sense. And it helps Swann be this more original, unique love interest to Bond, which we haven't seen before. And I appreciate that. They had to go in a different direction. And I think doing this up front makes sense.
Yeah, and the fact that they do this where Bond has his guard down when he's in front of Vesper's tomb. And if there is going to be any moment that would hit and cause such a dramatic response, literally pushing her away onto a train, I'm never going to see you again. It feels warranted because that would be when that would get to him. And as you say, bring back all that stuff about who can he trust. Like it's right there. It's literally just happened when he's at his maybe emotionally weakest. So yeah, I think I remember thinking when I first saw this, like it was a bit of a not disappointing, but just where is the typical intro? But as you say, you quickly learn that nothing about this is as typical as it has been in the past. Which for a lot of it, I can get on board with. This I can get on board with. Other bits, as we'll discuss later on, I can't. So.
But yeah, you have to put that up front, though. If this was just more of a standard Bond adventure, I would be a lot more negative towards it because I don't want to see that. They've spent all these films making it not that, so let's see where that can go. So that kind of made me interesting. But yeah, I will reiterate, I was a little bit confused by this point, but it's because it's like, well, what is this film going to be then? And having characters break up at the start of the film can always be, it's a risky one. Because it's like it's just not very satisfying to watch a film just to see the characters then break up straight away. But now that I know why they did it, yeah, okay, that's good with me.
Yeah, and also there was so much in the trailers and things about Swann's secrets, so you sort of had to assume it was coming anyway. So. But yeah, as the train does depart, and you're seeing a sort of POV from Swann looking out. As Bond disappears or walks off, you get some dots. You get the dots appear through the window, and they change every time the window changes, and it's the Dr. No dots.
Ooh.
Which is quite an interesting start to these title sequence. They kind of change color and they morph a bit and go in different patterns, and then you eventually just you see the title of the film, No Time to Die, and we're into the main title sequence. And for this title sequence, it's very much the case that like this, well known to be Craig's last Bond film. So what do? Let's just bring the whole gang back together.
Yay! One more time.
Let's just get a little bit of everything, bring it in here, and smush it all together. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I think it's fine. I think if there was any reason to do that, yeah, do it for a Bond's last film when you know it is their last one. Don't really think we've ever really had that where you knew it was going to be their last one. So like actually confirmed. So with this example, why not? So yeah, you have at the beginning of it. Well, let's say it does that. At first, it kind of goes into you have the Doctor No dots, and then you have almost a bit of the on Her Majesty's Secret Service. We've already heard we have all the time in the world, but you have the Britannia statue, which I think appeared with the big shield that it has. That was in the on Her Majesty's Secret Service title sequence, and it kind of gets all frosty, and there's the ice from Swann's flashback, and then it changes to some cogs, and within the cogs there are some hands, and the hands look like card suits. I think they're spades, and they're bright red, and there's like a black silhouette on one of them. So very much Casino Royale-esque with that one. You have the DB5 sinking down under the sea and water, and that's sort of, I don't know, I was getting Skyfall from that. And it eventually lands on the seabed, and obviously the sand there, and the sand morphs, and you realize it's now a timer, and it kind of turns very bright orange, and then that's kind of Quantum of Solace-esque with the sand dunes, and there's more silhouettes as well. So yeah, they're definitely getting little bits and bobs from everything. There's quite a cool shot with guns going off and the bullets meeting in the middle, and they're in a pattern that makes it look like DNA, which comes to be a large part of this film. You even get faces coming back. I think it lines up with the line in the song. Faces coming out of like lines forming, and you see Swann and Bond and Blofeld and Vesper, which that was Spectre, wasn't it, that had the faces in them?
Yeah.
And then kind of to end off, you have a lot of veins and blood, and well, I say veins, it's almost like leaves, I think. It's like
Yeah,
leaves
like
growing
vines, really.
Yeah.
I would guess poison ivy, some sort of ivy.
Going through bodies, and you see this kind of creepy shot with the mask that we saw, and a vein, like a body made out of veins of that, and yeah, at the very end there's like a statue of Bond as well that shatters, and it's all kind of an amalgamation of everything. I don't really think it has its own. It doesn't really have its own style. It is really just a mixture of everything. As I say, I don't hate that. I think it makes sense to do that now, but it does just mean it is a bit all over the place. But when have they not been, really?
Well,
for different reasons.
It's like Spectre kind of already took some of this ideas and did it already, which kind of means they have to try and do it again. I think the non-star on Majesty Secret Service is quite smart, because even though the opening sequence for that one is pretty terrible, that was the first time they showed like a load of footage from the older films. So again, it's another parallel to that this one does have those references, because on a Majesty Secret Service, that one had those references. So it's like a reference to the reference that was a reference, almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like it. I feel like I'm not super excited about this one, but I just like these well-polished visuals at this point. I just like how they approach them. I think it looks good. It's got creative imagery in there. So again, it's not one that really makes me excited, but it's just nice to see. It's just good to see it. And I like the Doctor No dots. I think that makes sense. Again, you're going into it knowing this is the final of Craig things, and they've already had some references. We're going to get some more references. So the fact that they haven't referenced the dots at all until this point, until number 25, makes me think like, yeah, let's have the dots in there. Let's start with the dots and kind of almost show this evolution from it started with Doctor No and now here we are. I quite like that idea, to kind of contemplate how this all began. That's quite nice. And yeah, I think what makes that bit work is that they just haven't done the dots that often. This isn't like a DB5 situation where they like bring it out every second film, like, it's like, no, as far as I'm aware, they've never done the dots in the film. So yeah, bring in the dots for one last time.
Well, I remember before this film came out, there was a lot of thought that perhaps Rami Malek's villain was going to be Dr. No as well. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. What's this going to mean? Eventually, it doesn't really play out like that, but it was it was nice to see. I think in terms of the song, as I mentioned, it's Billie Eilish. She sang this one, "No Time to Die," being the name of the song, and it caps off the era of Craig where there is just a lot of similar sounding songs. It doesn't sound a million miles away from Sam Smith and the Writings on the Wall, and from there, that doesn't sound a million miles away from Adele. And I think I like this one. I do like Billie Eilish more than Sam Smith, so that's already going to help. And I remember not really liking this song very much when it first came out. To me, it still had that element of sounding restrained, just like the Writings on the Wall did. But it was one of those ones that grew on me. It did grow on me, and I think by the end, by the time the film actually came out, because the nature of Bond films is you always hear the song always comes out before, and because of the delays, it meant that this song was out for like a year before you even watched the film.
More than that. I think it came out like February 2020. Yeah, so it was almost 2 years.
It was a long time. So you had a lot of time to take it all in. And by the end of it, I think I'm not a massive fan of Billie Eilish, but I think she can sing, and I think the whole tone of this film suits her singing style. That kind of whispery element that she has going on. The only thing I will say is it doesn't really sound very much like a Bond song. That's not a bad thing in the sense of I kind of like how it sounds anyway, but to me it does seem like they had the song and then they were like, right, we've got to make it sound more Bondy. That's when they add in a few little horns and the twang at the end of it. Like, it does seem a little bit of an afterthought to push those elements on. But, I like it more than Writings on the Wall. I think it suits the film and it grew on me. So it's all good for me.
Yeah, there was definitely that thing that it came out and I started listening to it a lot because it's just part of that. The new Bond film's coming out, so you listen to that as part of that hype. But then once it got delayed, I was like, well, I'm never going to listen to this song until I actually watch the film, because that's too mean to myself to be listening to this theme for a film that just, I don't know when it's coming. I hope it comes soon.
Torturing yourself, yeah.
Yeah, so I completely cut it out. And when I came to watching the film, I did really like it. And when I was listening to it, I did really like it. But I don't know, there's something about it in this film or in this opening sequence. It's just a bit, I wasn't that fussed about it anymore. Like, I can still listen to it and enjoy it, but I think that delay kind of killed it to a certain extent. And now when I listen to this or during this, I was just not fussed about it. I do think it is quite, I guess concise. Like, it knows what type of song it wants to be, and it's just kind of that. It is just a slow piano song. And that's it. That's all you get. And it's like a well put together piano song, but it doesn't really, like, I don't need it to be a big song for Bond. I agree with you that it doesn't really sound like one. But again, I think that's fine for what this film is trying to do and what it's trying to set up, and trying to have, if you had a song like You Know My Name at the start, No Time to Die, that just wouldn't make sense. They are trying to...
That'd be quite funny.
Yeah, it'd be great. You Know My Name. But yeah, so I do think this approach totally makes sense for what they're trying to do. It does tie in. When you hear those opening notes, I'm a big sucker for that sort of stuff, where you hear the notes before the credits start. I love that moment. I think it's really, really cool. With Swann running through the train and you're hearing No Time to Die come in, it's ending. That's, it's a sad moment, but I was still like, that's really cool. I'm a big sucker for that sort of stuff. But the song itself, I just not fussed about it anymore. And I'm kind of at the point that when I watched Spectre last time, I really enjoyed Writings on the Wall, and I kind of have a bit of renaissance with that song. But I've kind of gone the other way with this one. So if you asked me a month ago which one's better, Writings on the Wall or No Time to Die, I would have been like, well, No Time to Die, definitely. But now I'm like, I kind of like Writings on the Wall a bit more. I don't know. Maybe it's because I just like that opening sequence a bit more as well. But I listened to that a lot. No Time to Die, not that fussed about listening to it again. And as you say, they put that twanging at the end, and I think the ending of this version in the film is different to the ending in the song, which sounds really off. It just ends on a really flat, nothingy note, and I'm just like, oh. So... Oh,
really?
Yeah, like the ending of the actual song I feel like makes more sense, where this one, it just cuts at a different point, which makes sense. They're going to edit the song, but it's not a very good point. So I'm just like... Yeah, I didn't come away disliking it, but just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I would still say it's a good song, but I'm not. I'm just not fussed. I just don't really care to ever listen to it again. So it's fine, I suppose.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It would probably be looking at the themes now. Actually, I guess it would still be third. 'Cause there has been some bad Craig songs for me, so I guess it is still top three for me. But that is quite. Even just saying that is like, well, actually, I don't like it that much, but I think it's fine. It's fine in the for what it is. I think just coming. If you know what I really think it is, it's just coming from Sam Smith.
Yeah,
I liked it.
it's. We already said this. They had a template, and you could argue this is the best song of that template, but at this point, I don't care. Like, just stop it.
I really hope they do something different now for the next one.
Oh, they have to.
They have to, right? Surely they can see that and just yeah. I have faith. I think. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like with this one, like the Daniel Craig films got more somber, and it was more about the past and all this character stuff. And there might be that stuff in there, but it's almost like Casino Royale was all about excitement. Bond's back, everybody. It's a brand new Bond. So it's that theme kind of reflected that. And then later it was all about like, well, everyone that Bond knows just dies, and that sucks. So let's write some themes to reflect that somber moment. So hopefully whatever the next one will be won't just be a sad, mopey thing. We can get back to like, get excited about Bond. Bond is back. So hopefully that's the sort of thing we get.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, everything crossed.
So yeah, at the end of the title sequence, you do get a shot kind of almost like a kaleidoscope folds into view, and it's of London. It's of London. You're seeing a skyscraper, and you see the Thames in the background, and the Shard.
The Shard.
And the Shard is there. Yeah, I think even the walkie-talkie is there as well. And it looks like it's kind of dusk, sun setting, and you see some kind of combat-looking men walking down the side of the skyscraper, because it's they're walking down vertically, and you see on the screen it's been 5 years. 5 years later has passed. So how long was it in? What was the previous time jump? Was it?
You mean in which film?
Yeah.
I don't think Spectre had one. Skyfall had like 3 months or maybe 6 months, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Was it 3 months? Yeah.
Yeah, I think these, like, timeline-wise, it's supposed to be like... Because the 5 years, I'm assuming, is coming from the original release date. That 2015 is when Spectre takes place and when that came out. So the beginning of this film takes place in 2015. And then 5 years later, which is 2020, when this film was meant to come out, is when this film now takes place. So that I'm assuming that's why it's 5 years.
That makes sense. You are the numbers guy, aren't you? You're the years guy.
Numbers.
You know your stuff. But yeah, you see an inside a shot from inside the skyscraper at the end of the corridor, and through the window you see the people come down, and they put on this little... Well, actually, it kind of does this cool spin around as well, like rotates, because it was upside down to begin with. Again, that's more of those little flourishy bits that's just nice to see. But yeah, it rotates down, and they put this gadget on that cuts through the glass, big glass panel in the window, and that falls through so they can get in. And then we see inside this building, and inside is this huge lab. There's this big sort of sciencey looking laboratory, all these big glass panes and machines and things like that in the background, and you're focusing on these few scientists in one of their offices, one of their like glass offices, and there's two at their computer desks. One of them is Hugh Dennis, which I can't wait to see.
Hey!
If you're from the UK, you'll know that he's like it's very much the guy you'll see on what are they called? Like, what are those type of shows called?
Oh, like panel shows.
Panel shows, yeah. Like he's always doing like Mock the Week and stuff like that. But
not anymore.
Not anymore. But yeah, it's kind of strange to see him there. But he's there with a scientist next to him, and there's also this other scientist behind them. He's kind of got his desk a little bit further back. And they're basically pulling a bit of a prank on this third guy, talking about, oh, where did you put that smallpox sample? So you're kind of learning that there's some sort of maybe biological aspect to what they're doing here. And as this third guy goes and takes his lunch out, it's got smallpox on it, and he's like, ha ha, very funny. This guy, by the way, has a terrible Russian accent, meant to be Russian. And as he's getting his lunch, he's like, oh, my lunch is ruined, and he's very He's very arrogant. He's like, oh, there's more intelligence making this tomato soup than you or something like that. Anyway, and eventually he threatens them with giving them Ebola. So,
Yep.
and making them sweat blood. But yeah, he goes back to
I was
his desk.
sorry, but I was like, oh, you're so close. You could have said cry blood. It was right there.
I know.
I had to go back and rewind. It's like, did he say cry blood? No, he didn't. All right. But I guess maybe that would have been too much. But I was like, it was right there.
Then he just pulls this leaflet and it's like, so you're crying blood. And it's got Lashif's face, like a little help guy.
Another Lashif's face, yeah.
So yeah, he sits back down at his desk and he gets a phone call. And you learn on the phone, so, like the person on the phone says his name, you learn his name is Dr. Obruchev. I think actually the other scientist might have said his first name, but I've already forgot it.
Yeah, like they say his name here, but oh god, it was so hard to keep up with his name.
Yeah, I'm just going to say Obruchev because that's in my notes.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
But the guy on the phone says that they're coming, Spectre's coming. And the scientist, Obruchev, says Safin. So the other guy on the end of the phone is called Safin, who is saying, do not try to stop them. This is what we've been waiting for. And that these people entering are going to ask the scientist to bypass some security and remove the weapon for them. So as he's doing this, or as he's hearing this on the phone, on his computer, he's transferring some files over and putting it on a thumb drive. And he says, what do I do? And Safin on the phone says, swallow it, and hangs up. And so he does that, and then he kind of, to get out of the phone call, he's like, I like animals. Bye-bye. Oh,
Perfect.
Yeah. This character, just to get this out of the way, he's very much, he reminded me a lot of Boris. Like, he's that sort of character where he's, not just because he's Russian, but also he's there for a lot of comedic lines and just, well, I say comedic, they end up just being cringy. But still, as he does that and swallows the thumb drive, the lights go off in this lab and the place starts to shut down. And the doors at the end of the room explode and all the people enter from outside. And one of them, you see, is, I've affectionately put in my notes, Eyeball Guy.
Yeah.
Don't know how else to describe him.
I went Eyeball Man, but then he just became
Man.
Eyeball just to save a bit of time, innit?
Yeah, we all know Eyeball.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's part of this group that have come in. And they come in, they start shooting and taking the scientists hostage because they run out with their arms up and we're unarmed, we're just the scientists. And they get them all in a line against the wall, and the eyeball guy says to Ubrachov that we need you to do the weapon, release the weapon. What do you need? And he says, I need another person to do it. Needs 2 people to clear it. So he picks Hugh Dennis out from I don't know what his name is. He picks Hugh Dennis out from the line. Is like, yeah, I need him. So those 2 go off, and it cuts to them taking out these kind of canisters from some sort of freezer, like a cryo freezer, very sciencey looking thing. They're pulling these out, and inside they have some vials in them. And in the vials, there's a kind of strangely morphing liquid in there. You don't really know what it is. It's just, at the moment, looks like some sciencey MacGuffin thing. But yeah, he gives that to Eyeball Guy, and he loads it into his little machine and takes care of that. And then just shoots Hugh Dennis point blank. So, it was nice to see him in the film, but there you go. He's done now.
I mean, yeah, I would have liked to seen him more, but yeah, it was. I didn't. When I went into that cinema and sat down to watch the new Bond film, I didn't think I would be seeing Hugh Dennis get killed in a science lab.
No,
by some eyeball guy, I was like, okay, that's new.
Yeah, I could respect that.
What he should have said though is Hugh Dennis being like, "Oh, I would fight back, but it looks like we're outnumbered," and then looks at the camera. Oh, that's what he should have said.
I know that reference, but I've never watched the show.
Yeah.
Is it good? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he's dead. But the scientist Ubrachov is still alive. They take him with them. They pretty much kidnap him, and they head to a lift, some lift door, like elevator lift doors, and prise them open. They equip him with some sort of safety or like some sort of jacket, And as they're doing this, there's some more men behind that are taking out a big bomb-looking thing, and probably because it is a bomb. And they drop it down the elevator shaft, and as it falls down, all these little dots are shot out from it that stick to the walls, and then it reaches the bottom and explodes and makes a way out for them. So there's all these green dots lining the walls, and they turn on all of their vests and things they've got on, and they've also got green dots on them. And one of them goes to push Obruchev out down into the lift shaft, and he's like, "No, I don't have a parachute," or whatever. And as he's down, as he gets pushed down, he starts to fall. Quite a dodgy looking shot as he's falling. But just as he reaches the bottom, you hear sort of like a hum, and he's suspended in midair because it's magnets. It's magnets, everyone. And thankfully, he lets us all know by going, magnets. So makes it nice and clear. I don't know, I guess just a little bit of, again, they didn't need to do this sort of stuff, but it's like, let's make a cool way for them to get out with some magnet stuff. Sure, why not? I could have done without him saying magnets though. And with that, they pretty much, they're out. They trigger the bombs because I forgot to say they were planting bombs around the place as well. And you see kind of a wide shot of the room, the lab exploding in the skyscraper, and that's that.
Yeah, quite an interesting start. Not just because of Hugh Dennis, but that helps.
That did help.
The vibe I got from this, and it's from some of the other parts of the film as well. It's and this probably isn't fair to say, but gave me big old Call of Duty vibes. Like,
oh, interesting.
A load of military men, like the way they're dressed, the way they deal with this, like as a squad and stuff, and the way they kind of like shoot people, but then have like this technology with the lift, which I thought was really cool. I think that's a really awesome idea. It definitely felt a little bit more Mission Impossible than Bond, sure, but yeah, it was kind of Call of Duty, and it's something that this film kind of injects into it throughout, which is it just shows a very different kind of style of military operation, I feel, from what we've seen in Bond before. The idea of this like SWAT team breaking into the building, stealing a scientist, I guess on paper doesn't sound very out of the way for Bond, but I feel like the way it's kind of shot and put together, yeah, it feels quite different. It doesn't quite feel Bond, but I didn't mind that. Like, I think it's still kind of interesting enough on its own that I still enjoyed it. But yeah, this is another scene that to me felt very different. The way these men are portrayed doesn't feel like how you would normally have these type of characters portrayed in a Bond film.
And it's also more action without Bond. I know we've just had Bond, the whole stuff in Matera, but still, it's like after the sequence, we're cutting, and it's more of just this thing completely separate to Bond at the moment, and kind of gives it this very isolated vibe compared to the rest of the film. I liked it, and as you say, I liked the whole way that the SWAT team, that's the right way of putting it, kind of how they were getting through and taking out everyone, and it felt very very cool, and I liked the lab having those kind of yellow big glass panes. It just looked nice. The one thing that lets it down, is if you couldn't tell from me describing it, is just I really do not like that actor that plays the scientist, and I really don't like his accent. And I think every scene he's in, he just sticks out for the wrong reasons and just really pushes my buttons.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend him. I think he's fine. Like I don't actually mind him all that much, but I'm also not going to really defend it. I think it's fine. It does the job of taking some of the tension out of these to make it feel a bit more balanced, like something that does fit in a Bond film. I don't mind, and he does die. Spoilers, so that's
he's in the film quite a lot as well.
Yeah, he makes it for a while. Yeah,
bloody guy. But apart from that, I think it was all quite good.
Yeah, but it is almost like, because there's almost, I'm not going to say there's two stories going on here. You could argue there's like 3 or 4, but there's like obviously a lot that they had to inject into this film. But if we didn't have the Swann and Bond stuff, this would have been part of the opening sequence, probably. Like, this is your story setup for the villain. I know that the Swann stuff also did that, but like if this was more stripped down, this would kind of be part of it. But because we've kind of almost had 3 opening sequences already, and this is like our 3rd one. You had the flashback, and then the Bond and Swann stuff in Italy, and now this one. And I don't mind it. Like, again, it's for what this film is and for what it's going for. It's, you do kind of strap in. You do kind of, it comes with the territory and it is setting it up properly. But yeah, you do go through 3 of these. And one of them has Hugh Dennis. So that's nice.
Yeah. That is one thing, I suppose, is that the whole stuff on the phone call with Safin. I mean, at this point, you're not really meant to really know what's going on, but I was very much like, what's this?
Huh?
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to go with it. But by this point, having watched so many Bond films, that's just what you do, right? That's just what you do. And you just hope that it will be explained nicely later. And it is. One of the things with this film is you just said it yourself, they do try and do a heck of a lot with plots and characters in this film, which is probably the reason why it's 2.5 hours long. And I don't necessarily think it needed quite so much. But I'm not going to say they failed at it. I think what they did do with all the stuff they pretty much pulled off. But I still think it is a lot, but it's a lot that works, if that makes sense. So yeah, after the skyscraper blows up, we cut to Moneypenny.
By the way, the skyscraper, it is just like half a floor blows up, because you do get that like external shot showing the explosion, but it's not like a whole huge thing. They just blow up one floor to get rid of the evidence. You get a little bit of shot, but yeah, it's not a skyscraper coming down, luckily.
There's no MI6 type destructions going on there with demolition. No. But yeah, we see Moneypenny walking through the offices of MI6. She's heading in to see M, and as she goes in, M is not at his desk. He's at sort of like the seats to the side, and I never really understood why he was there. But anyway, because she comes in and she says, "Oh, you know, I've heard some news," and he very quickly cuts her off, and he's like, "I already know," and then that's what prompts him to then press a button on the remote and reveal some screens on the wall, which is showing the lab that's just been destroyed. But why was he over there? Why did he wait for Moneypenny to walk in to then turn it on? I don't know.
I can't excuse that, but yeah, I guess it's that sense that if he's just behind his desk, it's almost like that working man thing, right? If you've got your sleeves rolled up on your shirt and your tie's a bit loose, you're like, oh, that means you're in the middle of it and you're all stressed out. So I guess it's kind of that is separated, and it's like, oh, I'm already, oh, bloody hell, what's going on then? It's not supposed to be like calmly waiting for something to happen. I guess it's trying to build that impression of he is already trying to do stuff. But yeah, I don't know why he waited to turn on the screen.
He's stressed. He's a stressed man. So he turns on the screen. He's looking. He's like, oh, Jesus, looking at all the destruction. And Moneypenny is behind him and asks, kind of just very out of the blue, just asks, what is the Heracles project? That lab that they're looking at was not on the books, apparently. And M is very, very quick to kind of shut this down, this discussion. He's like, it's just a gas leak. It's a gas leak. And Moneypenny says, I'll go tell the PM. And M's like, no, it's a gas leak. Leave it to me. And just as Moneypenny is about to leave, he turns and asks, where's 007? So then we see we see Bond. We cut to Bond. He's on a boat. And we are in Jamaica. Again, it doesn't say that we're in Jamaica. Perfect time for it to have on screen, as we get that nice shot of him heading back to the island in his boat. But no.
That would have been nice. I didn't put that together, because then again, I would assume that's maybe that I would have looked out for more Dr. No references if I knew this was Jamaica.
Yeah, exactly right. We've already seen the dots.
Yeah.
But no, he's there. He's on his boat and he's just gone fishing. It looks like, because he gets onto the dock and he's got these fish in his hand, and he's looking very casual, but like compared to the last time we saw Bond in this sort of setting in Skyfall, where he looked very bedraggled and awful, he looks good here. You know, he looks healthy. He looks fine. But he walks over and goes to his house. His very nice house by the beach. It's like this. I think it might actually be kind of linked to the GoldenEye estate that Ian Fleming lived in, because I remember that was in some of the stuff before the film came out about how they were really close by to the GoldenEye estate. I don't know if this is actually it, but it's very similar vibes of like, you know, beautiful looking Jamaican beachfront, open walls and everything like that. So he heads inside and he spots. Well, before that, he spots a bit of cigar ash, I think, on like a table or somewhere,
Yeah.
which catches his attention. And when he goes inside, he spots another bit of the cigar, and he picks it up, and it's a bit of a Cuban cigar. So, kind of wondering what's going on there, but enough of that. He needs a shower. So, so he goes and has a shower. Again, very beautiful looking outdoor shower. There's water coming from the trees above, and he's brushing his teeth as well. And he finishes that, and we see him go back to his house. He goes and opens a drawer. He's got this little drawer with some buttons on the side, and that opens it up, kind of a locked drawer, and puts his gun away. And as the drawers open, you also see a bit of a newspaper clipping as well. And you do see that it says life imprisonment for global terrorist, and Blofeld's mugshot on the front of it. So, yeah, if you hadn't have guessed, the Blofeld was locked away after the events of Spectre. And Bond has obviously been keeping track through the newspaper. So with that, he gets into his, I assume it's a Land Rover. I don't know, is it a Jeep?
Some sort of Jeep. Maybe it was, I think, yeah, because what's the difference between a Range Rover and a Land Rover? I don't know, but there's definitely one of those in the film later. So yeah. But I think it's quite an old one, isn't it, right? It's not like a modern car. Yeah. It's quite an old one.
Yeah. So he starts to drive in, I'm just going to say Jeep. He starts driving his Jeep through into the town. I don't know whereabouts this is in Jamaica, but, into the town area. And as he's doing that, you can see that he's being followed by a car. And it's kind of clear that he knows that too, because after the cigar stuff and as he's driving. So he does this sort of sweep around a road and kind of backs onto where he just was, and then drives straight into the car. Well, not straight into, but like stops just where the car was that was following him. And you see that it was Felix. Felix is there in the car, along with this other man next to him, who Bond asks who's the blonde. And he starts to introduce himself, and then it cuts and is like, I never really get those scenes where he starts to say something and then it cuts and he's finishing the sentence.
Yeah, this was a bit of an awkward edit.
Because it's like Logan, and then he cuts, it's like Logan Ash, State Department.
I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why the "Who's the blonde" line doesn't come when they're walking. Like,
I don't know.
It's just a bit of an awkward edit.
But yeah, it does cut, and they're now walking together, and yeah, it's Logan Ash he's introducing himself as, and he works for the State Department. Big fan of Bond, he says, and Felix is there, and he asks Bond for a favour, and Bond replies, "Did you not hear that I've retired?" So once again, we're getting another Bond out of it, but this time for good. It looks like he's now retired from the 00 service, and but Felix is like, "That's precisely why I'm asking you for a favour, that you're not working for Her Majesty's government anymore," and asks, "Is there a quiet place to talk?" And by this point, Bond looks over and he's like, "Yeah, I think I know a place," and they're in a nightclub. So they are all sat down in this very loud, very bustling nightclub. Lots of people dancing, lots of kind of Afro-Caribbean music being played, and they're sat at a table, and they're all there, Bond, Logan, and Felix. Bond and Felix are playing this game. I don't know what it is. It's like where they have to bet what's in their hand or something. Do you know what that is?
I couldn't tell you what it's called. I feel like it rang a bell, though. I do recognize it. They go like 1, 2, 3, and they're guessing how many coins the other has in their hand. I don't know exactly. I recognized it, but I couldn't tell you the name of it. But yeah, it's a very like quick game where they're just like guessing these coins.
So they're doing that as they're having this conversation, where Felix is talking about how he needs Bond to go pick up a package in Cuba. How much he loves Cuba, and the package is that scientist. Oh, I did write down Valdo. Apparently, is his name.
Oh, Valdo.
But you forgot that. But yeah, Obruchev has apparently been spotted in Cuba, and he kind of Logan passes over a picture of him and says like, "You're going to say that you don't know who this is," which Bond says he does. Like, he doesn't know who that is. And apparently, this scientist defected from Russia, I guess, during Bond's time at MI6, and is now been kidnapped. And facial recognition has pinged him as being somewhere in Santiago de Cuba. And Felix needs Bond to go over there and get him. And then Logan Ash says like, then Spectre is mentioned as well, because apparently a contact there in Cuba is saying that there's a gathering starting up with all of the Spectre agents, and is it a coincidence that this scientist has now been spotted there? And upon hearing that, Bond says it's my round and goes to walk off, kind of leaves them there sitting at the table, goes up to the bar, and as he does so, he brushes past this woman. We did see this woman before as well, very, very briefly as they enter the club, but this woman dressed in white, they kind of lock eyes for a bit, and I think she might say hi, and he carries on going to the bar. And at the bar, Felix comes up to him, leaves Ash at the table, and Bond's like, "Who's the Book of Mormon?" And it keeps on cutting over to this shot of Ash just on his own, just like looking down at the two of them, smiling and waving, and we learn that he's a political appointee, apparently. But that Bond says he smiles too much, and yeah, you do see him smiling. It's like cooey down at the other end of the room. But Felix is there talking about how he needs Bond. He's the only one he can trust. Hard to tell the good from the bad. All that sort of talk that we've heard before. But he wants to, he wants to go back and see his family and tell him how he saved the world again. Quite how, it'd be Bond doing that, but anyway. But Bond's having none of it really. He like pays the tab and walks off and just says no really, or bye. And Felix says, "Let me give you my number at least." And he's like, "I got your number," as he walks off. And as he walks off, you just see in one of the crowds as he walks past, Eyeball Guy is there. Eyeball Guy's everywhere. So yeah, they're watching all this unfold. But yeah, it's just before we get on to the next bit, it's nice to see Felix again. It's been a couple films since we've seen Felix, played by Jeffrey Wright, of course. And I don't know, just the connections to Dr. No, they just keep coming here in Jamaica. And it's, we said it before, right? But like just Jeffrey Wright, and he's just so cool. And the way he says his lines and just the chemistry that him and Bond have, it's kind of sad that we never really got them working together fully. It's a shame because I think there's parts of this film that could have been more of that, of them actually working together. But as in like seeing them in their element and how they formed this bond together. But I'm glad that he's here, and where this character eventually goes, it would be a real big shame if they didn't wrap up this bit of it as well.
Yeah, like always, every scene with Bond and Felix has been great of the Craig era, and this is kind of no exception. Just hearing these two people talk, and yeah, as you say, the two actors just bounce off each other really well. They're just really enjoyable. I mean, the whole line of like, I want to be the hero one last time or something, and want to kind of, not one last time, sorry, but like, I want to get back to my family and say I was a hero again, don't you? It's like, oh, that's another, ooh, don't be saying that, Felix. Come on, Al. That wasn't smart, was it?
A cursed line there, yeah.
But I mean, having them play the coins as well, it's all just very nice. And yeah, I agree. If we talked about how there almost feels like there's films missing in the Craig era, and you would assume that if there was a film, it would have been Bond goes to America and teams up with Felix and does more like that, because there is this built-in trust, and they've done enough in the films they've had to sell the trust between the two, and their chemistries like that all works fine. But yeah, you kind of somewhat assume they've done more than what you've just shown. But I have to say, I really like Falco Ash in this scene. It's so awkward. It's so good. He just like Bond and Felix are trying to chat, and he just keeps jumping in. He's like, Spectre, and then he just smiles and stuff. It's so awkward. And yeah, obviously he is supposed to be more that comedic presence, but I don't know. It's kind of, I think it's a bit of fun showing how Bond and Felix are kind of, I think it's a way of showing them being the older people without actually saying you're old. It's like, how in the other ones, Bond's supposed to be a bit part, those ideas of him being a more veteran agent and stuff, but it's mostly people being like, you're old. It's like, oh, but this is kind of like showing it without having to say it so much, but it kind of does highlight how good Bond and Felix are together without really ruining that stuff, because they still get to go to the bar. But yeah, just having somebody else who's just so excitable. I like him. I like the Falco. On paper, I probably would say that's a terrible idea, but I just kind of like this excitable young dude who's all like, oh, I'm a big fan of your Bond. Like, he knows who Bond is and he's kind of just a fan, and it's just awkwardly sitting around. It's, I don't know, it's quite fun.
I agree. I like the character too, although there is absolutely no surprise about where he goes. I mean, just even from the first bit about them saying, "Oh, he's a political appointee." Well, we know where we know what's happened with that in the last film. So it's like they're setting up the character to be this little kind of dweebish fish out of water character at the moment, but you know where it's going to go, or at least I think it was, for me, it was quite obvious anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, you wouldn't have him here if there
Exactly.
wasn't a point to him being here. But you know, that's all fair enough. And yeah, some of the dialogue, it's all pretty standard, but still decent enough. I like the trust between the two. All pretty good. I do want to go back a little bit because we started off this whole Jamaica segment showing Bond in his house, which again is very nice. And it kind of got me thinking, it was kind of like, well, we started off another Bond film this way, Skyfall, but that one was all about how like depressed he was, where it's like he lost his sense of who he was and was kind of doing all this fun stuff, what was miserable, even though it's a very similar setup. So it kind of got me thinking like, well, why is that the case? And I guess I feel like it ties very importantly to the fact that they show a picture of Blofeld in a newspaper thing, and they show this hint of him still investigating it. And to me, that's kind of the thing that kind of ties this together. He's kind of like, in Skyfall, he had no purpose because he didn't know about this stuff and he just wasn't involved. I feel like with No Time to Die, when he leaves, it's like he's had this 5 years and he's still motivated to stop in Spectre. So it's almost like as long as Spectre exists, Bond has a reason to keep going. He just has to kind of stay under the radar and separate from MI6 to do that. They don't really fully go into that idea or that concept, but to me, I feel like that having that newspaper was actually more important than maybe they intended, or maybe they did, because it is showing Blofeld has been arrested, but it is also like, yeah, Bond, that's kind of what he's been doing. He hasn't
keeping tabs.
Yeah, he hasn't lost his purpose. He still wants to track down Spectre, and he's still very much connected to that, so that's kind of become his purpose. Again, they don't really massively highlight it, but I don't think they really need to. But I feel like that's the difference between the beginning of Skyfall and the beginning of this, is that Spectre connection.
Yeah, and also the character's just in a completely like a different place mentally as well, where, well, I don't want to go into it, but like, yeah, we've already talked about how Skyfall and emptiness there, you were just saying, so I think here it's more that he's more content, I suppose, with where he is after 5 years, I guess. And I don't know. There's a lot to go into there. I can't really unpack it all.
Yeah, I felt like they do enough to set that up, because again, on the face of it, it's very, very similar. But to me, it ties in the Spectre stuff. But there is also that thing with Swann that comes back later, so I won't say that too much. But of course, Swann didn't die. But it's almost like with Skyfall, Vesper had already died. He kind of had no one. And then there's kind of nothing going on. So he lost his sense of purpose. But with Spectre, and also the fact that Swann is still out there and clearly is tied to Spectre and stuff, there's like enough there that he would kind of care about and invested in, that he would just kind of... I don't see it as him just fully being retired and enjoying that. It's more just, yeah, he's kind of... It did, I guess, for what he wanted to do, he felt like he couldn't go back to MI6 to just carry on with his missions. Too much has happened and he needs to stop Spectre, so he's doing that in his own way. Again, that's how I interpret it. You might not interpret it that way because it doesn't go into it that much, but to me that clicks enough. And it also helps that they portray this as being a really like amazing looking place. Like, it really is great, his where he lives and the way he's living. Like, it is just straight up. There's no Heineken here, which is a huge improvement. Like, they do portray it in a more positive light.
Tanner's just there on the side of his Heineken going, oh
man.
Come on.
Yeah. So, yeah, Bond has left the bar and left Felix, and he gets into his Jeep, but it won't start. So he gets out to try and fix it, and the woman from before, the one that bumped into him at the club and said hi, is there with like a moped and is all like engine trouble? Do you need a ride? And Bond's just like, yeah, all right. So jumps onto the back of the moped and they drive off. And Bond says, what's your name? And she says, Nobi. And she says, what's yours? And he says, James. Call me James. So he doesn't do the line.
Yeah. But yeah, James. Call me James. All right. Well, I wasn't going to call you John.
Yeah. But James, sure. So Bond's like, what do you do? And she says she's a diver, and there's a little bit more banter here, but yeah, it's more the typical stuff. So they arrive at Bond's place and they step onto it and they turn on the light and he straight away goes to get them a drink and she's all like, oh, this is a nice house. Is that a bedroom? And walks into it and Bond joins her and she then looks at the bed and turns around and then she takes off the wig that she was apparently wearing to reveal a lot shorter hair, and Bond says, that's not the first thing I thought you'd take off. And before she had kind of a Jamaican accent, I suppose, but her accent then suddenly changes to like a very British one and calls him Mr. Bond. So I think that's why he says, call me James, because if he said I'm James Bond, this little reveal here of knowing who he is wouldn't hit as much.
Yeah.
Like, so I guess it is a double whammy thing where it's like, okay, well, he's not in the force anymore, or he's not in the service anymore, so he doesn't do the James Bond, call me Bond line. But I think it's also so she can then say Mr. Bond, so she can kind of reveal, I know who you are. And she then starts saying, I'm here as a professional courtesy. And Bond's like, well, you broke my car, and also it's Commander Bond, but you should know that. And then he's like, are you a double O? And I think she says, yeah, for 2 years. And then she starts saying, the world has moved on since you've retired. But Bond says, in his experience, the world doesn't change all that much. And she was like, well, you would say that. You're in like this little heaven, this little bubble you've created for yourself. And she's saying how you only have time to kill and nothing to live for. But then she starts saying how Obruchev is off limits. And if you get in my way, I'll put a bullet in your knee. So Bond says, well, I think you need to ask yourself some more questions. Why would the MI6 and CIA be chasing the same person but not talking to each other? And that's not good. So Bond then says, tell him hello, but I don't work for him anymore. So she like throws her phone at him and says, tell him yourself. And she stops to leave or goes to leave and then stops and says, by the way, I'm 007. And she's all like, you probably thought they would retire it. And he says, it's just a number. She's just like, yeah, see you in Cuba. So yeah, so this is our introduction to Nobi, who is, the new 007. Because Bond left, a new person has been assigned it. And I like a lot of these ideas. I like how Nobi initially just like didn't properly introduce herself and was just kind of got to Bond's place by putting on an accent and stuff and then revealed herself and some of the back and forth. But yeah, I don't like some of this dialogue, that's for sure. This whole like 007 thing and the cockiness that comes from her from that feel like it's a bit too much. I don't think that was very smart. It's like if you're going to introduce a character who's going to be taking the 007 number, first of all, I like that idea, that's good, but don't make them be really cocky and smarmy about it. That's not a good way to go. That's not a good way to introduce a character and make them somewhat likable. I will say by the end of the film, I quite like this character. I think Nobi's actually pretty good, a pretty solid part of the film, but yeah, initially in these first few scenes, I'm just a little bit put off because she's all like, yeah, I'm 007. You probably thought they'd retire it. And I was just like, oh, shut up. Just go away.
I think that was the point, though, right? Like, she's meant to be quite unlikable here. And for a significant portion of the film, she's meant to be quite almost childish with the way that she's taken Bond being back and like back in the scene and stepping on her toes, stealing her thunder sort of stuff. So I don't mind that. I think, the whole fitting in the 007, I quite like that there is, the MI6 goes on without Bond, and it is just a code name. There is none of these weird theories and all that malarkey about Bond and code name stuff. 007 is a code name, and he left, so there's a new one. just like they do with 009 and the clown and all that sort of stuff.
They replace the clown. They get a new clown when 009 dies.
Yes, always, always. The bits of the dialogue I didn't really like about this scene, because I like most of it, but for me it wasn't the 007 stuff. It was just and it was very quick, to be fair, so I can't complain too much. But just the whole thing about the world's moved on, and more of that stuff about Bond's past it, and it's like, we know, please stop bashing us over the head with the idea that Bond is now out of the game and the world's moved on and he's an old wreck, was like one of the jokes they made earlier. Like, yes, we know. So I'm glad it was only like 1 or 2 lines on that, and they moved on and didn't leave it in as much as Skyfall or whatever, because they've done it in Skyfall now, so it's fine.
Yeah, like this is not the thematic part of the film. Like, it's putting it out there, which I think that's fine. I think you can have this stuff in here. Like, yeah, but yeah, luckily you don't get a ton of it. But I think you kind of somewhat needed that in there just to set this up as the final film in the Craig era, that he needs to be a little bit more of a vet. But luckily, yeah, they don't go too crazy with it. I kind of like it from the standpoint of, because I really like the line of Bond when she's like, the world's moved on since you retired. I really like Bond being like, in my experience, the world doesn't change that much. I think that's really cool. Like this kind of idea that, yeah, maybe technology wise or whatever, but in Bond's world, it's good guys and bad guys, and you shoot the bad guys, and there's explosions and like I kind of like take it as that, where it's like, sure, maybe all this superficial stuff has changed, but ultimately in terms of what this world is, it's still kind of the same. It's still stopping the bad guys. So I kind of like that idea, and I think it sets that idea up of, yes, Bond, when Bond does come back, spoiler, that he is still able to fit in. They don't show him as being this massive fish out of water and disconnected with it all. And I think it ties into that line, which is like, ultimately, Bond being a skilled assassin is still incredibly useful. Like, and being involved and his ability to read people, like, he is still valuable, and they don't treat it as he's not valuable at this point. Or at least she starts saying that, but we get a response to that kind of counters it. So this stuff kind of sits in quite nicely. So I quite like that line. And I think overall this concept as a setup is really cool. I like it a lot. I like Felix coming to Bond and saying, we have a job for you, but I can only do it because you're out of the service. Like, yes, like, Bond has left. Let's take advantage of that from a story's perspective. That's really cool that we get to see Bond working as an agent, but not an MI6 agent. And then having Felix involved, but also having Nomi, the new 007, involved, all after the same person. That's awesome. Like, that's really, really cool. So I think the story setup is really good, and it's quite exciting to see this and how this is all going to come together. It's just, yeah, some of this dialogue is a little bit off, but as you say, it's a very quick scene, so it's not really that big of a deal.
There is one more thing I want to moan about as well.
Oh, go, yeah, we got time.
Good, we got plenty of time. And this, I'm going to mention about this more later on, but the seeds were starting to be sowed here. The way that Craig delivers some of the lines, strange. And there's one line in here that just did not sound like him at all as Bond, and it just kind of surprised me, was when he's like, MI6 and CIA are not communicating with each other. That's not good. It's like, it's such a small thing here, but once I locked onto it, I started to see it more and more throughout the whole film. There are a lot of parts of this film to me where Craig does not sound like Craig, and this is just the beginning.
I guess so. Now that you mention it, I think I know what you mean. There definitely is a lot more of a casual nature to some of his delivery.
I've got a theory which I'm going to talk about later.
Okay. Well, that's not.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So we then cut to M and Tanner entering Q Lab. Although I'm assuming it's the same place as before, but it's very small this time. Like, it's more like one room that's just like filled with trays of gadgets. Well, not gadgets, but, techno stuff, servers, wires, hard drives. And M asks, any updates, Q? And Q saying that several files have been wiped on the hard drive, but is trying to retrieve them. And so he's trying to use the hard drive. So they've recovered a hard drive, which was Obruchev's, and that Q is trying to retrieve any files. It's locked or something like that. But Q says, if I knew more about the files I was looking for, but M cuts him off and says, that's all, that's good. And M says he has a call from 007. So he looks at his phone and he walks away and he answers, and it's Bond. And Bond says hello and says, I met your new 007. She's a very disarming young woman. And Bond says, the scientist was on your payroll. Obruchev was on your payroll, wasn't he? But M says, stay out of it, has nothing to do with you. But Bond says, it does, because it's Spectre. And says, Mallory, what have you done? And M just hangs up. So M, I think, talks to Tanner and says, CIA have an advantage. Get me Blofeld. And we see footage, or Q brings up like footage of Blofeld. So when he says, get me Blofeld, they're all like, well, only one person can see him. You can't go see him. But it's like, just show me the security footage of Blofeld in his cell. So they see him in his small cell, and he's just like mumbling to himself, doing hand gestures, rocking backwards and forwards. And I think Tanner says like, oh, he's like that every day. He's gone mad. But we see him still doing just saying a lot of things. I think if you take the time to listen, you can hear what he's saying, but it's nothing super significant. He's just mumbling a lot of stuff while moving.
Mad as a bag of bees, Tanner says, which is a phrase I've never heard of. Yeah.
That would be pretty mad.
At first I heard it as mad as a bag of peas, and I was like, peas?
In a bag?
Are they mad?
Crazy.
But then I looked it up, and it's mad as a bag of bees, and I guess bees will be quite mad if you put them in a bag.
Yeah.
Also, one thing about the scene, which I thought was quite strange, is as Bond is on the phone to M goes into that kind of wind tunnel section where the car is. And I really thought that was setting up to be like the car used later on, because it's this really fancy looking, I think it's another Aston, kind of like, almost looks like a supercar sort of thing, like a Formula One or something weird, the shape of it. But no, that never comes back. I guess it's just scene setting for all the stuff in Q's bunker, but it is strange that they would put a car so clearly in frame and then it just never comes back.
I thought that was the car Nobi uses.
Oh, what? In Norway?
Yeah.
Is it?
I want to say so, yeah.
I don't know if it is. Research needed.
I thought that's what that was. Like, again, there's a big chunk of time until we get to that point. But I'm assuming, because she goes off, she's in Norway, I'm assuming that was that car. I thought that was a very sleek looking Aston.
Maybe it was them. I don't know. I guess I would have also expected gadgets and stuff, but maybe not.
I don't think they had time.
No.
There was no time.
No time.
So then we cut to Bond looking out of the water. I think he's still at home at this point, and he kind of is thinking about something, and he then sighs to himself a bit and calls Felix and says, I'm in. And Felix laughs and saying, yeah, great, and there's a young lady that I want you to meet. So we cut to Bond on a boat approaching an island, Cuba, if you will. And we see a plane go over the top of him, and Bond then gets to the dock and has his passport checked, and the guy says Cuba as well, and we see Nobi down the dock on a plane, and she gets off and just waves at Bond, which I like that moment. Again, I still like this character, I just don't like some of this, but that's quite funny, her walking off just waving at Bond. Because I like it at the end of the last scene where she's like, I'll see you in Cuba, being like, well, I know you're going to go there, I'm just here to say don't, but I know that's going to happen. I think that's a fun idea.
Yeah.
So we cut to the middle of like a city, maybe it's a town, but at night, very alive city, and Bond is walking through. We see music being played, and we see a woman in a very fancy, posh looking dress having a Coke quite nervously at the bar. And Bond says her name. I don't remember how to pronounce it. It's like Palomar? Is that too many? Pal? What? I don't know what it is.
I just went with Paloma.
Paloma, that's the one. That's what it's going to be. They don't say it enough. I don't like it. I don't like having names I don't recognize because I get so tripped up. Paloma. Yes, so she turns around and says, you're late. And is quite energetic and excitable. And she just starts running off and pulls Bond along. And Bond says, oh, yeah, something about Paris and a hat. And she's all like, oh, yes, that's fine. I forget these things when I get nervous. This is the biggest job I've ever had. And just kind of laughs a bit. And yeah, so Bond is trying to give her the code. Is that the same code as Dr. No by any chance? I don't remember.
Oh, I don't remember either.
But that would make sense to me that the original... I kind of want to look it up. But I didn't realize this was Jamaica. I would have looked up more of this stuff, but it makes sense to me as a fun reference that he would be talking about Paris in a hat, and that would be the same code that Bond would have used in that film. Although, actually, no, he didn't use a code, did he? That's why in From Russia with Love, he did use a code, because he then got taken by that guy.
Oh, right, yeah, and then, let him have a cigarette.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, because, we did talk about that in From Russia with Love, how he learned his lesson.
Yeah, but it makes sense that this would be referring a previous code. Like, that seems like an easy one, but maybe not. So she pulls Bond away by the arm. They go downstairs into a wine cellar. And we see her, like, unlock a gate to get in, and Bond's like, is this your room? She's like, it's a wine cellar. It's okay. So then she starts, like, undoing his shirt, like, just unbuttoning it, and Bond's like, shouldn't we get to know each other first before we... And she's just like, no. Like, and no, nothing like that. And just very awkwardly, like, shows a suit. She's just, like, holding a suit for Bond. So she just holds it up, and then she's like, well, you do it. And she just stares at him, and Bond's just like, do you mind? So she turns around, and Bond starts getting dressed, and Bond kind of sarcastically says to himself, this is going to go brilliantly. And she just, again, very excitedly turns around and says, I know, I've done 3 weeks of training. And it's just like beaming, really happy.
Oh, yeah.
So then we cut to them walking outside, and Bond is now in a full tux, the full classic tux that we've grown to love. And it now makes a bit more sense why she's in that dress as well. So they're kind of walking down the street, and they get to like a building and go inside, and it's looking a little bit more fancy than what we've just seen. And Bond says, let's go get a drink. So they go over to the bar. Bond orders 2 vodka martinis, shaken, not stirred. And she gets a lipstick out, and there's like 2 earpieces in it. So she pops those out, and she puts one in Bond's ear and puts one in here, and she's like, so I can hear you. And then the 2 drinks arrive, and Bond's like, what should we drink to then? And she's like, Felix. So they toast, and Bond has a sip, and she just necks it. She just downs the entire drink. So this is our introduction to... Oh, I've already forgotten her name. Can I just call her Pam? Is that easy enough? Pam. Paloma. Is it Paloma?
Paloma, yeah.
Yeah. So this is an introduction to her, and talking about this film now, it makes me realize just how many comedic characters they kind of are.
Yeah,
and it didn't even click until just this second. Because to be honest, I think they're integrated like decently enough. But yeah, like every single kind of set piece almost has to have a comedic character saying jokes. But I quite like Falco. I'm mid on the scientist guy, but I quite like her. It's quite fun.
Wait,
again,
who's Falco?
Falco Ash.
Oh, his name's Logan.
I thought it was Falco.
No, I think it's Logan Ash.
Why did I write Falco then?
I don't know.
Is Falco Ash a real person?
Maybe.
Why did I write Falco? Weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
That should have clicked because they say his name quite a bit. Genuinely wrote his name down as Falco every single time. So that's going to come back.
That's a cool name too.
Why did I think Falco? Anyway, Logan. I probably said Falco before though, in his initial scene. So
I must have missed that. See, I'm just as bad.
Strange. All right, Logan then. But yeah, I didn't realize how many they injected into this. But yeah, she's quite fun. I don't know. Like, yeah, she's not in the film a ton, but it's just kind of, again, I guess it's kind of pointing out the whole Bond's a bit more of a vet at this point, and here's someone a bit more young and excitable. It's like doing that stuff without explicitly having to say, you're old Bond, I'm young. So it's kind of more into that sort of theme. But again, they do it in a way that's a bit more fun. And it's not just Bond being old. It's just teaming up with someone who's a bit younger. And Bond isn't like, oh, look at you, you've got spots, like he did with Q. Look at your complexion. It's none of that stuff. It's just kind of a bit of a fun, bit of humour.
Yeah, and in the process, making Bond look more professional. I mean, we haven't seen what she does yet, so by this point, you could think, oh, she's going to be hapless. She's going to be like Mary Goodnight. You know, she's going to mess up or something like that. which is not how it turns out. But at this point, it looks like Bond is, carrying her, and she's going to get into trouble or something because she's so kind of naive and fresh faced and like puppy dog eyes sort of thing. So yeah, it kind of works both ways in that yes, he is older around all these young people, but then that also shows that he, the experience that he has and everything.
Yeah, like I'm glad with how it goes with this character. This stuff is always very tricky because I don't want someone who's just obviously so terrible and I on paper I don't love these like gotcha moments, but I think she brings enough energy to it and it's like good enough. Like she's not useless, right? I guess that's the important thing. Like
Yeah.
Sure, she messes up the code, but so does Bond, right? They both mess up the code. Like Bond doesn't know the code. So like she is still like here and she is still like doing the job. She's just excited about it. Like it's not her putting her butt against buttons and messing everything up, and it's not that. It's just she's here and she's excitable, and that's totally fine and that's fun. But if she was actually legitimately like crap, then I'll be like, oh. But because she's just more excitable and actually does seem quite capable, just a bit nervous, that's that's endearing. That's nice.
Oh yeah, like annoyingly charming as character. Like Ana de Armas, who plays her, it's so good. I think she's like, such a likable presence on the screen, even from this starting bit where you're sort of seeing a bit of like the nervous element and all that sort of thing. So yeah, it's all good. So after that, they had a drink at the bar. She's necked a drink. She says, "Vamos, time to go." We cut to Obruchev, and he's in a room with Eyeball Guy. And
yeah.
Do you know the character's actual name? I'm not going to say it, but I am curious. You don't?
No, I don't know.
Fine. All right. They're in a room together at a desk, and Obruchev he's got his kind of briefcase out with some tech in it, and he's also got this little machine where he's taking a DNA sample from a toothbrush. And I don't think they actually say yet. I think they just say, is this going to work? Or maybe they just say he, but this is actually Bond's toothbrush.
Yeah, like we kind of missed it a bit, but yeah, there was a scene of him using this toothbrush. Yeah. So it's not completely out of nowhere. And it's like a bamboo one, so it looks quite distinct as well. So to me, straight away, I was like, well, this second viewing anyway, I was like, oh, that's Bond's toothbrush.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we have technically seen it before.
So he's getting DNA sample from that, and he puts it into a little machine, and you see a little interface saying that it's all done, and DNA scraped from it, and that had a thumb drive plugged into it. So he takes that out, and as he's about to take it out and put it into his big briefcase computer, he drops it, or he kind of pretends to drop it anyway. He's like, "Oops, silly me," and drops the thumb drive onto the floor. Slippery gloves, he says. So as it's on the floor, he covers it with his foot and takes another one, an identical drive, out of his sock and uses that one instead. So he switched these thumb drives, whatever was on that one, whatever the Bond DNA, that's now been switched. And he puts it into the briefcase laptop thing, and you see on the screen it's kind of loading all these target profiles, it says, and then it finally says it's been weaponized. And from that, he takes out the vial, the same sort of vials that we saw earlier on in the lab, and hands it over to Eyeball Guy, who takes it and goes and puts it in, goes out and goes to a separate section and puts it in the ventilation system for this building, plugs it into the gas system anyway. And once that has been done, we cut back to Bond and Paloma. They now enter the building properly. There's this party going on, very busy, lots of dancers, lots of music, and they're looking around and they realize like this is Spectre's party. This is that gathering that Felix and Logan mentioned about. And so they're walking through, looking at all these. It's a very different sort of Spectre meeting than the last time we saw this. They're all dancing, kissing, and having a great time. At one point, Bond looks up and spots Cyclops, as he dubs him. Oh, maybe I should have stuck with Cyclops. Eyeball Guy, and he had an eye-opening experience with him in Italy, because obviously by this point he's talking to Paloma through the earpieces. So Paloma spots that they're wearing earpieces, or maybe Bond does, one of them does, and so Paloma changes the frequency on their earbuds to try and listen in to whatever these other Spectre agents are listening to, and eventually the voice comes through, and it's Blofeld. You hear it's Blofeld talking about his mumbling and rambling as he was before, but you do hear spots of it, and talking about like his crowning day, is what he mentions. At that point, Paloma spots Obruchev has come from that room. He's now up, coming down the stairs, and focuses on him, like tracks him, keeps an eye on him, whilst Bond goes and finds out more about what's going on with this stuff. And as he kind of reaches this middle part of the room, the building, big crowd of people, you can see there's this old man with a pillow, very ornate looking pillow, and on top of the pillow is a little eyeball, much like the eyeball we saw pop out of Eyeball Guy's head. And this old man is like moving the pillow around. We saw him a couple times before as well, like crouching down and showing this eyeball to people. And eventually he points this eyeball straight to Bond, who's in the middle. And he kind of realizes by the end that, like, yeah, everyone else has sort of moved out of the way, and it's now just him right in the middle of the room. And you hear Blofeld talking, and eventually he starts to say about the ending of A Pariah and his brother, James Bond. And the music stopped. There's a big spotlight on him as he says this, on Bond. And he says, "Goodbye, James." And there's actually, I think there's a drum roll. I wrote down drum roll as something is about to happen. It's all gone quiet. Eyeball Guy triggers the gas from the ceiling, from that ventilation system. And all this gas starts to descend upon the crowd. And as this is happening, Blofeld is saying, it's all crawling under your skin. Don't worry, the rest of you will be fine. And as he says that, people around Bond start to die, or they, you start to see them get affected by this gas that's around them, and like weird bubbling starts to form on their face, and they start choking blood, and people dropping dead all around. And not Bond. Bond is just fine in the middle. He's kind of looking and taking around everything that's going on around him. And if you hadn't have realised that it was all the Spectre agents that are dying, Obruchev is in the background. Very helpfully, he says, "It is working. Only the Spectre agents are dying." So, thanks, Obruchev. He's gonna be there. Like, if it wasn't him, it'd be Tanner. He'd come in, just around the corner. But yeah, they're all dying, and at this point, Paloma spots Obruchev, and they kind of, I think he says something like, "Oh, are you with me?" or like, "Are you working with me?" or something along those lines, and kind of quickly realizes no. So he goes to run off, and Bond grabs a drinks tray and takes the drink off of it and frisbees it to whack Obruchev in the back just to knock him down. And then he also necks the drink afterwards, which was nice. And he's trying to swallow the thumb drive, Obruchev, on the floor, but before he does, he gets whacked from behind, and it spits out of his mouth, and Bond picks it up. So he's now got that drive and whatever was on it. And at this point, everyone is fleeing the party. Everyone's screaming, and Paloma starts to shoot some of the guards that are coming around, like the Spectre guards that are coming around to try and shoot them. And they're kind of in the middle of just near the doorway at this point, the entrance. And above them is this big glass ceiling. That's right where Obruchev is standing. And at that point, Nomi smashes through the glass ceiling. She rappels down and grabs Obruchev, and can't remember what she says. Do you know what she says?
"May I drop in?"
Is that actually what she says?
Yeah.
Okay. She says that and then grabs him and whisks him back up as well. So she's been watching the whole time, clearly, and got found the moment to grab him. And then you kind of get a little bit of three different viewpoints from this point on now, because we now know that Nomi is here and she's kidnapped Obruchev. Paloma is there. She's taken out some more of the men. Bond goes after Nomi and Obruchev, and spots them running along the rooftop from below. So you see Nomi try to grapple, or she does grapple across to the building on the other side of the street to escape, but Bond shoots out one of the hooks in the wall, which causes the whole thing to collapse. And instead of going over to the other roof, they smash down into one of the balconies instead. I think at this point, Bond says about, oh, it's getting hairy or something, or they need a car anyway. Nomi is not Nomi. I don't know why I wrote Nomi there. Paloma is still taking on guards, but I think she gets out of bullets at one point. So instead, she starts just to whack them with the gun and takes them all out hand to hand instead, kicking them and everything. And it's the music switches here as well to something a bit more Cuban as she's doing this in the big red dress. Very stylish, very cool as she does all that. Bond is tackling guys at the top still, and eventually they fall down, kind of similar to Quantum of Solace, like they fall down the shot onto the bar, and yeah, that's them taken care of. Bond stands up, brushes himself off. Nomi on the other side is getting shot by other guards with Obruchev, so everyone's having a bit of an issue here. Getting up from the bar, Bond quickly pours a drink for him and Paloma, and they quickly salute to each other, but that they still need the car. So outside, or Bond skids over the bar and grabs a gun and very confidently starts to shoot everyone outside, all the guards that are shooting Nomi as well. Paloma finds a car, kicks her body out from it, because I think she shot them before. And whilst in the car, she also spots a Cuban cigar as well. Obruchev, who's with Nomi, is trying to. I think he says like, "Where are you taking me?" And she goes, "Back to mother, darling," or something like that. And he's like, "No, I'm not going back there." That he starts to make an escape himself, scientist, and he ends up on sort of like wooden scaffolding, I guess, with this in between the buildings. And at that point, Paloma sees that and just drives with the car straight into all of this scaffolding at the bottom to knock him down to street level. So now he's next to her in the car. Oh yeah, that's when she finds the cigar. And Bond has caught up to him. So the three of them now are trying to escape from all of the gunfire. I think by this point the police have arrived as well. So they hide behind some columns, and eventually Paloma opens a door to escape through there. Nomi is getting arrested by police, although she puts her hands up, but eventually at the last second shoots out a power line, which kind of chain reactions and gives her a chance to escape as well. And just to wrap up the scene, Bond is there with Paloma and Obruchev, and Bond says to her, "You were excellent." And she says, "So were you." And because that's her time to leave now. And so they say ciao, and Bond heads down an alleyway with Obruchev, and that's kind of that scene over. It's kind of hard to describe that one because there's a lot going on towards the end there, but that like wraps up this whole section in Cuba, and I really love this whole bit of the film. I think from the beginning bit, seeing Paloma, like that you talked about, Tom, up until this end bit, this is like pure Bond. This is everything you kind of want to see in a Bond film. I think it was funny, it had good action, it was charming, it was cool, stylish, the music was good. This is probably still my favorite part of the film, actually.
Yeah. It's definitely really good. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to split it in two ways in my head. So I guess focusing still on the action thing, yeah, that is a ton of fun. And I think I mentioned before about how the story setup of this, of having all these people in the same location trying to grab the same person, was a good setup. And yeah, it mostly pays off, and it is fun to see. It's fun to see Bond and Paloma just doing their thing, and yeah, it's another Spectre party, but yeah, and it all kind of kicks off and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's nice to see, because I guess the general idea with there now being two 007s in a way is that you get to see them both do their thing in one location, and they kind of make the most of that for the most part. We also get Paloma doing her thing as well, which is quite nice. It means you kind of get some different sort of action and a different way of fighting. So you almost get like three styles of shooting people here. You get Bond's way, you get Nobi's way, and you get Paloma's way. And seeing those all kind of contrast and bounce off each other while they're just wiping out a load of Spectre agents, like, yeah, that's a ton of fun. And they do kind of treat it as such. It's not super serious. It's just cool when it wants to be cool, and it's silly when it wants to be silly, and it kind of jumps between the two quite well with some nice little moments. Like the drink moment is really cool. Bond and Paloma just meeting up for a quick drink while they talk about what they're going to do next, and then just splitting up, and you get a very confident Bond just walking into the street with a gun and just like getting back into the fray. And yeah, also the moment that always stands out to me is Paloma spinning on the floor shooting because she knocks out the people, then gets a gun, spins on the floor and manages to shoot 3 of them. It's quite similar to what Bond does in Skyfall when he's on the island with Silver, and then when he kind of manages to turn the tide. It's quite like that, but yeah, visually it's quite distinct because she's in this dress, and it kind of, as she spins as well, it's a little bit more different. So yeah, that stuff's all quite fun. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite part of the film. I think there's stuff that I find a little bit more interesting, some action that I think stands out a little bit more, but definitely one that like ticks all the Bond boxes. And it's kind of like what Sam Mendes does in a way, where you kind of, at the beginning, if you want your more classic Bond stuff, you make sure you put that in the first half, just so kind of it settles in. Yes, they've done a ton of stuff to separate this film from other Bond films to make it feel differently, but still, you got to get something in there that feels a bit more classic. You got to get that in, so it makes sense you would have this quite early on.
Yeah, and I think it works in its succinctness as well, where I know a lot of people, when they saw this, a lot of the discussion was about how much they liked this Paloma character, and Ana de Armas played her very well and very fun, and as I said, very charmingly, and totally agree. And they were saying, oh, it's a shame that she wasn't in the film for longer. But actually, and I remember thinking this, even seeing it fresh in the cinema, I think that's actually why it works, is that she just comes in, has this fun scene with Bond, and it moves on. And I think I'd rather have too little and enjoy it rather than a character being, outstaying their welcome. So that's, for me, that's why this scene kind of works as just a little, talking about bubbles, Bond being in a bubble. This is a nice little bubble of a scene where I could watch this and just enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't know why people have to, like, that feedback keeps coming back, but to me it never makes sense. Like, some characters in a Bond film are just there for one part of the film. That's fine. There's so many characters in the film. Why do you want more? So I guess if you're like, oh, I would quite like to see her more, I can understand that. But no, like, the Bond films need characters that are just more for one bit, and she kind of...
fluid.
Yeah, like, she just nails it for the bit that she's in. I don't quite understand the whole thing about her saying about 3 weeks training, and then Bond's like, well, that's not true, and then that's kind of that. But I don't know, I guess it's part of the humorous part of her character that's clearly not true, and she does all this amazing stuff, and it's surprising, I suppose. But I guess it's fine, but that's not the stuff I find all that interesting. I don't quite get why they had that happen.
I'm not too sure either, to be honest with you. What was the other thing I was going to mention? Oh, right, yeah, the and it's been quite obvious in a lot of these podcast episodes that I can handle quite a lot of cheese when it comes to Bond. There is a line. I do have a line, but I do quite like some cheesier elements. And I think just the imagery of the eyeball on the pillow held by like a butler is just so absurd.
Yeah.
But like the idea is that Blofeld is there, but he's not. And I think it works. It works in it just being so kind of silly. I'm really pleased that the film has these elements of silliness, because otherwise it would, where we eventually lead to, I think it would be too bleak for me. But you're right. It does have a lot of comedic bits in it, and I think that in itself is just quite a stupid, that's almost a bit of a throwback to just like sillier villain things in old films. So I was all for that.
Yeah, like going back to the Spectre stuff, because you had everything that happened at the party before it then kicked off, and when I first watched it, I was a little bit disappointed by all that stuff, or just kind of confused, because you don't 100% know what's happening, but it is kind of just setting up like, oh yeah, then everyone in Spectre died. And it just gave me this feeling of they're really trying to like speed past the stuff that the last film with Spectre had, so they can get to their stuff, where it's like, Swann broke up, here's Spectre, they're all dead now, let's go. But now that I know where this film goes, and I kind of understand what's happening in this scene, I can just really enjoy it. I think that stuff's really great. I love how over the top this kind of is, and I love Bond going through the party, and you got people in suits kind of looking at him as he goes, and yeah, there's an understanding that he knows who Spectre are and they know who he is, but they're all just having a party anyway. That creates a really cool feeling that I enjoy, and yeah, just the silliness of the eyeball, and when Bond's in the middle of the room with a light shining on him, it's so silly. Like,
Yeah.
like Bond's not really surprised by it. I don't feel like it's just kind of, yeah, it's very kind of Spectre and silly. And I love that moment where, again, with the gas comes down from the ceiling and Bond looks up and see the Spectre logo. I'm just like, that's brilliant. Like,
Who painted that?
yeah, like I love that they just, whenever they initiate their plan, like with the Vesper Grave, they just get their logo in there. They just can't help themselves. I really enjoy that stuff. So yeah, initially when I saw the scene, I didn't really like that all that much. But it's because I didn't know what was happening. And I don't think you're supposed to fully know what has happened here. But now that I've seen it before and I understand it, I can just enjoy the silliness of this Spectre party and Blofeld being like, I will have my revenge, James Bond, goodbye. And then it all goes wrong. It's just, I can just enjoy that stuff now. I think it's a much stronger and a second viewing, this scene.
Yeah.
So Bond and Obruchev, they've now separated. They're now going to get away and they get to the dock. And they get to Nobi's plane. I can't remember if you said this, Joe, but I think Bond does say to Nobi, like, I'm going to take your plane, like, as they leave.
Oh, yes, I think he does, doesn't he?
It's a very quick, like, cocky line from him. So he's like, I'm going to take your plane. I need it. So they go, and they get onto the plane, and I think Obruchev makes some, like, oh, no plane, or whatever it is.
That's a great accent.
Yeah, thank you.
It's as good as his.
Yeah, I was curious because you said earlier about the terrible Russian accent. So I was like, yeah, he probably isn't Russian. Let me have a quick look, see where he's from. And he's from Sweden. It's a Swedish accent.
Oh, I assumed he was British. I don't know why. That's it. Okay. I actually never bothered to look him up. That's how much I didn't care about him.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look Swedish, no offense. But, like, you know, obviously there's that classic Swedish look, but this is not that guy. This is like a small, bald, mustache man who's apparently Russian.
Can I also ask, before you carry on as well, just to double check after the Falco situation, what do you think her name is?
No. I don't have to answer these questions. How dare you? I don't have to answer all these questions.
We are now in a trial.
I don't know. I don't need this.
I'm sorry.
Who are you talking about? Not Nobi, right?
Yeah.
Nobi, yeah.
No, I think it's Nomi.
Nomi. Oh, it's Nomi. I can say that for sure.
That's right.
But you say Nomi.
Wait, are you saying no B?
No, Nomi. Nomi.
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, no, that is
Nomi.
right. So, do you know what? It's my fault. I heard it wrong. You're completely right.
Nomi. Check the footage. Check the tape.
Let's go back. No, sorry. I'll shut up now. You carry on.
No, me. No, anyway.
No, me.
No, me. Like that Austin Powers joke.
I need to get my hearing checked, maybe. I think that's probably it.
Yeah. I know a good doctor who can help you out.
Okay, great.
So, yeah, so the scientist says, like, you saved my life, but where are you taking me? And yeah, so they're now flying off over the ocean. And Bond says, I'm taking you somewhere safe. So we see like a small little boat. Not a tiny boat, to be fair, but like a small vessel. So it's not like a one-person boat, but it's not very big either. It looks a bit old. So they fly over the ocean. It's also still the dead of light. So the plane lands on the water because it's one of those seaplanes that can do that. So they then climb up the ladder onto the boat and, yeah, very dark. But we get some very cool lighting here where there's just like one red light lighting up this boat in the middle of the ocean. It's really cool.
Yeah.
So Felix and Logan approach.
Hey.
Hey, and it does say Falco in my notes, so do bear with. So I think Felix is like, hey, at least make it look hard, like joking around or happy. But Bond says, well, it was a trap. And Bond says, with that trap, Spectre are all dead. And Bond, I think, because the scientist guy, Obruchev, had a briefcase with him, and Bond opens that up and says, like, explain it to me. Like, explain to me what this is, because I think it's little, like, vials, what we saw before in the lab. And he doesn't really give a proper answer. He just says, it's perfect. It's the perfect assassin. And Logan kind of steps in saying, whoa, you're out of line, Bond. No questions. You're not allowed to do this. But Felix is like backing him up. And Bond is getting quite like angry about this because he doesn't know what's happened. So he started shouting. So he's like, why didn't it kill me? But it killed Spectre. And Logan is trying to stop it still. So it just shouts at him to be quiet. So he's getting quite heated throughout all this because Logan's trying to stop it, but Felix is trying to stop Logan while Bond is trying to get answers out of Obruchev. So Obruchev explains that he changed the DNA and he was told to do this. Somebody decided to make the DNA different. And Bond says, who decided? Is M behind this? And again, Logan tries to stop it. This is happening the whole time. But Obruchev says, well, M helped and played a part, but he doesn't have the vision for this. And then Bond's saying, like, well, how did Blofeld know I was going to be there? And this point it goes a bit silent, and Obruchev then quickly looks at Logan, like he was looking at Bond, a quick little eye there, and this triggers Logan to pull out a gun, and he shoots Felix in the gut.
No.
So Bond goes over to Logan and grabs him and starts fighting and knocks the gun down, and they start punching each other, and there's like a bit of kicking for a second, and they then kind of separate a little bit. There's not a very big space here, but like I think Bond manages to kick Logan. He goes backwards, and then they stop, and then Obruchev just kicks the gun over to Logan. And he gives us the big classic grin that Logan always has, and then goes for it. But Bond is able to knock him down for a bit, but it doesn't help because Logan's still able to get the gun. He fires at Bond, but Bond runs away, and he kind of goes downstairs into what I think is called the hull, like the underneath bit of this ship. And Falco shuts the door and locks it, and then goes and greets Obruchev. So Logan was a traitor.
What? No. Say it
know.
ain't so.
Goodness, I didn't know.
His crazy eyes gave nothing away.
No, but yeah, so we go downstairs and Felix did fall down there. I didn't see when that happened. I completely missed that detail. But yeah, I guess Felix made his way downstairs and is bleeding quite a lot. And Felix says, I'm not sure about you, but I don't think Ash is on our side. Yeah, he delivers that a lot more American and sarky than I can.
I love the way that he, just on the like some of his lines, just the way he says when Bond walks in, he's like, thanks Felix, you led me into a trap. And obviously Felix is smoking a cigar and he's just finished and he flicks it away and he goes, what trap? Like he says it so, it's like Mr. T, I swear he sounds like when he says that. What trap? Yeah, everything Felix says is just so cool, even when he's dying.
Definitely. So Bond is looking at him and saying, that's a lot of blood. And we see upstairs, Logan is setting up some bombs to blow up the ship. So we then go back down and Felix is saying, this might be my last mission. And Bond says, well, I have a cigar for you to smoke and you're going to smoke it. It's something that he was given before. So he kind of had it on him and the plan was to give it to Felix as a gift. And Bond mentions it here. So Bond leaves Felix for a little bit and says, I'm going to go and find a way out. And then he starts saying, we really need to start meeting. But he gets cut off because the bomb that Logan set up goes off. And we see that Logan and Obruchev are in the plane and they're just flying away. And Logan driving the plane just says, such a shame. I really was a big fan of his. So Bond gets up after the explosion and we see a lot of water rushing in. Like it's already very flooded downstairs where they are. And he shouts for Felix and he pulls him out of the water. And Felix is like, this doesn't look good. So Bond says, come on, Felix, we've been in worse than this. And Bond is like pulling him along, trying to like swim through all the water, trying to get out. And we get an external shot of the boat in the middle of the ocean, very submerged at this point. And there's just like fire on top of the water as well. So we go back to Bond and Felix. Felix says, just let me go. And Felix kind of like stops Bond and grabs him for a bit. And he's like, you got this. And Bond says, yeah. And I think he says like, make it worth it. And Felix says, James, it's a good life, isn't it? Of which Bond replies, the best. And Felix dies. He just stops breathing, stops moving, and he gets taken away by the water and is rushed away. So Bond kind of drops underwater to see him, and we see his corpse just float away from Bond. And we get some shots of Bond seeing this as well. So we get some shots of the boat sinking, getting very deep underwater at this point. So Bond swims off and reaches a door but can't open it. He swims up, gets a pocket of air, like a tiny pocket of air. There's so little air in this room, so a tiny little pocket. Go back to the door, is able to like open it in time, and the boat kind of, he swims out and we see a shot going down of the boat sinking with this red light behind it. Really strong shot there. I love the way this boat looks and this whole scene looks as well. So the Bond does swim up. There's fire covering the surface, and Bond just sees a dinghy bag nearby. So just to kind of wrap up this section, we see later Bond on a dinghy during the day, and he's holding the cigar he was going to give Felix and looking at it, and then we see a cargo ship nearby that kind of uses its horn. So I guess I'm somewhat in two minds about this, right? Because I think when I first watched this film, it felt very odd because we just hadn't seen Felix for so long, and then they bring him back and just kill him. I'm like, oh, that's sad. It felt like a bit of a pleasant, not pleasantry, but like an obligation of this is the final one. Felix was an important character, but he wasn't in the film a ton, and it did feel a bit like they brought him back just to kill him. But I think they did a really, really good job with this.
Yeah.
I love the way it looks. I love how dire it feels in the middle of the ocean. I love the way this all looks at night with the red light. The imagery is extremely strong. I like the back and forth between Bond and Felix. There's still got that back and forth there, and it's just really kind of well done. Maybe in the context of the entire franchise, it feels a little bit off, but this kind of just hit all the notes you would want it to hit when it comes to a Felix death scene.
There's no doubt about it. This to me stinks of obligation. Like I feel like they just saw this and it's Craig's last, so it's kind of tying up loose ends all over the place and bringing back loads of the cast. And so yeah, I think they kind of had to do this, but I agree with you. I think they did it in a really good way. Like it could have looked really cheap. Let's just bring Felix back. I know he was in the beginning, but now we're going to kill him off. But yeah, just the way they set this up, and it does actually have a bit of an emotional punch. Like seeing him drift off underwater after the little jokes I've just had, and the last line about, it's been a good life. It's all quite cliche, schlocky stuff, but it works. It's the stuff that works. It's tried and tested, and just seeing the two together in these last moments for Felix, that's great. I'm so glad. I think I said this before, but I'm so glad they actually put Felix into this last one, just so that it was a bit of a goodbye to the character in Craig's tenure, at least.
Yeah, he definitely deserved it. To the best Felix, for sure.
The best, the most consistent, the strongest Felix we've had in the 60-year history. But by far.
Yeah. And there's a couple other things that I kind of like that tie into the rest of it. The first one is the underwater shot is very, very close to the Vesper drowning scene.
Yeah.
Which almost makes me think, like, is Vesper... He was in love with Vesper, and that was the whole thing. Is Felix, like, on the same level?
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Eclipsed, some could say. That felt like a very deliberate choice when he goes under the water, just to parallel that, him floating back, becoming a corpse. That felt very deliberate.
Yeah.
But then also just the way that Felix's death is almost kind of a little pointless. He doesn't have a big heroic death, which I think feels very appropriate. Both somewhat for the character. I mean, he's an American, so I could kind of see him be like, oh, I'm one last stand, James, and hold it out. I wouldn't want to see that for a Bond film. I think that's a bit too much. I feel like there's almost like a good way of like doing it like this and having it always be this like pointless small death fits, I think, the theming and this everything in the film so far a lot better. It draws parallels to what we've seen with Bond, where people just die around him, and like the Mathis death, where Mathis just kind of gets shot for some silly reason and then is dumped away. It's not quite the same as that, because it still has Bond obviously does very much care, and it does have a bit more weight to it with the back and forth and then Felix dying and obviously them being very close. But again, it's just like Felix is now just a corpse on a boat in the middle of nowhere, and his death kind of didn't mean anything. That's what I kind of take for it, and I think that is absolutely the right way to go about it. Like, yes, it's perhaps unsatisfying when you look at it as a whole, and you do have that obligation angle, But I think it just fits so well with Craig's Bond, and just that kind of, yeah, he's lost another one. It ties into that. So I think even that sort of stuff, like, sure, you could have done a more bigger death, but I think this is somewhat more appropriate, even if it's not actually as satisfying as maybe you would want from a character like this.
Yeah, I think it would have been strange to have Felix have this big death scene. Bond does leave a trail of destruction in his path. That's been said before in the films, and it's very much the case here as well. But I think we've seen, I mean, fans of the series will know that Felix is always a bit of a kind of riskier character in that regard. Yes, he's the CIA kind of partner to Bond, but, you know, License to Kill, he nearly died. It's like nothing too surprising that he might be killed off. So that totally fine with them killing him off. And I think the nature of it, yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming up, a lot of big characters, a lot of new things they're doing. I don't think they should have stopped in the tracks to make a big scene of this. It kind of works stronger because it is, as you say, so kind of needless, and he's killed by bloody Logan Ash of all people.
Yeah.
But that just makes the whole thing sadder and then, you know, more effective. So, yeah, I'm also glad that he is just in this very dingy, tiny, little dark boat in the middle of nowhere, and that's it. It is very much, it does remind me a lot of, you're right, the Mathis stuff, just dumping him in a dumpster and moving on.
Yes, overall, very good stuff. Like, it does set up the idea of, like, death as well. You know how, like, yeah, like, you almost, with some of these films, not to give anything away, but having someone like Felix dies almost kind of puts the idea on the table of, oh yeah, this is going to be a film where people die, but not just like random people, not a Strawberry Fields situation. People were a little bit more weighty than that. So I think it also kind of makes sense to have this quite early on, because now you know the stakes are there. People can die. Important characters who had never died in the Bond franchise before can die. So keep an eye on that. That might come up again once or twice.
Maybe. Yeah, it is. It's that, I mean, I've never watched Game of Thrones, but that idea of you don't know who's going to be next to go. They've killed off Felix. Look out, Moneypenny.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Tanner. That's who I had in my head.
No, I couldn't. My heart couldn't take that, Tom.
Yeah, they can't go. That's jumping the shark, killing Tanner.
And if he was to get killed off, he would like pause for a moment and say, "I'm dying," and then like look straight at the camera. "I'm dying," and then
I
go
have been
back
killed. Oh no! But we need like Moneypenny jump in the way of the bullet to save Tanner. That's what we need.
Oh, that would be brilliant.
Yeah. If you want the handkerchiefs to come out, if you want someone to be cutting onions in here, that's what you want.
Yeah.
So Bond has been saved. It was a very quick scene with the dinghy and with the cigar, which again, that's another very nice moment. You get, you know, Bond doesn't spend a ton of time on this, but, you know, the fact that he's holding that cigar, it's very textbook tragedy stuff. Like, I was going to give this to a friend dead. Oh no, now it represents my sadness. Like, it's that sort of thing, but it works well enough for Bond. I don't want Bond giving a big old speech about it. Him holding the cigar gives you enough to know that it's affecting him and he's thinking about it, which is all you kind of need for this.
Yes, and the cargo ship, you hear its horn, you see it, Bond's back. You don't need to worry about how he gets back. It's fine. It's like Quantum of Solace style. Keep it nice and quick in that regard. We don't need to see every single part of it.
No. So from that we cut to black, like solid black, and lights come on inside like an unknown room, and the camera pulls along, and it's the bulldog. It's M's bulldog on a table.
That bloody bulldog has had so many appearances in these films, rubbing it in every time I see it now.
Yes, well, everyone's house one. It's boring at this point. I see it every day, so I'm
sure.
a bit like, yawn, whatever.
Move on.
Yeah, so we see that, and it turns out it's a storage unit, and we see Bond kind of where the doors are. The doors open up, and Bond is standing there. So yeah, this is like a storage unit that Bond has, and he steps in, and there's like a sheet over what you assume to be a car. So he pulls off the sheet to reveal the car, and it is, I don't know the name of this, but I'm pretty sure it's that one from Her Majesty's Secret Service.
I think it is I've said before I'm not a car guy apart from when it comes to Bond. Aston Martin V8, and it's the one from the Living Daylights.
Is it the Living Daylights?
Yeah, with the skis.
Oh. See, I got a little bit confused with this car because I knew there was a lot of On Her Majesty's Secret Service one, but I don't see Bond cars and I can't really pick them out. So I was kind of like, is that one? But if it's not that one, fair enough.
I can't even remember the car from On Her Majesty's Secret Service now. Is that bad?
I don't know. Again, I don't know the cars too well. I knew it was like a Bond car because the Bond theme plays as well. I think you get a bit of that as he's driving off. So you get the Bond theme, which is very nice to hear. We haven't really talked about the soundtrack that much. I think the most notable thing about the soundtrack is that Hans Zimmer, very famous composer, it's the first time him working on the Bond franchise. And I guess my broad thoughts on it is it's not very notable, but you can tell he's a very experienced composer that is willing to show a lot of respect to the Bond franchise. Like, in the same year you had like Dune come out. Yeah. That I think he also did it for. And he wrote this big epic in-your-face score that was very much trying to create like this iconic music for it. And he did a great job. But this one, it's like, he's an experienced composer, he knows the brief, he's doing a Bond film, so he writes some good music for it, and he puts in the Bond references because it's a Bond film. So I couldn't really say it's one of my favourite soundtracks, but he's just an experienced composer just doing the job he was paid to do, and after the last film, that's really nice. I like that a lot.
A big step up, yeah. He checks all the boxes. Like, yeah, you're right. He knows what he needs to do and he does it. I would say... Yeah, I don't know if it's terribly memorable, but it works when it needs to, which is the important part. It brings up the scenes it's in, particularly towards the end of the film. But even, that we have Madeline has a kind of theme and there's stuff that comes in, and the angry kind of soundtrack when in Italy, where it's spinning around in the car, that bit, that comes up a few times. There are still some bits that I do remember, but for the most part, yeah, not my favourite, but really... just works. So that's all I could care about, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that approach for this film. It's like, we had the John Barry approach, which we haven't seen in a while, which is where he wrote a few different themes and you heard those throughout the film. And those definitely created much more memorable, distinct soundtracks because you associate, you heard them multiple times. And that's not how he approached this. But to be fair, that probably doesn't make sense anymore. I would like somebody to come back and approach it like John Barry used to. That would be very cool, but probably not for this one. And yeah, I think the main thing that makes the soundtrack a little bit forgettable is how many references there are in the score. So you're going to come out remembering remember when they played that song from that film? You're not going to think, wasn't that song great in that scene? Which again, I don't mind. He did a good job. Not a great job, but he did the job that he needed to do for this film. So hats off to him.
Yeah.
So Bond is driving this car and it's going through London during the day. So Bond parks up somewhere in London and he gets out and he looks like he does in Skyfall. He's wearing like a grey suit. And I don't know if it is the Skyfall grey suit, but to me it looked very similar to that one.
Don't ask me. I don't know.
Okay. It's the one where he's like in London before where he's running. Yeah. Anyway, it looked like something from Skyfall. And that's something I also quite like about this film. I think Bond dresses very well. We haven't really talked about the way he is dressed for a while because I think they're mostly kind of the same throughout the Craig era. But I like how much variety there is in this one. And he looks superb. He looks wonderful in this film. So Bond walks into a building. And he approaches a security desk inside, and there's a man at the desk who's part of the security team and says, name, and he says Bond, and he just stares at him. So he's like, James Bond. And yeah, the man stares at him a bit, but then we cut to Bond walking alongside Moneypenny with a guest pass to get into MI6. So Moneypenny says, how's retirement? He says, quiet. And then Nomi joins them as they go through the building. And she's all like, where's Omuchov? And yeah, this is a little bit messy. Someone just because they're walking through and someone says, "Here's a report, 007," and gives it to Nobi. And she's like, "Thank you." And then somebody else walks past and is like, 007?
Duh.
What? Because both Bond, the former 007, and Nobi are there. So we got to have some not great humor revolving that. So
Yeah, the James Bond bit at the visitor desk was enough, I think, to sell that. Like, we didn't need everyone walking through the offices. Huh? 2 of them?
wait a minute. 0014, more like. Oh. Yeah, I like that security bit as well. But yeah, and then when somebody else says 007, Nobi's like, "That must bother you," which I'm just like, shut up, Nobi. Nobody asked you.
You're really not liking her at the moment, are you?
Again, like, once we get past this cringy, not funny bit, I like her. But like, the first half of this film is just her being like, "I'm 007, you're not," and I'm just like, just shut up. Like, because I don't think Bond... It's not balanced enough, I don't think. But this is to set up a line that Bond hits back. But anyway, I don't like it. I've said my piece.
All right.
So they go on ahead, and Bond, like... Yeah, like... I think they then start talking about the scientist, where she stops them and is like, "Where's Obruchev?" And Bond says, "He left me for someone else." And she's like, "So you lost him." But at this point, they're at M's door. Moneypenny says you can go in. They both go to enter. But Moneypenny stops Nomi and says, "Alone." So only Bond goes in. And then Bond's like, "Does that bother you?" And Nomi looks all annoyed. Just like, it's more Mean Girl stuff. I don't know why we're back to this again. So we do get quite a nice line here where Nobi sits down and says, "I get why you shot him." And Moneypenny says like, "Yeah, well, everyone tries at least once." Mm-hmm. I think like that in itself is a funny line, but if we hadn't been messing around with this childish "I'm 007, you're not, does that bother you" stuff, I think that would have been really funny. But because it's on its own, that's a funny line, funny back and forth. I just don't like everything before that point.
Fair enough. I don't mind Nomi, but I can see how she can be a bit grating.
Yeah, at this point in the film, anyway. So we cut to Bond sitting at the desk, and in front of M, he's sitting down as well. And Bond says, "Did the desk get bigger, or have you gotten smaller?" And M says, "Well, I can't say there weren't a lot of sorry faces when you left, but you fell so far off the grid, we thought you must be dead." And
again.
Yeah, we keep doing this. Now that we're learning you're alive, and at this point, M gets up and goes to pour a drink, and he carries on saying, "And working for the CIA, that really was a blow." And Bond responds by saying, "They just asked so nicely." And he's saying, like, "It's a shame that you haven't lost your touch, or we wouldn't be in this mess." I think that's M saying that to Bond, and Bond replies by saying, "This is your mess." So M is now like sitting on his office with a drink, again looking quite stressed while having a drink, and Bond says how Blofeld tried to kill me but used M's weapon instead to wipe out Spectre, and this weapon of yours is still on the run. And Bond says, "Well, I can identify the man who took Obruchev." So M asks, "Well, what do you want in return?" And he says Blofeld, which M says that's impossible. But Bond explains, well, he ran a meeting from his prison cell. So, but Bond kind of asks about, "Why didn't you shut Heracles down?" And M responds by saying, I answer to the interests of my country, not to you." And Bond says, "Not to Felix Leiter." And M says, "Certainly not to Felix Leiter." And Bond says, "Well, yeah, that's probably because he's dead." Of which things kind of calm down a little bit here. M says, "I'm sorry. I had a lot of respect for Leiter." And he says, "If you have information, I'll be happy to receive it." But Bond says, "Get me into Belmarsh," which is the prison where Blofeld is being held. So they say Belmarsh a lot, but it's because that's where Blofeld's being held. But M explains that Blofeld is the last member of Spectre. I simply can't risk it. But Bond responds by saying, "Well, you would risk developing a DNA targeting weapon in secret for 10 years. So M goes for another drink. He rotates around and gets another drink, and Bond's like, "God, you're thirsty at the moment." So M just kind of stops. I don't think he breaks the glass, but he does put it down, and it's quite loud. And M says, "You have no right to speak to me that way. If you have nothing left to give, then you're irrelevant. thank you for your service and goodbye. And M asks to send in 007, and Bond gets up and leaves, and he kind of says to himself, yeah, it's definitely the same desk. And as Bond walks out of the office, he tosses the pass into the bin, and M tells Nobi to go to Belmarsh, and he wants everything that Blofeld's ever touched. Scan it all. I want to know everything he's done. Scan everything. So yeah, very different sort of Bond and M scene. And I kind of complained a little bit in the last film about that lack of like trust and respect. But I feel like, I don't know, there's a lot more trust and respect here. Like, despite the subject matter, they're both going backwards and forwards, and there's like a real genuine tension with the back and forth. And it just made for a really interesting argument. Like, both Craig and Ralph Fiennes do a really good job. You really get M getting stressed out, and I think the added thing of him going for the drink again and Bond pointing it out, it creates a really interesting dynamic. It's not the same Bernard Lee and Sean Connery dynamic. It feels evolved from that. It feels a little bit more complex, a little bit more back and forth, and it actually made for like, yeah, a really good conversation. I very much enjoyed this.
I really like this scene. I think compared to Spectre, where, yeah, it felt a little bit unwarranted to have that attitude that Bond has and sort of cheeky chappy that he is. In this situation, I totally buy it all. First of all, Bond has been out of the game for 5 years. He's properly left, he's retired, he's a visitor to this place. He's not his boss anymore. And more importantly, we, as an audience, we don't really know what M is doing here at the moment. M, for all intents and purposes, actually seems a little bit like a baddie. Like, there's all this stuff about Heracles and his involvement in it, but we don't really know the extent of it. And you tie that into Ralph Fiennes' acting, where like he goes from 0 to 100. When Bond says like, "My God, you're thirsty," and he puts down his drink, he goes straight up to, like I've said before, like Voldemort level, where he's like, "You have no right to speak to me that way," and then the way he's like, "You are irrelevant." It's just like, it's so over the top, but I really love it. So I kind of like their bickering here, because to me it's like, well, actually, Bond is in the right here. What is M doing? He seems like he's gone too far with whatever this is. And it's justified, I think. Now, obviously, we do end up knowing where this goes, and there is a bit of a kiss and make up. But
oh yes,
that's in the deleted scene.
God, you're thirsty.
Oh my God, no. Cut that. But no, I really like this, and I think they, as you say, it's just such a great conversation going on, and the little moment of kind of a break of anger where it's like the Felix Leiter news comes to light, and yeah, it's great.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I like the M storyline as a whole in this film, because it is, as you say, M's being more of like this villain, which I'm not super into, but I find the idea interesting anyway. It does kind of pull some parallels from Judi Dench's M about, doing the wrong thing for the right reasons. Like, I can get behind that sort of storyline, but I don't know if I fully buy it. But it definitely gives us some really great moments with M, and I really like the way how, like, at this point, Bond is supposed to be a vet, like a very experienced agent. He's out of it, but again, he's got that respect. He's had his adventures, and they're kind of taking advantage of that in a way that's a lot more interesting, where this is no longer Casino Royale Bond kind of having Judi Dench's M kind of telling him off and trying to give him guidance and stuff. This is someone established that has kind of like worked his way up to the same level, to the point where they can have this back and forth. But with it being the fifth film, with Bond being older, it's like, it's finally taking advantage of his oldness to not just be like, oh, he's old. It's like, no, there's like this senior kind of way that he talks. So, and he can kind of pull it off. So I like that has evolved as we've gone on. And it's a more kind of interesting way of showing this development of Bond without it just being pointing to it. It's like using that character to have an interesting scene like this. So yeah, broadly speaking, I don't know if I love all the M storyline as a whole, but it does give us some really great scenes and some really great moments. So I have a hard time really complaining about it too much, because we just get great moments like this.
Yeah, totally. So after the meeting with M, Bond's come out, he's chucked his pass in the bin, and he's at the lift, about to go down.
Oh, I forgot. Is that bin, the pass bin stuff, is that a hat reference? We
It's
counting it
got
as
to
a
be.
hat reference?
It's got to be, right?
He
It
just
has to be.
spins it right in Moneypenny's office. That's got to be.
And also, it's not. It's also a Moneypenny reference.
What do you mean?
Doesn't she chuck something in the bin really cleanly in one of the films?
That probably. I'm not going to argue against that.
I think
Doesn't
it's a
she
cigar.
throw something in the bin? Oh yeah, Samantha Bond. That's
Yeah.
the.
You've
Samantha
already
Bond's
forgot
one.
her.
Oh yeah, the cigar. Yeah,
But yeah, definitely one of those sort of references there. Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, Bond is at the lift, waiting to get in, and Moneypenny comes up and says, "What are you doing for dinner?" To which Bond looks quite confused. But we cut straight to Q. We don't waste any time. We see Q at home in his little kitchen, chopping up some veg, and there's some
Yes.
funky music playing in the background. We see some of his cats on the table, and there's like wine glasses and wine set up on the table. And as he's doing the veg, he hears a doorbell ring. He goes over and has a look because he's got like a video ring doorbell, and sees on the screen that it's Bond and Moneypenny outside, and he just sees them and just sighs and lets them in. And so he opens the door. There they are, and he says to Bond, "So you're not dead?" He's like, "Hello, Q. I've missed you," and just walks in past him. And pretty much goes straight for the wine on the table. He says like, "Were you expecting somebody?" and goes and grabs the wine immediately, which is quite funny. And as he said that, Q is sort of a bit flustered and he's like, "Oh, this is the first time he'll be here in 20 minutes," so suggesting that he's got a date coming up. And before he really gets a chance to say much more, Bond has already got the wine and he hands over the thumb drive that he got from Obruchev and says, "Can you find out what's on this?" basically. And at first, Q says no, he's not authorized to do that. I think at that point he picks up his cat, and it's I should have mentioned it's like one of those not skinless, hairless cats, Sphinx cats. I don't know. He picks one up and
Yeah,
gives it
it's
a
a bit
kiss.
weird looking.
Yeah, and as he does that, Bond is like, "They come with fur these days." Bond's lines are a lot better in this film. He has some good lines, like in terms of the quips and stuff. But Moneypenny juts in and says it's to do with Heracles, and something's going on in MI6. They need to find out, and that kind of changes Q's opinion and sort of resigns and says like, "Oh, it's never 9 to 5, is it?" So he takes the drive and he asks Bond where it's been. He says everywhere. So he learned his lesson from Skyfall, folks. He doesn't stick it into his main computer. He puts it in the sandbox instead.
He is such a clever boy now.
I know. So you just learn from your mistakes, everyone. So he's put it in this little separate thing in case it hacks him again. It's Silverback. No. And as he's doing that, Bond has poured out some wine for Moneypenny. They're just enjoying themselves at this point, letting Q do all the work. And on the computer, he spots that there's a database. On the thumb drive, he spots there's a database on there, and he looks into it more and sees that it's a database of DNA of multiple individuals. And Bond just says that it's something M should have shut down years ago. He looks into it more. There's some hidden files on there, which he moves it over to his main computer, and it just so happens to perfectly match the missing files that were on Obruchev's hard drive from earlier on, the one that they got from the lab. And there's a handy little graphic on screen to show that they perfectly match this circle of files on his screen. So he starts to look into those, and from it he gleans that someone that Obruchev was working for, someone who managed to kill all of Spectre. And as he's saying that, all of the agents on the computer screen pop up, and that next to their names it says deceased, and all apart from one, Bond says, and it's Blofeld comes up, and he's still alive, obviously, in his prison cell. Bond asks Q to check the other files on there, and all these windows start popping up on the computer, tons and tons of them. There's like thousands of entries popping up on screen, and Q quickly realizes this isn't just Spectre agents on there in terms of DNA. Moneypenny says that there have been breaches all around the world of DNA databases, something that MI6 has been tracking, and it includes them as well, or Britain at the very least. And so, this is now a wider danger. And because of that, Bond says that he needs to see Blofeld. He's the only one that will really know who's behind all of this. And Moneypenny says, well, there's only one person that he'll speak to. Bond says that M said no one had access to Blofeld. Who has access? And we don't actually get the answer to it quite yet, although we do visually, because after Bond says that, we cut to Madeline.
The thing I really like about this scene is that I think it's something I like about this part of the film in general, where we are actually getting a lot of the Bond classic stuff in here. It's just a bit different, you know? So we get the whole Bond in M's office and them talking. It's just not the briefing scene, but we do get the classic office and stuff. And then to go from that to Bond meeting Q, like that is the format, right? Like that's what we normally get. It's just in very different contexts and very different circumstances. So I kind of really enjoy that about this part of the film, that there is almost this kind of remix of classic Bond in there, which you kind of want for No Time to Die. But in terms of the scene itself with Q, yeah, it's just fun. Like, I like all these characters. Even in Spectre, when things were off, I still like them all. And I still like them all with this. It's just funny that Bond and Moneypenny just storm into his house and drink his wine. And even Moneypenny's like messing with his stuff.
Yes, don't touch that.
And just Bond and Moneypenny like beaming in the camera when Q checks it and Q being annoyed. It's just... it's just so fun. Like, you don't need a ton of stuff with this stuff. It's just fun to see them coming in and messing with Q. And then, yeah, you know, the rest of it is just the plot dump, which is what Q's here for, right? He's the guy who can take a look at stuff. So, yeah, he takes a look and gives the info, moves the plot along, but you get some nice humor. And as you say, the dialogue and the humor in this film is just improved from Spectre. Yeah. It's not like it's amazingly funny. It's just not quite as groan-worthy now. They've kind of figured it out. Like, whoever was writing the jokes in the last one just, I don't know, either bugged up their ideas or was fired. So this one is just very easy to kind of enjoy all this. It's just a fun scene, which is a remix of some classic Bond tropes.
It's all just very pleasant, isn't it? It's just nice seeing those three together like that. Their own little, I think we said before in Spectre, like a little Scooby-Doo gang. Like they're just, you know, they're out doing it on their own, working out what's going on. And I'm here for that. So Bond asks who has access to Blofeld. It cuts to Madeline. She is walking across the road in London. I think it's the Mall actually, and
it's the Hyde Park, yeah.
Yeah, and she's walking to work. She goes into a building and she's walking up some stairs. She passes by a colleague, and as she does so, the colleague says that she's got a new patient. Madeline's got a new patient. He's weird. And Madeline's like, you can't say that. It's just, strange little inclusion. But yeah, she carries on walking up the stairs because, well, he is weird to be fair, so she's not wrong. And she goes into her office, and we sort of see, we're already inside her office when she walks in, and we see there's a man already in there, and he is playing with a strand of hair in his fingers. And as she comes in, he quickly wraps it up and hides it in a piece of cloth. And then she says that she wasn't expecting a new patient. And as she says that, it kind of pans up and you see who this is, reveals their face, and it's Rami Malek. He's finally in the film. But it's Rami Malek with a very creepy looking face. He's got kind of the remnants of scarring on his face. Looking very, very odd. And she sits down, and he says that she's very attractive for a psychotherapist. That's what she does now. She's a therapist, which must be very dangerous for your clients, he says. To which she says it's usually a danger. They're usually a danger to themselves. He then points out some flowers on a desk behind her, some foxgloves, and says that if you eat those, they can cause your heart to just stop. And she said, well, I'll make sure not to do that then. Good advice to everyone. Don't eat foxgloves, I guess. Not actually sure it would make your heart stop. I don't know. Is that true?
I guess concentrated levels, maybe. But I'm assuming if you lick a flower, you're not going to have a heart attack.
Don't go licking flowers.
I mean, yeah,
well,
just
maybe
don't do that. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, once she says that, there's a bit of staring, just, you know, taking each other in, I suppose. And she asks if he knows a lot about flowers. And he says that his father used to have a garden and taught him when he was young. But he died. He died when he was young as well. But his interest remained in all of these flowers. And Madeline says it's difficult to lose a parent, especially at a young age. And he replies that death has a particular effect on children. She asks what effect, and he says profound. But then sort of changes the subject slightly and says, but he saved a life once. And that almost has more of an effect. Saving someone's life connects you to them forever. There's a bond. They belong to you, he says. And obviously, the way he's saying all this is very, very, just like the way that Rami Malek is speaking, very creepy. I'm not doing it justice, the way he's saying all these very creepy lines, but all the time he's been saying this stuff, he's been holding a box in his hand. And he says that he's brought a memory box because he's very bad at talking about himself. And Madeline says that sometimes objects can help and sometimes they're better. So he hands the box over to her and she opens up the lid, and inside the box is a smashed doll mask from the pre-title sequence. Yes, it's the same guy. Would you believe it?
Wait a minute.
Yes. And as she's taking this in and looking at it and sort of starts to tremble, he says that he never forgot her eyes under the ice, how they needed him then and they still do now, and that he's become rather taken by them. Ew. And she asks, what does he want? Because she's obviously recognized him now with the mask. And he says, a favor. She owes him. She goes, well, you killed my mother. And he says, well, your father killed my whole family. Parents, eh? And sort of laughs a little bit, laughs it off almost. Then he pulls out a little perfume spray bottle and says that he needs her to visit someone wearing this. And it's harmless to her, but she's the only one who can do it. And she says, no, why would she help him? And he replies, it's because he's willing to kill the person you love most. And she starts to say, well, that's too late. I've already lost everyone. There's no one you can threaten me with. And he says, it's sad, but it's not true. And then has a little nibble on a berry I wrote down. I don't know what. And that's kind of it between this little scene between... Well, this is Safin. This is the baddie. This is Safin and Swann. And I think it's quite good. I wrote down in my notes, and especially like going back after I'd watched the film, I kind of updated this. I think this is probably the best that Rami Malek is in the whole film for me, just because he isn't, and that's not saying much, to be honest. I'm not singing his praises here, but it's because the rest of it I don't think is very good at all. But here it's passable, and the motivations here make sense, and the bond that these two have, it all kind of makes sense on the screen, and it's just a nice, quiet scene with some good dialogue and some good acting, and it's a bit of a shame that I don't really think it ever kind of excels much beyond this with what is, I guess, the main villain. I guess there are two villains in this film, but the main villain of the film. But at least this is here, so I didn't mind it.
Yeah, it's a difficult one with Safin as a whole. I think this one's pretty decent. It's definitely a bold choice to have what's kind of meant to be the villain of the film just be so connected to Swann and not Bond in the slightest. And they somewhat try to retcon this towards the end of the film, where they do then try to tie him to Bond, and that's where I think it falls a little flat. But it's like, yeah, it's a Bond film. If you're going to do a classic Bond villain, which, he's clearly supposed to be that, the way he talks in a very creepy but deliberate manner, the fact he's got the facial deformity, the fact that he's got this like visual thing with the mask, very much supposed to be like a on-the-nose Bond villain. But I don't dislike it, but I see it in one of those where some Bond films are all about the villain. They're a villain piece. You're not Dog No, but more like Goldfinger, obviously, that sort of thing. And also Skyfall as well. It's all focused about Bond and the villain. And this one is just like, isn't that, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but it's just a difficult one when it comes to Bond, because you're always going to kind of like compare him to some of the top villains. But this film's just not really about him. He's one piece of it. And I kind of like him from that aspect. But because they're trying to tie him to all the other Bond villains, it always just seems weak in comparison. And yeah, he's talking to Swann. He's only really interacted and done stuff with Swann, which I think works because it is building up Swann and Swann's story, which is important to the overall story, which does then connect to Bond. But some of this stuff is just like, yeah, it's just two other people doing stuff in a room nearby. And it's like, that's fine, and I'll give it a pass. But there's like always like a limit that I can get invested with something like this. And Paul Rami, he's acting his bloody heart out. Like, he's trying so hard, bless him. And they put him in the vines, and again, Swann's like, again, they're acting their heart out, but it's just, with it being a Bond film, yes, the scene is necessary. Yes, it's overall decent. I just can't really praise it all that much because it's just like some stuff that's going on that just isn't related to Bond. And I didn't mind it at the beginning, and I don't really mind it here. It just kind of puts a ceiling on it. So it's like pretty good. I just can't say it's any better than that.
Yeah. I think, you're right. And this is definitely not a villain film. This is all, well, what we've already discussed. But, it's very much the people around Bond and Bond's effect on them. And poor old Rami Malek does draw a bit of a short straw, because I was quite looking forward to him being a villain. I mean, it was hot off of Bohemian Rhapsody and that sort of high, and he just won the Oscar, and it was all looking very exciting for him to be. It's very similar to Christoph Waltz, actually. But yeah, as I say, I think this is probably the best I really get from him in the film, because at the end, it was definitely not anywhere, not anything I like there. Also, it's a slight bit of a contrivance that she doesn't recognise him until she sees the mask, but I'm going to forgive it because they needed to have a nice dramatic reveal. But given that we just saw that she was thinking about that at the beginning, I guess that was 5 years ago, but like, I don't know, that was a very traumatic experience for her. I have a feeling she would have recognised him. Yeah.
Well, maybe he just kept the mask on, I would assume, something like that.
Yeah. You do see a bit of his face, but it's not a lot, I suppose. It's really not a big deal. It's like, that's one of those plot holes that's like, it's not even barely even a plot hole. It's just me being nitpicky.
Yeah, but I do kind of like that visual of the mask, though. It is still quite unsettling. As we already said, I don't think it ties in super well to him. The idea of him pretending to be a doll, I don't think it matches what he's talking about here at all. This is when they kind of expose that. He's doing this creepy voice about, like, parents dying and flowers being able to kill people. That doesn't match like someone who would wear a doll mask. I don't think that's correct. It kind of matches the idea of him being scarred and him trying to hide that, and that being like imperfect, hidden almost, but it doesn't tie into the other stuff. It's like this kind of exposes these two very conflicting ideas about him being this kind of psycho who uses flowers to kill people, and the beauty of death and flowers and all, yada yada yada, and also the idea of like being a doll because he's a broken thing and pretending to be something like that. It kind of conflicts. It doesn't really work, which is probably maybe part of the reason why his villain doesn't stand out as much as maybe it should. But even then, it's like a strong enough visual that I'll give it a pass. Again, a lot of this stuff I'll give it a pass. I don't think it massively enhances the film, but I also don't think it's all that bad. It's all just pretty decent with some nice lines here and there.
Yeah, I'd agree. So after that scene, we switch to a nice sunny day in London by the Thames, and we see Bond, who's got sunglasses on. He's walking up and he's meeting up with M, who is kind of standing with his newspaper waiting by the side of the river. And it's kind of strange coming from what we just saw the two have, like the meeting they just had together. But no, Bond is meeting M. And as Bond starts talking to him sort of confirms, yes, Madeline is the one who can see Blofeld, kind of following on from the conversation that he was having with Q and Moneypenny. It's almost like a direct continuation of that. Like, Madeline, yeah. And M says that after investigating her 5 years ago, based on Bond's allegations, thinking she was part of Spectre, they found nothing. But in that time, she has proven to be a useful asset, and she's the only psychiatrist that Blofeld has agreed to speak to after being incarcerated. And Bond, isn't quite convinced still. He says that she's very smart, she's very good at hiding things. M says he had to exercise his judgment, which Bond calls out, relating to Heracles, like, oh, you used it there as well. And this is where M sort of starts to get into it and goes in that it was designed to be a weapon to save lives and eradicate collateral damage. It was a kind of a guaranteed clean kill every time. But it had to be off the books, had to be so hush-hush because they needed to hide it from the rest of the world, who would be very eager to get hold of it as well. So it's all on his shoulders, he's saying, and he starts to go in about how he's always believes in defending his country. He's done it all of his life, and it starts to say things that we kind of heard before about how you can no longer get into the room with your enemies and see them in the eyes. They're now floating in the ether, he says, and that we don't know what they're after. And Bond says Blofeld. Blofeld will be the answer to that from the info from the database. So M says, after Blofeld, what will they want? Bond starts to say world leaders, civilians, freedom, the usual, and they kind of agree and have a little chuckle. And then, M says that Blofeld was communicating through his bionic eye, which they've now retrieved. And whoever did this, whoever has stolen the Heracles project, will be very dangerous and very powerful, and they need all the information they can get, to which Bond just kind of replies, sir. And then right at the end, Tanner shows up.
Hey.
Hi, Tanner. He says to Bond, you're looking well, and that there has been a development, and off they go. And all whilst that was happening, or about maybe halfway through that whole dialogue between Bond and M, you did hear a particular theme. We were talking about how they bring back some themes, and it very much focused on Her Majesty's Secret Service. We've already had, we have all the time in the world. You started to hear very, very quietly at first, and it starts to grow. The On Her Majesty's Secret Service main theme, the instrumental John Barry theme, and that plays as they eventually sort of, they get on better terms by the end of it, and it's nice. It's nice to see. I like the whole angry M, and listen, I would be very, very much up for if they explored more about M being more of a villain. Not for this film, too much going on. That's fine. They set it up, and I was interested, but they went back to the good old usual, which is fine as well. So yeah, that's kind of like where this scene was at. It's like Bond is back in it with them, and I guess the music is there meant to sort of help push that feeling on Her Majesty's Secret Service theme back in the service and on the right side sort of thing.
Well, I guess so, but in that film he also resigns, so it's like...
Oh, I guess so. Yeah.
He resigns and toasts to the Queen and then gets married, so I think that's what they were going for, you're right, but I don't know if that's the film to really reference that. It is making me realise as we talk through this film, the amount of references to On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Like, as I was watching this film, it didn't really bother me all that much. I always thought it was cool. But now that we're talking through, I'm like, bloody hell, leave it alone, guys. Like, we can't get through 2 scenes without some sort of reference to that film. It's like, I get it, but it's like, now that we're listing them, I'm kind of starting to realise why people might be a bit annoyed by it. It's pretty full on.
Is it because it's just that one, or just because it's so much in general?
I think just so much in general. Like I didn't feel that when watching the film, so I'm not going to stand by that. But when you list them all out, you're like, bloody hell, yeah, all right. But yeah, I like this scene a lot. Again, it's kind of similar to what I said about the last one. I'm not super into the idea of M as a villain. I kind of have to disagree with you on that. I don't want to see that film. I think these two work better as people who kind of collide and will argue, but ultimately are on the same side. I think it might get a bit silly if M was then actually the ultimate villain. But I like this kind of approach of like, he did something wrong for the right reasons, and them kind of coming together and chatting about it as kind of more equals. I think that's quite entertaining. So yeah, I don't, as you say, a lot of this stuff is, we've kind of heard it before about the enemy floating in the ether and we don't know what they're after. A lot of that stuff is pretty weak, but I think the chemistry between these two and that general relationship kind of makes it work well enough. It's similar to the last scene, just very entertaining hearing these two talk about this stuff, even if I'm not like super into the general storyline. But I don't really mind, because it's another scene that's just entertaining because of these actors and characters.
Yeah, and Tanner as well, of course.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
Even though he has some really bad ADR at the end of the scene. once I heard it, I went back and I was like, that he's not saying that there. He's in a studio.
Yeah, they didn't even. I was waiting for the whole film for a new Diggs line, and I'm gonna spoilers, big spoilers. If you don't want this spoil, shut it off now. He never says new Diggs.
Oh,
Never. No one says new Diggs. Someone should have done. Like right at the end, Tanner should have toasted and says he's in new Diggs now.
we said
Roll
how
credits.
we were saying how they clearly respect the past films, but no, they don't.
Spit on the heritage.
How dare they?
Disgusting. So that scene ended with Tanner coming over and saying there's been a development, and we cut to Nobi talking to Q, and they approach M's office door, and they go through, and we see Moneypenny and Bond are already in there waiting, and Q then pretends like, oh God, Bond, I haven't seen you since, how's your retirement? And M's like, shut up, Q, I know what happened.
Yeah, he says, I know Bond is staying with you, which is such a cute image. Like, I want a little spin-off of that, of Bond and Q's adventures indoors, and it's like all the trials and tribulations they get up to together.
I'm the clean one. He's the dirty one. Uh-oh.
Bond, you didn't do the dishes.
Oh, I definitely watched that. But no, I love it. Again, it goes to some of the humor in this film is actually pretty good. Same characters, just a lot better moments of just so funny. Q being like, oh God, and just M's reaction, just not caring at all. Just like, shut up, Q. So Tanner explains that Bond has been reinstated at a 00. So Nobi is instantly like, 00 what? And everyone just ignores that correctly. Mm-hmm. So M starts saying, so what do you have? And Nobi says that Q studied the blood samples from the victims at the funeral, and then they show footage of a funeral, and they have to quite awkwardly try and explain this, but I had to rewind this because I didn't know what was going on. But on M's big screen, they start showing a funeral footage, and someone does say it's footage of the funeral of one of the dead Spectre agents from Cuba. So this is one of the people got infected and died at that thing. This is their funeral. And then they show how everyone who made contact to the corpse during the funeral all died and had Heracles in their blood. So M says, good work, of which Nobi says 00 what, which once again, everyone correctly ignores that. And Q says, nanobots, of which Tanner, I think, just says, right.
I love that. That's what it's just good. Right.
Yeah. Nanobots. Right.
I think that's the sentiments of a lot of people in the audience as well. It's like, right, we're doing nanobots
okay.
then. Okay, yeah.
Go on
right.
then.
Yeah, all right.
So they very handily have some footage to demonstrate this, showing some like nanobots entering a system. I think there's like 2 boxes and one shows the nanobots going in or something like that. And M explains that the nanobots are programmed to kill specific individuals based on like DNA. So Hercules was designed to be the most efficient weapon in our arsenal, M continues. So Q says that the scientist, Obruchev, has modified it to attack people with DNA also related to the targets. So you could also change these nanobots to attack families or certain genetic traits or even entire races if you wanted to. And if enough people became infected with these nanobots, the people then become the weapon. So M explains it was never meant to be a weapon of mass destruction, and he tries to kind of explain himself, but he just stops and just kind of goes a bit quiet when he tries to justify it. And he then carries on and says, I need to call the Prime Minister, and asks Q to hack into the eye. So the eye that Blofeld was using at the party in Cuba, M asks Q to hack into it. And M then says sends him to Blofeld, says you can go to Blofeld. So Bond and Nomi leave the office, and Bond says to go and find Logan Ash. And he is someone who's ex-State Department. So if you want to find him, because I think Nobi was also ordered to go and find Obruchev. So Bond is going to Blofeld, Nobi is going to find Obruchev, and Bond says, go and find Logan Ash. If you find him, you'll find the scientist. And then Bond says, good luck. So yeah, so a lot more like exposition scenes. We're getting quite a lot of these back to back. Like obviously Bond scenes or Bond films are very known for this, but yeah, we're getting a lot of stuff in a lot amount of time, and I've enjoyed it so far. I still enjoy this. It's quite a lot in quite a short amount of time.
It's a little bit of a slog. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind the nanobots. It reminds me of Everything or Nothing. The video game has nanobots in it. Maybe they played a bit of that and thought, there's an idea. But I am interested in whether, because I've read this online as well, and I don't think it's confirmed or not. I really don't know, but there is the idea that perhaps this was not actually meant to be nanobots originally and was meant to be just more of an actual virus, but then obviously the timing of it with coronavirus kind of forced them to change it. Again, I don't know. I don't actually think that's been confirmed, but it would make sense in so much as it kind of looking a bit clunky, like it does almost feel like a little bit last minute. I still think it's fine. I mean, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, does it? They're pretty much the same thing in this regard. I do think, however, like the idea that this is all on M's head, yes, and that he feels remorse for this, yes, it's still a really horrible and unethical plan. It's like I don't think M should be forgiven for this, like, especially the idea where he's saying like it passes through people. And it's like, well, even if this worked, that is a moral nightmare of a situation. So, like, I know that they have that bit where he sort of like defeatedly just stops in his tracks talking. Quite right, M. What have you done here? You think about what you've done. Terrible. You're shameful. But no, I'm glad it wasn't too long, and you kind of. I got what I needed to know from this. Just like, oh, all right, people. I think Bond says, isn't it, like people become the weapons. That's it. Thank you. I'll take that and I'll move on.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to think too much about this. I know that's a big old cop out, but we've been here before with Bond. It's like it's his somewhat sci-fi idea, and it's kind of nonsense, but it serves for what it needs to do with the plot. I don't know about the whole was it originally nanobots thing. There's definitely an argument for that because the main villain, Safin, is like all about plants and flowers and stuff. And a lot of the stuff later in the film is more about that. And I do kind of like that idea of this poison he's developing, but it's like not this. But I don't know how the idea of targeting DNA would work with flowers and poison. So I do feel like it always had to be nanobots to a certain degree, unless they were saying that you can program a virus, unless the virus wasn't related to the flower. I don't know. I could see that being the case, but my guess would be that it was always nanobots. It was always that sort of thing, because it does kind of fit a bit better, even if it doesn't really fit all that well in the first place. But yeah, the first time you see this, or the first time I saw this, I was like, well, that's just okay. And this is what I was somewhat hinting at with Spectre, where some of these elements with the Bond franchise, with the recent two, feel a little bit dated, a little bit too like, as in like the sci-fi version of the stuff they're doing feels dated, and nanobots is just such a lame idea. It's what like Metal Gear Solid was doing like 20 years ago. Like we had the big nanobots boom in the 2000s where everything was nanobots, and we all just kind of moved past it because they were like, this is quite dumb. And we're not going to think about this anymore. So the fact that Bond in like 2021 went back to nanobots, again, it makes it feel a little dated in terms of the tech. But that's the only element that does, I think. This film, more than Spectre, has cool gadgets and stuff in it, like the lift bomb with all the magnets. I thought that was super cool. And this one overall does do a good job of it. But yeah, this is one where like I just have to let it go. And on this second viewing, that's what I did. Because it is just a little bit dated, a little bit silly, a little bit nonsense, but it's like, okay, we're just gonna say okay, or as Tanner would say, right, and just leave it at that.
I just want to make it known here as well. At this point, the nanobot stuff I'm fine with, as fine as you can be. Where they take this, I do not like. But we'll get there. But I just want to put that down now in case you think I change my tune later on. But at the moment, all good.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So, right. Yeah. So we then cut to Swann in a bathroom, and she is putting some sort of perfume on our wrist, which you would recognize from something that Safin gave her. So he did give her like this little, I thought it was like lipstick or something. I wasn't too sure, but yeah, it's like pure perfume. So Swann is in this like public bathroom, putting it on her wrist, and Nomi comes from one of the stalls and washes her hands, and we kind of get this slow shot of Swann looking in the mirror, looking quite like intense. And Nomi says, I'll just be outside once you've done. And Swann then drops the perfume in the sink and more staring into the mirror, all very like, ooh, like again, almost getting upset. So we go to Q, and he's on his PC surrounded by like a ridiculous number of screens, and he hacks into Blofeld's eyeball. And we get, this happens multiple times in the film. Q, for some reason, now has like a computer woman voice saying stuff that's happening.
Oh, did you not like that bit?
No.
Oh, I love that bit. She's like, Blofeld's eyeball unlocked. I just think it's so stupid.
What are you doing?
It's so stupid, but I loved it. That's the sort of... oh, yeah, give me more of that.
Okay, all right.
It's just so ridiculous. Blofeld's eyeball unlocked. Why is that programmed in?
I would almost like it if Q referenced it in some way. Like if there was some sort of pointing the finger at itself. Like that Q did it because it's a big old goof or something. Yeah. But they don't quite do that. So yeah, he's now just programmed a voice that tells him what's going on. Like Blofeld's eyeball being unlocked. So it says accessing previous media stream, and we then kind of cut to Tanner and Bond. So there's a lot of cutting in this. So we see Tanner and Bond walking through these halls, these like white halls that are quite thin, and Tanner says, I know you had a history, or you and she had a history, but we have kept a close eye on her, referring to Swann. And then we cut to Nobi and Swann walking down some very similar looking corridors. So Nobi says, if Bond does anything weird in there, it'll do me a big favor. So don't make it too easy on him. And then we go back to Tanner, and Tanner's saying to Bond about Blofeld is the best asset we have. But if you feel him getting inside your head, and Bond just kind of like stops him and says like, Tanner, relax. I'm not going to lose it. Like, well, he then starts saying, I'm not going to lose. And at this point, he sees Swann across the corridor. So they've kind of met in this corridor. Bond and Tanner coming from one side and Swann and Nobi coming from the other. And they're now looking at each other. And at this point, the piano from No Time to Die, that theme, that starts kind of playing. Similar to some of the other films, the No Time to Die song, the main theme of the film is the kind of the love song between these two. It's used quite a bit. So again, Hans ticking that box for everyone. Thank you, Hans. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so Bond then kind of like, he has a moment where it's like a bit taken aback, but then as he approaches, that like resets and goes away. And he very casually is like, Dr. Swann, good afternoon. And like smiles. And she just doesn't shake his hand. He just kind of leaves him hanging, and the doors open. So then Bond greets Nobi and says 007, which is nice. And they all enter into a lift, and Bond stands behind Swann, and yeah, we're a little bit tense there. Swann kind of looking away, and the lift gets somewhere. And at this point, Tanner and Nobi leave. They kind of like go behind a glass area nearby so they can see what's going on. But at this point, a big old security door opens up, and because they're inside Belmarsh, they're very much in the middle of it now. They've kind of gone down these floors, and they're right in the middle of this prison, like this somewhat futuristic prison facility. So Bond says to Swann, it must be so nice to catch up with an old friend so regularly. And this took me like 3 or 4 times to hear what she says here, because she whispers something to him, and it's, we're closer than ever. But I could not hear that to save my life. That took me a lot of attempts to pick up what she was saying.
Really? I think that one was all right for me. It is funny though, isn't it? It's just, there is just some lines that, because what was it earlier on I couldn't hear, but yeah. And also,
there was one, I don't know if this film, I think it was Spectre, wasn't it? Like sometimes there's just a line you can't hear.
Yeah. No, I know what it was at this one. It was right at the beginning where they're in Italy and they're walking into the hotel. I could not make out what they were saying about looking over your shoulder. That was a bit I had to look up. And I even put on the subtitles. And as per usual, the subtitles are way too big, so I had to turn them back off. Sorry, minor moan there. Carry
No,
on.
it's fair enough. It's the last episode. We got to get these in.
Yeah.
So we see Nomi and Tanner going in the room nearby to observe, and Nomi's like, God, that was awkward. Does he have that effect on all women? And Tanner says, it's about 50-50. Which, this is when Nomi turns around for me. I quite like that line. I think that's quite funny. And I like Tanner getting in the dig, if you will, getting a little dig there at Bond.
Tanner knows. He knows.
But it's a dig he hasn't done before, so it's not an old dig.
Shut up.
Oh, shut up, Q.
Shut up, Tom.
I just want to kind of comment, very interesting moment there. And I think it's something we've seen before where it's this idea that has been put there the whole time that Bond just pushes down his feelings and can act very casually. Like it's a skill. It's like a blessing and a curse situation where you can see someone he cares a lot about, where Swann has a history, and just turn that off and act all cool and casual, which I think has always been part of the Bond character, but it's something that has been seen throughout the Craig films, and it's kind of nice to have quite a direct version of it. It doesn't really linger on it all that much, but it's like having such a direct version in this scene makes me think like, yeah, that is a big part of it. And it also kind of reinforces the idea of the times where Bond says is fine and looks okay is not true, probably. Like, he's just very good at putting that stuff down. So I quite like that. It's a very small moment, but I think it makes you think about stuff that I like.
Yeah. As we find out later on, like, it definitely still affects him. You're right, it's pushed it all down. I also like good storytelling here, or good writing, is that she refuses to shake his hand, and we know why that is. But then it also still makes sense in like the standoffish nature, and how Bond takes that as she doesn't want anything to do with him, whereas it's actually doesn't want to touch him with the whatever it is. So good, clever. I like it.
Yeah, good stuff. So we then see Bond and Swann standing next to each other, and there's like this long corridor in front of them, and they're kind of waiting for these doors to open, and Swann is like trembling, very nervous and trembling, and Bond kind of like points that out to her, like, oh, you're nervous or you're trembling or something like that. And at the end of the corridor, we see a cell appear, because I think there's some noise going on at the moment as well. So we see a cell appear and turn to its side, and it's like this, not a cube, but it's like this box that's see-through, and somebody is sitting inside it. So the doors open to the long corridor, and we see the cell is kind of being brought forward along it towards them. And then we get some flashes, and we see Blofeld's face. And Swann kind of freaks out at this and starts shouting like, open the door, open the door. So Bond like grabs her wrist to kind of stop her and saying like, what's going on? And she says like, you don't know what this is? Don't make me do this. Of which Bond says, okay, open the door, like nods to Tanner through the glass, and she's allowed to leave. And then the door's shut, and Nomi says to go in, I think, to try and stop this and go get her. But Tanner's all like, just wait, just see what happens. And I can't remember. Someone says special delivery. I didn't write down who.
I hope it's Tanner.
I think so. So I just have the word special delivery written down. I can't imagine it's Tanner, but maybe it's possible. So Blofeld then stops moving in his cell, and the panel in front of him comes down, and it's just Blofeld sitting there in front of Bond. And Blofeld says, James. And he says, hello, Blofeld. And Bond starts saying, perhaps you can help me. And he says, Cuba was quite the party, by the way, and happy birthday. Blofeld just says, thank you. But Bond's like, I'm trying to piece together what happened. He says, like, you had the noose around my neck and the most valuable weapon in existence, and this was going to be a celebration of everything that was Gustavo Blofeld. But then it all went wrong. And Blofeld just is like, what do you want? And Bond's like, your enemies are all coming in, Blofeld. And he says, the biggest irony is that if you tell me who they are, I could save your life. And Blofeld says, my avenging angel, chaser of lost causes. And says, you asked the wrong questions. You should ask, why are we here? And we cut to footage of the eye. So from that eye, Q is still hacking on it, but we kind of go to the footage itself, and it's a lot of fast forwarding. It's very quick. Like it's almost like horror-esque actually. It creeped me out a little bit. The way it's like fast forwarding through, and we hear the computer voice saying like accessing files. And the footage is like zooming through and it's scanning faces, and it shows Bond face, and we then see Q and he's like looking sharp Bond, and he's still like fast forwarding through all the footage with this like little kind of joystick thing, and he then has a big old bowl of gummy worms next to him. So he enjoys a big old gummy worm while he's going through the footage. So we then see footage in the eyeball of Logan and the eyeball man meeting in a cafe. So Q calls Nobi to give her this information, because I'm assuming that is something that has happened or is happening now or happened quite recently after the party, because the electronic eyeball that was like Blofeld eyeball is the eyeball man's eyeball that's in his head. So they've been able to hack into it to see what happened after the fact.
Yes.
I think
he's being rehired.
Yeah, so this is like not, because I wasn't too sure at first if this was like old footage that linked Eyeball Man to Logan, but it kind of had to be more recent footage so Nobi would have information to go and find him.
Yeah.
So Nobi leaves. So Nobi tells Tanner like Q has a lead on Logan, so I'm going to go. So then we carry on with the Blofeld conversation, and Blofeld says like, look at us, two old men trying to work out who's playing tricks on us. And he says, she still loves you. You know that. But Bond says, well, she's irrelevant. But Blofeld cuts in and saying, I wouldn't be too quick to dismiss. You said it yourself. She's good at hiding things. And when her secret finds its way out, it will be the death of you. And Blofeld says, Madeline. So Bond just says, well, just tell me who they are, like the person trying to kill him, and I'll leave you alone. But Blofeld says, I don't want you to leave.
I love that line. It says it so genuine. It's like, I don't want you to leave.
But I don't want you to leave. We're having a nice time. Yeah. So Blofeld's like, yeah, and there's like a mirror on the wall during all of this. So yeah, there's the mirror where Tanner is standing behind, but it's giving like this infinite reflection. So you've got Bond standing next to Blofeld sitting down, but there's like an infinite number of them on the wall, which is quite a nice visual. And Blofeld says, come, I need to give you something. So Bond does like slowly go over to him and leads in, and Blofeld says, it was me. And he says, you destroyed Spectre? But Blofeld's like, no, Vesper's grave. He said, I knew you would visit it. But she led you there from the goodness of her heart, referring to Swann leading him there. But Bond says, oh, that doesn't matter. Blofeld's like, oh, but it does. My poor little cuckoo. And Bond kind of looks to the mirror and says, this isn't working, to Tanner. And Blofeld kind of carries on. And he's like, all this wasted time that you could have had. The beautiful thing is, you're coming to me for answers, but she's the one that has all the answers. She holds all the secrets. And Blofeld carries on by saying, I didn't need to kill you. I just wanted to give you an empty world like you did for me. And Bond kind of stops for a second and looks down, and he just whispers, die. And Blofeld's like, what? And he says, die. And he grabs him round the throat, and he says, die, Blofeld, die. And Tanner kind of bangs on the door, trying to get in. And Bond kind of lets go. Tanner comes through, and Tanner says, this is over, you're done. But Bond kind of reacts quite emotionally, saying, don't lecture me, don't tell me what to do. And Tanner says, well, you violated the most important rule of all this. And then they kind of, as they're arguing, they look over to Blofeld, and he has died. He has died in the same way that all the Spectre agents did. Very puffy face and boils and blood, and he is dead in the chair. So, what did you think of old Blofeld?
There's a lot I have to say about this scene. Well, not a lot, but there's a few different parts. First thing, I like Blofeld in this scene, actually. I think Blofeld's better here than he was in all the Spectre for the most part, apart from maybe the boardroom scene at the beginning, but that's kind of barely him. It's more just the figure. But yeah, it's got a kind of a Hannibal Lecter Silence of the Lambs type situation as he's traveling forward on that little cubicle bit, and it's kind of going in and out of the spotlights, and he's in shadow and out of shadow. It's very over the top. But if you couldn't tell by now, I'm all for that stuff sometimes. And I like how much they really egg this up about it being Blofeld coming in this high security prison, and it's a bit goofy. But once he's there, I think the conversation that he has with Bond is pretty good. Like you were saying, he's quite polite, and he's like, overly polite. Thank you, and I don't want you to leave. And then the lines about I'd already broken you, and it's kind of similar to what we'd already heard in Spectre, but I think with the new Madeline situation from the beginning, it still works. It's fine to reuse that angle because it is more trauma that he's put Bond through. So yeah, I think Blofeld is really strong in this scene, and I'm really glad that they brought him back, because if that was all we saw of Christoph Waltz as Inspector, that would have been a shame. And they kind of gave him a bit of time and gave the character some justice. I kind of wish that he didn't die the way he died. I get why they, in terms of the plot, yes, that's what Safin wants, and they spread it to her, and then she spread it to Bond, and blah blah blah, and that's fine. I wish it was a bit more dramatic. I mean, this is Blofeld, and we've said before that the Felix death wasn't very dramatic, and the actual villain death that we're going to see isn't very dramatic, which I like. But here, I just kind of wish that it wasn't an off-screen thing, and then you just look over and he's slumped. I think it just could have been a bit more. But that's it really. I've got one more point, but I'll let you, in case you want to say something back to that, because my next point is another moan. So
Is it about the gummy worms?
It's not about the gummy worms, no.
No, I love the scene. I think it's great. Even in Spectre, I still really enjoyed Christoph Waltz as Blofeld and his acting and the presence and stuff. So much of that stuff I think was really strong, and it was more perhaps the story and the logic around it that let it down. But now that we're kind of like over that hump and we have this built-in history with these two characters, because I think that's what makes Blofeld. It's the history. Like, you need that to make this work, because outside of it, I don't really care about Blofeld. But the fact that there is a history there, and now that we've actually seen it in film, and now he's back for the next one and in prison, it just makes it like, this is kind of what it needed to be. So it's almost like Spectre had to trip and fall on its face so No Time to Die could run and kind of really make this enjoyable. And just, having them chatting, it's like, it's so good. It's just two good actors bouncing off each other, and just find it so enjoyable. Again, I don't think concept-wise there's anything that different here. I could have probably done without the cuckoo line, but still it's fine, I suppose. But I like the way that Bond mocks Blofeld and then Blofeld mocks Bond. Like, there is that big back and forth. And I also love that Blofeld's plan has just failed, and Bond just kind of gets to rub that in a little bit, but Blofeld just kind of is like, just rolling with the punches. I got a lot of stuff going
Everyone
on.
cries on their birthday.
Everyone cries on their birthday. It's such great lines. It's such, it's almost funny, some of these lines as well, but then it goes to a lot more sinister, which is something that I think is the real strength of these actors. And I definitely like the idea that, he's all like, I broke you and Swann up. And Bond kind of pretends like it doesn't bother him, but he's like, I did that. It's that's kind of cool. So I guess about the death, I get what you mean. When you look at it as Blofeld and Spectre as a whole, it makes sense it would be something more over the top. But I don't know. I think it almost feels like there's two things. Like, one is like this film has just people just dying. Like what we had with Felix, this is somewhat what I was talking about, where it's like people just kind of die. It's just one of those films. Like, death is not a big deal until it is later. But everyone else, it's not. This is not a big heroic thing. This is just people kind of being wiped out, which ties quite nicely into the theme of the nanobots and what they're trying to stop. And I kind of like it from that perspective. And I also kind of like this idea that Blofeld is kind of, I think the dialogue helps, where he's done what he wanted to do. Like, the last thing he's talking about is well, I didn't kill you, but I left you empty. So Blofeld dies. But it kind of, like, he has done what he wanted to do. So him dying doesn't matter so much. Like, he's done his goal. He's done his damage. He's got nothing left to do. So he's almost like somewhat okay with dying. Like, it's not that big of a deal with him. Like, I'm not saying he wanted to die, but if he kept going, like, then yeah, what else would he have done? And it's almost like Blofeld had to die to allow Bond to somewhat be happy, right? Like, if like Bond being happy with Blofeld still being around, does that make any sense? Like, I don't think so. So yeah, I definitely get what you mean, but I can see the positives and the ways that it kind of makes sense to kill him off in this way. And just kind of like with Felix, I don't need this stuff kind of drawn out all that much. Just kind of give him the death and have a great scene with the character and move on. I think for me anyway, that's kind of enough.
As M would say about Blofeld then, he is irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
He's done what he needed to do. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I'm totally on board with him actually dying. I think him dying is fine. Now, shall I get onto my moan?
Yeah.
This is my, I mentioned earlier on about I have a theory. And it's a bit of a, I'm going to call this a hot take. I'm going to call this a hot take.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
But you may have noticed that when I was talking about that scene between Bond and Blofeld, didn't really talk much about Bond. I liked Bond's dialogue, but I was not a big fan of the way Daniel Craig delivered it. And there's actually been a few parts in this film where I've not liked the way that he has portrayed Bond. Not the whole thing, definitely not. I still very much like him as Bond, but just some scenes I pointed out long ago now, but like how he's like, that's not good, when he was talking to Nomi in Jamaica. The scene with him and Angry M, there's some lines in there, the way he says it. And this is my theory, all right? Hear me out.
No. Oh, all right then.
Hear me out. I think Daniel Craig forgot how to play Bond.
Ooh.
Okay. Not for, that's a bit facetious. Not forgot. He obviously didn't forget. But he definitely changed the way he played Bond for a lot of this film. And my theory is this. This was Craig's last film, for sure. This was definite. There was no questions about it. This was his final Bond film. And he came back for one more. And I think with that, he probably had a lot of kind of bargaining power with that as well. And I'm guessing one of the things he wanted for this film was to be able to stretch his acting a bit more. Bond is not really a character you can do a ton of emotional depth to. They've done more with the Craig series, but even then. So I get the feeling he wanted a little bit more to do in this film, and particularly with that, a little bit more dialogue. Like, if you look at what Bond says in this film, this is probably the most Bond says, compared to the previous ones combined. There's a lot of talking from Bond. And I don't have a problem with that. I think Bond can talk more. That's fine. He doesn't have to be exactly the same as he was in Casino Royale. He has grown as a character. He's been retired for 5 years. So, yeah, like the nature of the way he might say things could be different. But I think where Craig took that just seemed off to me. And I'm going to tell you why I think that is. In part 2. No, I'll go do it now.
What a tease.
Join us next time. No. Right, so I was looking at the dates of things. And this film started principal photography in around April 2019 because of all the delays, right? He had started filming Knives Out in October of 2018, only a few months back. When I watched this film, it all suddenly clicked on me that I could see, especially now having seen Knives Out 2 as well, which has come out, I could see a lot of Benoit Blanc in this film. The way Craig says some of his lines and just his nature, a lot of hand pointing and things. He's Benoit Blanc still. I'm telling you. There's even some strange American twangs in there every now and then. Like when he is saying to Felix, is like, you're from Milwaukee, when they're on the ship and it's sinking. So that is my theory. I'm sticking to it. You don't have to agree with it, everyone, but that's my opinion, is that I think Craig just kind of had a bit of remnants from Knives Out and kind of got it a little bit muddled with the way he was playing Bond. There you go. Holding my hands up. I'm done.
Okay. It's a very interesting theory. You got a little Charlie Day there, but that's fine. That's what we're all about. Let's do it.
Didn't I? I did.
Listen.
Pepe Sylvia's in there somewhere.
It's all linked. But no, I don't think it's a bad point. You're definitely right that he plays it a little bit differently, but I quite like it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like someone could easily like the way that he's doing it now, and I don't. I can totally understand that. It's not for me. It's just I noticed it was different. That's all.
Yeah, I will definitely not deny that. Yeah, it is a little bit different, but I would take this Bond over the Spectre Bond any day of the week. I think it does work. And I think it does work as the last film of Bond being older and that vet. I think the way he plays it, he kind of almost plays it like that. He is not this young, 100% shut down killer that he was in Casino Royale. I feel like the way he plays Bond does show a little bit more maturity and balance. So, not that he's over his trauma and stuff, but yeah, I feel like there's a little bit more balance. He's a little bit more content, which is probably where Craig was doing this film, and probably is maybe where some of that comes from. But there is almost a little bit more of a comfort level and content, which allows him to kind of do a little bit more and talk a little bit more. So yeah, it might be for the reason you're describing, but to me, I think it almost fits where Bond was heading and how he's portrayed in this film. So to me, that works. I like it.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I just wanted to put my idea out there because it was like I was watching the film and then there's like a light bulb moment. I was like, Benoit Blanc. And it all just came to me.
Yeah. Did you do like what he does? Just waggle the finger. Like,
Yeah. Let me see here.
I figured this out.
I'll say.
Something stank from the beginning.
I do declare.
All right, we might need to move on.
Okay, sorry to sidetrack that a little bit. Okay, let me just gather my thoughts once again. So, yes, Blofeld's just died, that's right. And we're back in Q Branch after that. Bond is looking at his hands, sort of wondering what's just went on, and Q's next to him and he's taking a sample from his thumb. And after that, Tanner and Moneypenny come in, and Tanner is there, of course, for the line, "He's dead. Blofeld is dead. Thanks, Tanner."
Cheers, Tanner.
And Bond starts to say, well, how do I get this off, this stuff that just killed Blofeld? And that's where Q chimes in saying, you can't. Nanobots are not just for Christmas. So, yeah, they are in your system forever, apparently, which is a very important point that we should not forget. Once they're in you, that's it. But that's kind of not really dwelled on very long. We move on, and Bond asks Moneypenny about Madeline and her car, but she says her car's been abandoned and she's not at home. And then Moneypenny quickly asks, is she one of them? Being like she one of the baddies in this situation. And Bond says, I don't know. Very brushes it aside, like, I don't know. Then Moneypenny asks where she might have gone, or does Bond know where she might have gone? And Bond says, no, I don't know her at all, as he walks off. So just a very quick scene, basically to get out that, the nanobots, you can't get rid of them. I guess we can talk about that aspect of it later on when it comes more into play, right?
Yeah. I don't know if him saying I don't know her at all has any more significance apart from like, but Bond does really know her, but he's saying he doesn't. I guess I don't think it's meant to have any more significance than that. But yeah, that's all fine. Yeah,
just kind of, I guess, throwing him off not throwing him off the track, because he clearly does know and where she's gone.
They're like, we know, we know you know.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But after that, we cut to again, it's not said, but this is Norway, and there's this very kind of wide shot of this very cool, curvy-looking bridge. I just put cool, curvy bridge. It's a real bridge. I looked it up afterwards. I was like, where is this place? But yeah, there's a car driving over this bridge, and we see that, like a top-down view, it's driving through a forest. And then we finally get, as it parks up outside a gate, it's the V8. It's the Aston Martin we saw earlier. And it's Bond, of course, walking out. Bond looking Very nice. He's got this very nice long jacket on. You were saying earlier, like he has some good outfits in this film for sure.
Yeah, they found a really good compromise of like, yeah, he's dressing a little bit older, but in a good way. He's making it work. You know, life begins at 50, so he's making it work. This is not Roger Moore in like a cardigan. It's like,
you leave Roger
no,
alone.
I'm just saying.
But yeah, he eventually walks to a bit of a clearing, and you see a house, and it's the same house that we saw in the pre-title sequence, except now it's not all snowy and icy. It's clearly summer or spring, and there's loads of grass and all the trees are blooming. So he enters the house, and you see the sort of 70s doorway with the glass on it. He enters, and he's armed. He's got his gun out, and he's walking in, looking around, and suddenly we hear off screen Madeline, and she asks, "Is that for me?" referring to the gun. And then we see her. She's at the top of the staircase balcony, so where she was when she was a little girl, all that time back, as we saw. And she asks, "Why did you come? Why did Bond come here?" And Bond says, "Because you told me to." And so am I right in thinking that's what she meant by saying home? And that Bond knew that?
When did she say home?
Just as she was leaving Blofeld.
I want to go home or something.
Or he says, "Where are you going?" And she goes, "Home."
Oh, right. I didn't even pick up on that. Like, yeah, that probably is it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did not pick up on that at all. But yeah, that makes more sense. I always just assumed that Bond knew her well enough to be like, oh, I know where she would go if she had to hide. That's how I took it. But yeah, you're right. She does say home. So yeah. Okay. All right.
So yeah, he's there and he says, I need to know who gave you the poison perfume. But she doesn't really answer that. She says that Blofeld told him the truth, that she didn't betray him. And she says that they're both not built to trust people, and they're fools for forever trying. So they're just as bad as each other in that regard, and very similar, I suppose. And that's where Bond replies saying that he wanted to, and he doesn't know what's going on here. And it all gets very emotional for a moment. He says he doesn't know what's going on here, but he knows for one moment of his life he wanted everything with her, not because he didn't trust, but and he's come here to find out about the poison, but he won't leave without her knowing that he's loved her and will love her and doesn't regret anything in his life leading up to her apart from putting her on that train. So yeah, very, very, very emotional scene. I can't remember the music that plays, but it's obviously, is it the main theme or some variant?
I didn't write it down, but you would assume so.
Yeah, and the lighting in the scene where it's sort of the sun is setting and there's like a glow coming in. It's all meant to be them two falling back in love, I suppose. And as you say in that, she replies, "Do you know the worst thing about you?" And he slowly walks up to her and he starts replying, "Is it my timing, my sense of humour?" And she's saying, "Don't." And as he's walking up to her, he says, "You look incredible." And that's like when the theme really kicks in and they start to kiss.
Yeah, it's a very surprising scene. I feel like we talked about this in the past with the last two films with the Sam Mendes stuff, where they inject a ton of Bond stuff and then at some point they just switch gears to do their own thing and it stops feeling like classic Bond in any way. I feel like this is the scene that very much cements that. I guess there's maybe some stuff after this you could say is more classic Bond, but I feel like this is where this feels very different to anything. Like, even though there are times where Bond has been and gone to and kissed a woman in a house and stuff, yeah, this is very shot extremely differently. And it all comes down to Daniel Craig's acting, and because the camera's just on his face as he's doing this speech, and it's a speech that you don't really expect to hear from Bond. And I think Craig's acting really does a good job. I think he nails it. I think this scene kind of lives or dies on if he can pull this off. And he does absolutely pull this off. And yeah, it's just such a different feeling from anything else. And, some of this stuff, I guess you can think about how well did they set up Swann in the last film. But, I do feel they got natural chemistry. And I think this film has done enough to show their past to kind of buy that Bond would feel this way. But yeah, I think Craig sells it. And that's what makes this scene ultimately work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I think given that we have had all of Spectre now, and I can buy all of this. They've had enough time together. Their chemistry, as you say, is very good together. they are similar characters in the way that was set up before. They both have issues and can find solace with each other, I suppose. And Bond is wearing his heart on his sleeve here, and it's Craig getting to do, I'm sure, what he's wanted to do a lot of, which is really, get into a scene and really act his heart out, and he does. And it's, not in a cheesy way. He's not chewing the scenery, but he's just doing it really well. And yeah, I totally buy him and Madeline together. I think they really work by this point. So very good. However, as they're kissing, they are very quickly interrupted by the sound of a slinky, and you cut to see there's a young girl at the top of the stairs. Young girl, 5 years old, as we know, and Madeline. I'm going to start getting mixed up with M's now. Madeline says, "This is Mathilde," and Bond's like, "Oh, hello," and as they're looking up to her at the top of the stairs, and then at that moment, the slinky starts to fall down the stairs. So yes, what is going on? Who is this child? Ooh, children. No, actually, it's fine. But yeah, before that goes any further, we switch to M. We kind of get a close up of M as he's fiddling with something in his hands, and it pans up, and he's looking down, and he looks up almost straight towards the camera, and you see his point of view, and he's looking at a portrait of Judi Dench's M, kind of lit up at the end of the corridor, overhead light on it, and yeah, you can tell there's almost this. I don't know, there's almost like a religious thing to this, where it's like he's looking up and maybe kind of thinking, what would you do? Like, oh, I need you now, Judy.
More than ever.
More than ever.
Yeah. I like it, though. I take it. You're right that it's more angelic, I suppose. But obviously just seeing a picture of her on the wall is great. That's all you kind of need. But yeah, I like that parallel. I like that parallel of what I said before about how she did some of the wrong things for the right reasons. And M or Mallory's now in that exact same position. So I like that. I like that little draw. It's a reference, but I feel like it's an appropriate reference to kind of think back on the weight on the shoulders of previous M, or all the different M's, of this M and of the previous M's. That's very nice. Again, it's not very subtle, but it's Judy. Just give her a little shine, little light.
Yeah, and we've seen paintings of the M's before, like in The Word Is Not Enough. That was Bernard Lee. So I like that they're carrying that on. There's a few more portraits. There's another M. There's Robert Brown as well on the wall to his right, that you see very briefly as well. So that's quite cool. All the M's are back.
Bernard. I don't know what that's about.
But I reckon Bernard was on the other wall and you just didn't see him, sadly.
Bernard has like a massive memorial down the other corridor, just like just an entire wall filled with him, like as a Greek god
in a toga.
Yeah,
very muscular. Yes. So with that, Tanner comes up and says that they've located Logan Ash. 007 is on the phone. They know where he is, and she wants a word with M. So M starts to talk on the phone, and basically it's 007 asking for permission for a capture or kill on Logan Ash, and M grants that and says thank you for asking. She says, buy the books, and M replies that your predecessor was less deferential. So a little dig at Bond there, but then she does relent and say, well, actually, it was Bond that gave me the lead to Logan Ash. So after that phone call, M quickly asks Tanner about Swann, and nope, still nothing yet. According to MI6, they have no clue where she is.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if that line makes all the sense, because we know that Nobi has only been a 00 agent for 2 years, but Bond has been disappeared for 5. So I guess that implies that the 007 number was not used for 3 years, which sounds like nonsense. I'm pretty sure they would fulfill that straight away, but whatever. Like, it's a nice little line. I kind of prefer this sort of stuff from what we had before. This is the stuff that I thought they were going to do, that they replaced 007, who is very by the book and very calculated and stuff, as a parallel to Bond. But it's almost like they tried to make her like an alternative version of Bond. But I kind of prefer this more by the book stuff. So I'm kind of glad we're past that initial stuff with the 007 bickering. And this is when I can just kind of enjoy Nobi. And it's just nice to see her talking to M and them getting stuff done. Like, that's nice. So yeah, this is when it kind of starts turning around for me.
Yeah. And is she wearing the sunglasses in this scene yet, or is that later on?
Oh, good question.
She's wearing some cool sunglasses.
I want to say she is, but I couldn't say for sure.
Listen, I'm not saying I could pull them off, but she looks good in them. So there you are.
Yeah.
So after that, we are back in Norway, back with Bond and Madeline and Mathilde, and Madeline's putting Mathilde to bed, tucking her in. It's night, and they're saying they're doing a little night routine in French, and Bond is there watching, and Bond says goodnight, and they leave because that's up on the balcony, and they go down the spiral staircase, and as they leave, Madeline kind of whispers like, "She's not yours," to Bond, because he's sort of just been staring at the whole thing and taking it all in, and Bond, kind of confused by this, but what about the blue eyes? Like, she just repeats, "She's not yours," and okay, so that's not Bond's child, everyone.
I just love. It's so. Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to think at this point. I don't know what you're supposed to think, but yeah, the blue eyes are so bloody distinct. They spent 4 films really showing you Craig's blue eyes. Like, look at these blue eyes. To the point where when Bond asks about the blue eyes, it's a good question. You're like, yeah, what about the blue eyes? And she's like, nah. And she's like, okay. It's like,
I don't believe you.
I love that they had to find a kid with massive Craig-style blue eyes, and they did. And I'm like, that's so good. It just proves this is the real payoff to this franchise. Did they know about the blue eyes? Was it a big part of his character? The answer is yes. It was all building to this. Yep. You thought we just shoved the blue eyes in just because we thought it looked cool. No! It was all part of the plan. And here's the payoff.
Barbara Broccoli
foreshadowing.
Was there. Is that... all along, you guys, it was all planned. I was here all along.
The blue eyes.
But yeah, so Madeline says it's not Bond's child, and so at the moment, for the audience, that's that. Even though everything says otherwise, But we'll get into this later. Anyway, they're downstairs, and Madeline takes Bond into a locked room, had like a little key code access. And inside is presumably it's Mr. White's office when he was there and when he was alive, because it's filled with paperwork and there's a computer on there and kind of similar-esque to the L'American, bit tidier, that we saw in Spectre. And this is a room with documents, and Madeline wanted to show this to Bond before, to tell him everything, to tell him her secrets, all that stuff before, but didn't get the chance, obviously. And she starts to show Bond a photo on the desk, and explains that Blofeld ordered her father, Mr. White, to assassinate an entire family. And you see the family on the photo, and they've all got X's, black X's over their heads, apart from one. She says only one boy survived. And that boy is... Now, I wrote down...
Go on.
Oh, it looks like Lucifer, but they don't say that. It's like... Liitzfer?
Yeah, it's like there's a Y in there, and
there's
a T
a Y,
and an S and stuff, rather than it's...
Let's just say Safin.
Safin.
It's Safin. And so, yeah, she starts to explain about what we saw at the beginning, how he came when she was a child and how he spared her life. And now he's back and he wants revenge and he wants herself as well. So there's a few more photos in all these documents showing the poisoned family. And she explains how Mr. White held a banquet for them and actually used their own recipe against them to poison them. And in the process, the toxin that he used, they would have suffered horribly, and the boy would have been scarred for life, I guess, mentally and physically in this sense. And that also the family had an island, and they called it the Poison Garden. And when Blofeld had the family killed, Blofeld took over the island, and now that Blofeld's gone, Safin has taken it back. And there's a map that she's showing Bond, and Bond starts to take some photos on his phone of this island, and heads out and starts to message Q with a voice message and says to him, find out more about this Safin guy, and sending over a photo of the island to try and locate the island as well. And that he'll need a plane, a big plane, and he'll send his location over shortly. And just to wrap up this, Madeline asks, "You're going to find him?" And Bond says, "There are 1,000 reasons to find this man. You just gave me a reason to kill him." Good line. Good line to end it.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's related to the kid.
Yeah.
I'm
And
guessing
her.
that's what that
Yeah.
means. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is when things get a little bit iffy. Like, I like a lot of this idea. Like, so this is now us kind of exposing what this has really been all about. Like, we already got a lot of the seeds, and now this is them having the scene of like, look at all these papers. It means this. Here's what the secret is. But first of all, I find it a little bit confusing that Swann's secret was this, and was the thing that ended up causing so much like confusion at the beginning of the film. Was Swann really going to be like, there was a guy with a mask who came to my house and saved my life, and Bond's like, what? You should have told me this. It's like, it doesn't feel that relevant. I'm not saying it's not relevant at all, but I don't feel like that really matches. Like, it feels like they needed a secret to create the tension at the beginning of the film, and this being it is more just a little arbitrary. I don't think that quite works. It's a bit confusing. And then we have the Mr. White stuff, who, by the way, I had forgotten a lot of the stuff when we watched Casino Royale. When you first see that character, the way this gets developed is pretty nuts. Like, it's insane where Mr. White goes as a character and his impact, but I quite like it. It kind of ties into the mystique he had in that film, and I like the idea that his presence is still ongoing right until the end. And he was an incredibly important character. I like that a ton.
Yeah.
And then, but the thing is, like, I almost feel like they're trying to connect what happened here with Safin to Spectre, but I don't think it works, or maybe they weren't trying to connect it, where Mr. White in Spectre said his reasons for leaving is because they were killing women and children, but obviously he killed women and children when Swann was just 10, and it was obviously before that, because Safin was just a boy, but he then grew up to the point where he could come to the house and try and kill him. So that's maybe, let's say 5 years. Let's be generous and say 5 years. I think that should be about 10 years, which means the events of Mr. White being poisoned in 2015 took place probably like 20 years before that point, when he already killed the women and children with the poison. So I'm guessing him doing this is meant to tie back to that reason, but it feels like he had been doing it for 20 years. So why would he care then? It's I don't know if they were trying to tie it, but if they weren't, I still don't think it connects or makes sense.
That's a very good point. And to be honest with you, I kind of forgot about that whole bit in Spectre where he says, oh, they went too far. But yeah, you're totally right. Like, why did he draw the line there? And then we learn that he's done all this years ago. That doesn't really line up. Huh.
Yeah, you gotta separate that stuff. But I do kind of like the idea of they're connected, but the timeline doesn't make sense at all. But I like the idea of Mr. White killed a family. That made him grow conscious. He then decided to go against Blofeld, and maybe there was a little bit of a plan. Maybe it wasn't necessarily 2015 when he started to go after Blofeld. Maybe it was more of a long-term thing. Perhaps that's what they were doing. But again, the idea that Mr. White took like 20 years to go over Blofeld, and it's only just then that he got caught and poisoned, but all a bit strange. But I love this idea of Blofeld having enemies, and I like this idea of, because Spectre had about Spectre and Bond being all like the center of the world of all this sort of stuff. But I like the idea of Blofeld having this bigger operation, because I always like saw Spectre as in not purely about Bond. Even in this era, I always like try to convince myself it was bigger than that, or like did other stuff from that. And I feel like this concept here like validates that idea that he was doing stuff that was not related to Bond in the slightest. He ran this big global corporation and he stomped on people, but now he's like almost created a rival for himself, Safin, and I think that's incredibly cool. I think it's a really cool way of expanding the universe, expanding what Blofeld was doing, getting Mr. White involved, but also introducing this new villain who was like a rival of Blofeld. That stuff screams to me as like, incredibly cool. That's what I want to see, competing people. Even in like the original one, you had like Smersh and stuff. It wasn't just Spectre. So I think expanding that and having people separate to that and kind of making Spectre its own unique, wacky thing in this film where they're a bit more silly, but also then having another part of this with Safin and his organization, that's really cool. And I can massively, I've gone a bit all over the place when talking about the scene because it talks about the whole plot, but that part of it, at least I can massively get behind. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a tricky thing they're trying to do here, juggling these sort of three strands of what we've had so far. And Spectre, the Blofeld bit, the Swann and Bond, and this new Safin character. Not an easy thing to do. And I think up until more or less now, a little bit, up until now, more or less, I think all the motivations have stood. They've stood ground. Safin wants revenge on Spectre, wants revenge on Blofeld. From this point on, when things start to change and it's like, well, now Blofeld is dead, how does that change the storyline? That's when it starts to become weaker, because then it seems a little bit more muddy and just made up, which we haven't got there yet, but we will do soon. But I think, yeah, that idea of Blofeld having his own enemies, not just Bond, great. I was saying before in Spectre how I don't really like the idea that Blofeld is obsessed with Bond completely and he does have these other things going on. So I'm very happy with that idea. It's kind of like they reached that point and then they didn't quite know what to do with this character now, this Safin character, where he's achieved what he wanted to achieve. So now it's like, well, Madeline is the danger, I guess, and there's more to it than that as well. So, yeah, it's tricky. I like most of it, but I do think they fumble it a bit towards the end.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, it was surprising later in the film when Safin reveals that it's about Swann, but the hints have been there, but you don't really get that sense of it. And like, yeah, it's all about him saving her as a kid, so now she's grown up and he's in love with her, apparently, is how you're meant to take this. No, I don't buy any of that. She's an attractive woman. I'm just saying, I guess maybe that makes sense. A woman, indeed. It's like, But yeah, I don't really buy that. And yeah, like she says it in this scene, it's like he wants revenge and he wants me. It's like, does he? Like, okay, all right. And then it comes back in a big way later. And yeah, I kind of agree. That's when things kind of fall down a little bit and they like try and redirect his motivations. But yeah, I guess we're not quite there yet for that bit. But yeah, again, I still quite like this stuff. It's a little mixed. I think some of it doesn't quite work, but I still think this idea of the world outside Spectre and that coming back to haunt Blofeld, good idea. I like that.
Yeah. So after that, it's the morning, and you see Bond and Madeline are in bed together. Madeline's asleep, and Bond is woken up, and he looks at the end of his bed, and there's Mathilde, and she just says she's hungry. So
yeah,
we are then in the kitchen, and Bond, she sat at the breakfast bar, or the kitchen bit, and Bond is making her breakfast. I think she might have already had pancakes on the table, but he's peeling an apple for her, the skin off of it, and Madeline is there, kind of watching, and Bond hands it over, and she starts to eat it, Mathilde, and he's like eagerly looking at her. He's like, "How is it?" And she just goes in French. She just says, "Not bad." So it's Dad Bond, everyone.
Hey.
We finally got there. We're seeing a little glimpse of Bond as a family man. And it's a good setup for comedy. Like, we've already had a little bit with the introduction of the child, but even just like seeing Bond in that situation, it's so like fish out of water. It's an interesting take on something to do with a character. I can't say that I would have ever imagined them doing this, where Bond is properly interacting with the child. We've had a few children in the Bond films, but they've always been quite annoying and very fleeting. Like the kid in The Man with the Golden Gun who tries to sell on the boat. Remember that guy?
It's a harsh comparison. You buy elephant.
Yeah, exactly. But no, now we're actually getting a legitimate sort of attempt at a relationship between Bond and a child, and it's interesting.
Yeah, it's extremely otherworldly, but I think that they kind of set that up where you are in this house in the middle of nowhere. They almost like this house kind of represents this disconnect from the world. So it almost allows them to kind of like get away with this. Like Bond is almost like disconnected from his previous world so entirely that he can have this odd moments with a kid. I mean, and it helps that the kid is just like so ridiculously just like big old eyes, sitting there with a bunny, having an apple. It's like, oh, it's just adorable. Adorable kid. Great actor.
Oh, good old Doo-Doo. Yeah.
Yeah, Doo-Doo, yeah. So yeah, that massively helps. But yeah, very otherworldly, very alien, all this stuff feels. But I kind of like that. It's kind of, it creates this really unique feeling. And as I said, like we're now in the part of the film where there's still some Bond stuff to go, sure. But I like this otherworldly feeling with this stuff. It's cool. It's something different. I kind of get behind this weird feeling I get. I'm like, oh, okay, what is all this then? With the apple and the doo-doo.
Yeah, Doo-Doo is a bunny bunny doll, okay? Not that sort of Doo-Doo.
No, it's
Sickos.
D-O-U.
It's French. It's cultured.
Yeah, if we had the accents, it would sound classier.
Yeah. But yeah, as she's eating breakfast, Bond gets a phone call on his Nokia phone, not a Sony. Don't know what happened there. It's a Nokia now.
Well, Sony didn't finance this film. They cut it off after Spectre.
Why, I wonder?
Because it was bloody expensive. Because it was like the most biggest explosion ever. Like, oh my god,
that's where all their money went.
They really exploded some bridges between the Bond production team and Sony. So yeah, no more Sony for Bond at this point.
Although I'm surprised Nokia had the money then. If Sony said no,
no. So there's like two things of it, right? So Sony financed the last film, so that means it's like, well, if it's a phone, it's going to be one of ours. But Nokia would have just paid for the sponsorship, whatever you want to do. It would have been one of them.
So yeah, he gets a phone call and it's MI6, and Bond asks if they've found the island, and it's M and Q and all that. So Q says that it's part of a chain of islands in disputed waters between Japan and Russia. This poison garden, and it was a chemical plant dating back from World War II. And Tanner says that they've pulled up some satellite imagery, and they can see some suspicious activity reported on the island. And yeah, the imagery from a few days ago, you can see that there are ships starting to dock in there, and yeah, people are there. And so if Safin's there, Heracles is there as well, is what they're gathering. So Bond asks if 007, Nomi 007, has found Logan Ash. Moneypenny says she's closing in, and that she'll send over 007's location to Bond. And so you see Bond on his Nokia, and you get a shot of his phone and his screen, and there's a handy map, and it shows where he is and where Nomi 007 is meant to be, and they're very, very close. They're not very far away at all. And Bond says, I thought she was following Logan Ash, not me. And as he says that, the music that's been in the scene sort of drops, and he looks over to Madeline and Mathilde, and he kind of clocks what's happened here.
So after this kind of very strange scene, we're now just setting up a chase scene. So it's like, yeah, still kind of a Bond film, but yeah, I guess strap in, I suppose. So yeah, so that we cut to them getting into the car and driving off, and we quickly cut to them getting onto the road. So they're kind of like in this Jeep, and yeah, it's Bond, and it's Swann, and it's Mathilde in the back. So Bond's on the phone and kind of calls Q to get the plane quickly. And the kid starts saying like a mosquito bit her. Like she kind of in French is saying that. And yeah, she's got a toy rabbit, the doo-doo. But they're kind of going down this like pretty incredible looking road. It's like a highway or like a motorway. But yeah, on very thin like bits of land surrounded by water. It looks really cool. So they're driving quite fast, and then two Jeeps drive past them very fast. But it's a single lane, there's like two lanes each. So they go past, and Bond looks in the mirror and sees them kind of disappear. And the kid, or Mathilde, asks, do mosquitoes have friends? And Swann's like, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know, shut up.
Yeah. And Mathilde's like, I don't think so. Which I don't quite know what they meant by that line. I think it's kind of an interesting line, a kid talking about mosquitoes having friends. It kind of builds into the tension, but I'm sure a smarter person than me can kind of go into the analogy of what that's meant to represent, because there's definitely stuff you could probably pull from with the characters and themes of the film.
Well, Tom, I'm not a smart man.
Okay, all right.
So
cool.
no. So I googled it instead because
That saves us a lot of time.
Because I was curious as well, because I just thought that's a very strange thing to have in the middle of this setup to a chase, and what's all the mosquito stuff about? And to be honest, I didn't really get much. I think the general consensus is it's just meant to be a silly line that a kid would say. There was one article I read that was like, oh, there is before this film kind of really, I don't know, there was a theory that this line means that what was it? Something really silly, like Madeline was Blofeld's daughter rather than Mr. White's. I can't remember how they got.
A true daughter of Spectre.
Exactly. That was one of the things that was in the article. I really can't remember how they stretched it to that, but obviously we know that's not right. So I don't know what this mosquito stuff is about.
That's a shame. I do really feel like there's something there. I still like the line because it's just odd, and this whole scene is quite tense. And having this kid mumbling about mosquito having friends does its job, but there must be something else there. Like, someone needs to ask the person who directed this, who I haven't said his name because I'm not too sure how to pronounce it. Like, we haven't said his name the whole time. It's like Cary Joji Fukunaga. Maybe?
Oh, I didn't. I've never said his middle name.
Oh, do you skip it? Do you?
Well, maybe not, but I only know him as Cary Fukunaga.
Fukunaga. Yeah, there's another A in there. I wasn't too sure. So Cary Fukunaga. So, yeah, someone who, not Sam Mendes, somebody who's not done Bond before. I think so far I quite like the job he's doing at the point that we've got to. But, yeah, not really a big guy. He did like the It reboot and things like that. So it's another very Bond-style choice where it's like, should we get someone who's done like a ton of different things, like action and stuff? It's like, nah. But most notably, he directed all the episodes of season 1 of True Detective, which is a fantastic show.
I've never seen it.
Great season 1. Oh, definitely watch season 1.
I've heard it's good, yeah.
It does have a lot of like style and also the kind of like intrigue and thriller stuff in there. So that definitely kind of translates to this. That's probably like the strongest credential for him doing Bond. And yeah, overall he does a good job.
Yeah.
But yes, so they're still driving along and we get some aerial shots and it shows the Jeeps coming back the other way, going very fast. So we didn't see them turn around, but they have turned around and they are speeding towards them, and Swann spots them and kind of mentions it. So Bond turns off this road into more of like a country road onto the grass, and we kind of see some shots of some trees, and they're kind of near a lake as well. It's quite rural, and the Jeeps have caught up and they're right behind them. So Swann gets in the back to be next to her daughter to kind of help her out, calm her down, and the Jeeps start ramming the car, not super aggressively, but they start going into the back. So we've got 2 Jeeps here. So the first one goes to the side of Bond. So Bond just like rams it off the road and it flips, and that's that destroyed. And the other one then kind of goes to the other side, and it also Bond rams that as well. And it does like an even bigger flip and does like multiple flips in the air and explodes. And we see Bond kind of like driving in the middle of nowhere, this like big open area with grass, and we see some trees nearby, and in the sky we see a helicopter appear. A very like black, slick helicopter. It gave me very vibes of like the older Bond films where they try to make them. It always looks a little bit silly how slick it is.
Evil looking.
Yeah, like it looks evil. It's an evil helicopter.
Yeah.
So we then see the line of trees, these forest trees, and from them these bikes and Jeeps launch into the air. They like come out of the trees and then they launch over these ramps. Well, not actual ramps, but they're launched a bit by the bumpy ground, and they come down the hill. So they try to like completely block off Bond. There's so many of these things coming down at him. So they try to block him, and they end up like knocking him off the road, and they start going through a shallow stream. So Bond is kind of like turning to the side, like back, like left and right, trying to avoid them. And they kind of go through some more water, which I think at some point a Jeep like flips, I think, and Bond kind of manages to push the jeeps out the way and to kind of, we see the helicopter hovering around, so to escape, Bond goes into the trees to hide. So I have to say, like, when I first started watching this section, the thought to me was all like, okay, well, in the last scene, we got told where the villain's base is. And normally with Bond films, you get like, they're on this island, we've got to do something. And they would then kind of cut to Bond heading to that island. So when they cut to this chase scene, in my head I was like, well, this is quite a long film. Couldn't they cut this and just go straight to the island? But I won't spoil how I feel about the second half, but even this first half, it's just a really enjoyable scene. I love the visuals of this place. Norway looks amazing. And having this chase here, and as silly as it kind of is, having all those cars and jeeps and bikes coming out of the trees, I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool... It's there just to be like, wow, that's cool. Just all of them charging out like an army of cars. I didn't mind it too. Well, no, I liked it. It's a lot of car flips though.
Oh yeah.
Car flips galore, I wrote down. I'm related to Pussy Galore. But it is kind of like in that situation, there's not really much else you can do to take them out in interesting ways when it is such like a large, open, relatively flat space. At least when they head into the forest, it gets a little bit more interesting, I suppose.
Yeah, but I also really like this dynamic. And again, it's that almost alien feeling of, there's like a kid in the back.
Yeah.
Like there is just a kid in the back. And I really felt that kind of, I guess, tension that Bond is supposed to be feeling of like, he is being chased very aggressively. And normally like Bond being chased in a Bond film, it's all part of the course, right? He gets away and people kind of start chasing after him. So it's kind of expected, but now it's quite a classic Bond setup, but like a kid's in the car. So what does that really mean for all of this? And they don't really go anywhere with that, but I feel like they don't really need to. It just adds this extra tension to all of this. It's like, oh God, what's kind of going to happen here? So it's Bond trying to do his thing and get away and protect this child while also kind of doing Bond style things, but also just being completely swarmed. Like part of the reason why it's cool to see all those come from the trees, but it is almost like Bond is being swarmed while trying to protect a child. I'm like, that's really interesting. I didn't expect that. And it gives what is quite a standard sort of chase in a Bond film a really unique feel. I mean, the visuals help as well. But yeah, it gives it a really unique feel, which I appreciated.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, because this does not sound like me at all. But I could have done with the child being louder.
Oh, what?
No, I just think like, you're right. You're right. There is a kid in the car, and that is like it makes total sense. That is going to change the way Bond drives and takes out enemies. He's not going to be as reckless, but a very well behaved child, Mathilde. She doesn't make a peep in this scene really, and I feel like that kind of it could have added a bit if you knew that there was that danger there a bit more. I would usually never say that sort of thing about give me a little bit of a child screaming, just a bit. But yeah, that's all I would say is maybe they could have pushed that a bit more, what you're saying.
Yeah, but then you're in a different territory of having a kid screaming like, oh, I don't want that. Oh, no, thank you.
No, I could do a little bit.
No, Joe.
Oh, she's fine. She's going to be okay.
She's got doo-doo. She'll be fine.
She's got doo-doo, yeah.
I don't know. I kind of somewhat take it, and it kind of gets implied later as well about it's Swann's kid, and Swann kids knows how to hide. So it's kind of like she's not used to being chased by a load of villains, but she's kind of somewhat used to it, and Swann has kind of like trained that into her a little bit. So
yeah, maybe,
that's how I kind of saw it. And again, I think it's more of you don't want a child screaming during a Bond chase, so just having her and cutting to her a little bit, that to me that does enough. I don't think I want the screaming.
Fair enough.
So Bond has driven them into the trees, and everything changes quite a lot. We go from like a big exciting car chase to it's very quiet. And they've kind of entered this forest, but it's a very thick forest. It's these massive trees. It's quite dark. And it's also extremely foggy. There's just this thick layer of fog over everything. And We see that there's some like bikes nearby, but yeah, it's still quite quiet. So Bond stops the car and he gets his gun and gives it to Swann. So they get out of the Jeep, and now Swann has the gun to defend herself. So we get some shots of Bond and Swann walking through this like foliage. It's like these sort of bushes. It's not really a rainforest because it's in Norway, but it's very dense, like plant life. And it's also very high, so they are somewhat hidden. And Bond is carrying Mathilde at this point as well. And they see a little like hut or like a abandoned building. Seems like it's been there for a while, like this stone little building. So Swann stops for a little bit after seeing that, and in the background you can hear the bikes. So you're hearing this like roar of motorbikes all around them. So Bond gets into the hut, or goes to the hut, I think, and then a bike stops, and like the bike guy goes to shoot them. So at this point Bond is still hiding Mathilde, but then the guy on the bike gets shot. And we see that it was Swann that did it. And for good measure, Swann shoots him a couple more times on the ground. So they go into the hut and Bond says, "You stay here and I'm going to go. If anyone comes through the door, shoot them. Unless it's me. Ha ha ha. Always time for a little joke." But Bond kisses Swann because at this point they're like a couple. It's something that it's quite easy to forget. But the whole point of a lot of this stuff is that they are coming back together, but it's like not, it is a big deal, but it's not really a big deal. But when I saw them kiss, I was like, oh yeah, they're actually now back together again, giving it another go, one more round. But
yeah, it was inevitable, I suppose, but it is done it's just that scene where he's talking to her, and that's pretty much them back together now.
Yeah, they were kind of setting that up, but it's not very long lived, so it's fine. So he leaves and Bond grabs a radio and starts like running through the trees. And as he's running, he fires his gun in the air. He's like trying to make a lot of commotion, a lot of noise. And we then see Bond like has a big old assault rifle and he loads like a grenade launcher in the bottom of it. And a Jeep goes past and he just shoots it with the grenade launcher and blows it up. And it like flips in the air, so that's destroyed. And it's not fully destroyed, though. It's more just kind of flipped. So, yeah, Bond goes round to the front and shoots the people inside very casually. And he can hear someone on the radio still. So Bond grabs like a metal wire from one of the front of the Jeeps. I'm not too sure what you would call that, but it's like a wire and a hook. And he starts running around with the hook and he kind of runs it around all these different trees. And after he like hooks it all up on the trees, he then sees a bike go past. So it's just like, hey! And the bike then drives toward Bond and he just gets knocked off the wire and then Bond shoots him. So we then see another Jeep show up and it stops and it's Logan. And he's got a big old smile on his face as always. And he leans out and just starts like shooting at Bond. But Bond just barely even reacts to this. He just like slowly walks off. So they in the Jeep, Logan in the Jeep just like charge at him. So Bond, like, is a pretty interesting shot, actually, because it kind of stays with the Jeep. It's like almost from like Bond's perspective as the Jeep goes past, where they charge at him, but Bond slightly jogs past a log that's on the ground, and that causes the car to like flip past Bond. And you see him like shooting it as it goes past. And we see it's like been flipped on this slight hill, and Bond sees Logan crawling out of the Jeep. And Bond's run out of bullets, so he can't just shoot him. But we hear like this creaking sound. And we see that after Logan has crawled out, there's like a tree that's blocking the Jeep. And he's kind of ended up in a position where the Jeep is about to crush him. And Logan sees Bond and smiles at him. And he's like, nice moves, Bond. And he says, you're not going to be able to stop him. And he's like, why don't you help me out, brother? And Bond responds by saying, I had a brother. His name was Felix Leiter, and then Bond just like kicks the Jeep, which causes the tree to break, and he walks away. And as he walks away, we hear the screams of Logan, and the Logan like crushes him. So I have to say, like, just to begin with, like I was talking before about like, was this scene even needed? Did we even need this chase in Norway? And it's like my favorite scene in the whole film.
Really?
I love this scene. I love the visuals of it. I love the dense fog. I like the darkness inside here. I love Bond getting stuff done. I like the tension that comes with all this. I like Logan. I like Logan shooting up. There's just like, it's kind of what we had in the beginning, at the very, very beginning of the film, where this film clearly has like a greater sense of tension. And it's something that gets really built in here. It gives me True Detective vibes to a certain extent, to be honest. Like clearly this person and True Detective can bring out that tension, and we just get that here. And I just love the atmosphere. I love the way it plays out. I love all these like extra camera shots and the way the action is filmed. Just having that Jeep flip past Bond and just keeping the camera with it. There's just so many cool little moments, and just the audio design as well. Having them in this fog, in this foliage, and hearing these bikes, like, yeah, almost like hyenas or something. It's just so good. I just really, not even getting onto the Logan stuff yet, but I just really loved this scene. I think it is my favorite.
Okay. That's interesting. I was going to say, out of all the action scenes, this is probably my least favorite one, actually.
Oh, no.
And not to say it's bad by any means. I just think the other ones are really quite strong, and so this one just kind of falls behind. But no, all the things you're saying does totally make sense as to why it's good. It does definitely have a good atmosphere to it, and it is memorable. I think it's just, for me, it's at that point in the film where you kind of know you are reaching the end, and it's that kind of awkward spot where, as you said before, you're kind of expecting them to go straight to the end location, that island, but they've just got to take care of a few loose ends still. And I think really the main thing that saves it is the Logan crushing for me, because you know me, you know where I placed For Your Eyes Only, very high up, and it is very much that vibe of good old Rog kicking off the car off the cliff, and
good old Rog.
So for that, it won a lot of brownie points.
So it won brownie points because you could be like, For Your Eyes Only, yeah,
pretty much.
Wow, okay. Well, I can definitely see that, but yeah, I think a lot of it is. I think this one makes a little bit more sense. That line of when Bond's like, I had a brother, every time or both times I watch this film, I'm like, surely he's not going to talk about Blofeld. Like, that seems a little strange to me. But no, I don't know if you're supposed to think that, but that's what I always think. But yeah, the reveal of he's talking about Felix, which I think there is supposed to be some parallels to how Bond views Felix as a brother, even though he kind of had a brother, but his brother ended up like being Blofeld. So I think that's like really nice. It's a very small thing at the end of the day. And again, it's something that's not particularly original, like finding family outside of your family when you had no real family, that sort of thing. But yeah, really nice. It makes the Felix stuff feel a little bit like tying that back is great. I love the revenge, the bluntness of all this, and how just to the point Bond is here. And this is what I kind of said before about how, Spectre got it wrong with him being as like a super agent. Like, he does some really cool things at this one, but it still feels like, he's still lost in this fog. He just gets out of it in a very cool and collected way, but he's still on the back foot. And seeing him take care of that is great. And then just getting this really nice payoff of kicking a Jeep onto Logan while he's like all smiley and stuff. It's, I think Logan got the exact right amount of screen time that he needed with this, which is not very much, but enough to like tick, like for me to enjoy the character. It's like any less and I'd be like, well, what was the point in that? But any more, I would be like, I don't care enough about Logan to see this. But just that one scene with Felix and Bond when they're in the club and he's kind of funny. And then that one when he's just like the classic betrayal. But again, he's like disappears straight away. And then this one where you get a very nice like death scene. Like, it's kind of the perfect amount of screen time for this character.
Yeah. To be honest, for me, Logan is really just there to make the Felix bit work. like that, it's a nice arc of, as you say, seeing him, the betrayal, and then the revenge for Felix. It caps that off nicely. Because yeah, you're right, you really don't see him that much. And apart from his crazy eyes and like Book of Mormon-esque stuff that Bond was talking about earlier, there's not really much else to him. So, but that's fine because he does what he needs to do.
Yes, and I can appreciate that. Yeah, I ended up liking him quite a bit, oddly. Oh, and I just love this whole section. I think it's so good. So we cut back to Swann, who's still hiding, and she's like shooting someone. And yeah, she's like hitting people and defending herself. But Safin appears at the door, and she's just run out of bullets. Rats.
No.
So we see Bond running through the forest, sprinting through, and he gets to the building, this run-out building, and looks inside, and no one's there. Although you don't actually see that. It's quite interesting. They actually show it from the front, but they never cut to Bond looking inside. You just kind of piece it together, and Bond, you can tell that Bond can't see them. So he keeps running, and you can hear a helicopter, and he runs into the open field outside of the trees and sees a helicopter flying away. So Bond just starts walking down the side of the road. Just gotta keep on keeping on. So just starts walking down the road. We cut to him, just like walking down, and a car approaches from behind and stops, and it's Nobi. And she's all like, need a ride? And Bond's just like, where have you been? Which is also a very good question.
Very, very good point. Where the hell has she been?
Yeah, she was like meant to be right behind and tracking them, and then suddenly just wasn't there for this whole sequence. It's like I don't mind it. I didn't really want Nobi in this sequence because the strength of it is the tension and them being alone and isolated and Bond doing some cool stuff. But it's still like, come on, Nobi. You're meant to be 007, for goodness sake. So we cut to them driving. So Bond in the front, and she's all like, Ash? And Bond's like, dead. But they took Dr. Swann and their daughter. And Nobi's like, I didn't know she had a daughter. But Bond kind of ignores that and is like, did M get my plane? Or Q get my plane? Did somebody get my plane? And Nobi's
Where's
like,
my plane?
Where's my plane? For goodness sake. But Nobi says, our plane, and I'm coming with you. Of which Bond responds by saying, thank you, 007.
So after that, we see them drive onto a runway up to the plane, the big plane that Bond asked for. And it is indeed a big plane. It's a big C-17 plane, humongous, with a big ramp and everything at the back. And they drive up and get out, and Bond walks on board, and there's Q. And he says hello to Q, which again brings up the thing about Q being scared of flying. I guess he's over it now.
Yeah,
it's
he
fine.
must have just got over it, yeah. I guess it's been like 10 years or whatever, so all right, that's fine.
Good for him. Good for him. So yeah, they get on board, and like inside is where Q's set up. So there's lots of gadgets and screens, and it's almost like a portable Q bunker at the back of this plane. And they're there, Bond and 007, to get a briefing from M at first. M's on a video call with them, and he's there outlining what their mission entails, what the two have got to do on this island. And he kind of spells out quite nicely 3 parts. 1, confirm the presence of Heracles on there. 2, kill Safin and Obruchev.
Boo.
And 3, yay! And then 3, rescue Madeline and her daughter. So yeah, nice and clearly laid out. Thanks, Em. And after they hear that, 007, Nomi, chimes in and asks M if Bond could be redesignated as 007. And Bond sort of looks around to her when she says that, and M agrees. And she says, just a number. So Bond is now back being 007 as we know it. I did wonder what that made her for the rest of this mission, because I didn't actually say.
I don't know, but they never said what Bond's 00 designation was during this time either. So I guess they don't really need a number necessarily.
Yeah, just 00 for now.
Yeah.
So with that, they go to Q. Q's there to give a little bit of a gadget briefing, and he gives Bond a watch. As always, got to give Bond a watch. This one is a watch with an EMP in it, so typical stuff. Any short distance, any like network will explode or whatever, or cut out, that sort of deal. And Bond asks, how strong is it? And Q says, fairly strong. It's fairly strong. It's untested, apparently. Q then introduces QDAR, which is just radar, but Q invented it, so it's QDAR.
Oh, QDAR, right.
QDAR, so that will map the island as they go through it, and kind of show their vitals, or like show them on screen where they are. And then the last thing is the smart blood, which is for their vitals and to help them track. Which we've seen before. The smart blood is back, and as he says that, he gives Bond an injection of it. And he says, Bond, you don't mind a shot or two at work, as he does that and shoots him in the neck with it. And Bond's like, I haven't had a drink for 3 or 4 hours. And it's like, man, Bond really is an alcoholic.
Yeah.
And then he does the same to Naomi, and she reacts a bit more strongly as well. And the last thing he shows off is, or very, very quickly, he asks Bond if he knows about how the stealthy bird, he calls it, works. And Bond says, no idea. And Naomi says, gravity. And as she says that, it pans down. And you have a very, very quick glimpse of this sort of black glider-looking plane in the foreground. But yeah, that's our little cue set up for all the stuff they're going to use. It's fairly quick, but it's nice that we're getting some gadgets in here at least.
Well, they don't normally do it like this. Like I feel like a lot of Bond films, he doesn't normally get this level of support. Like you get the stuff at the beginning, but he's kind of gone off by his own. And if he does get any support, it's not by MI6. It's be like the Japanese people, the ninjas in You Only Live Twice, or the Americans or something, like in Goldfinger. Like I feel like by this point he's kind of supposed to be completely disconnected. So I kind of like this idea of, no, let's keep them involved. Let's bring them in. And it's a hell of a lot better than how they did it in Spectre, which was, let's keep them involved by M wrestling Andrew Scott in the skyscraper. So it's like they clearly want these characters to still be involved. So I think this is like a much smarter way of doing it. Have another little briefing scene, have Q be that person on the plane and giving the gadgets. It's like, this is kind of what I want to see. Not them getting actively, like being active, but not actually being in the field. This works way better for that.
Yeah, and also, as we'll come to see, Q is also kind of stays along for the thing as well over radio. So it's like it's actually still in the mix a little bit, not physically there, but I like that. It is Bond, having MI6 back for once rather than working rogue or whatever. He has the tech and the support from them to do this sort of stuff, which is something you rarely see with Craig especially. So.
Yeah, and it's like these characters, if you cut them out, that would feel very strange. Like you have to have M and Q involved and probably Moneypenny's in there as well. So I think this was a smart way of doing it. Like if they disappeared for the last hour of the film with the way they've been characterized and linked to Bond, that would also feel off. So this was a nice way of doing all of this.
Yeah. After that, we cut to Safin. Safin is walking, presumably at this point, but he's on the island and he's walking through this kind of concrete tunnel-looking place. It's very busy. There's all these workers in the background. Madeline and Matilda are there. I think Eyeball Guy's probably there as well. And there's all these people working around them as they're walking through this tunnel. Very big tunnel. And it's actually quite funny because I didn't catch this. I had to rewind it and go look. But what some of the workers are doing is they're putting up like artwork on the wall. He's just got this island back, we learned from Blofeld, so he's doing it up,
He's making a house a home.
It's good to, your villain lair has to feel comfortable, right? So, they go through to a room where Obruchev is there, and there's
Nice.
Some people next to him. And Obruchev's like, oh, welcome back to you and your family, he says, looking at Matilda and Madeline. And Safin asks how he's progressing. Have you done what I requested? And Obruchev hands over this small red glass vial on a bit of chain over to Safin and says, yes, here it is. Madeline asks, what is that? And Safin replies, it's insurance. And he goes on to say, a single hair falls from your head and now your life is in my hands. And hers, like looking at Matilda's as well. She says, like, how can you threaten a child damaged? And she says, he says, are you any less? And this is where we get quite an important line. Safin says to her, you love a killer. You bore his child despite his rejection. You'll do anything. And she says to survive, like to finish that sentence. But Safin just kind of says like the whole Bond child stuff right there, which was kind of strange to have it happen now. I guess we can talk about that a little bit later on. But I guess I'll finish the scene first. So they carry on walking out into this open area, kind of this big open circular area, and Safin says that this was his father's garden, the garden that we heard about before. His toxic treasure, he calls it. And it looks a bit like a Zen garden. It's got all these plants and bushes and things and flowers, but it's also got like raked sand and this pool of water in the middle of it as well. And Safin says he wants to show Mathilde around. So he takes Mathilde off Madeline because Eyeball Guy's there behind with a gun. So she passes over Mathilde. But as she does so, she reminds her not to touch anything, like they said, all in French, obviously. And yeah, Safin goes into the garden with her and starts to walk towards all the flowers and things. And Madeline walks alongside, like on the outer skirts of this courtyard area. And yeah, he goes and shows one of his favourites, one of his favourite plants. And he says that they're not all for hurting people, these poisons. They can do all sorts of things, he says. And as he says that, he crouches down beside one. And you see Mathilde's hand go to touch it, to go touch one of the leaves or the petals on there. And Madeline at the side shouts, no, don't do that. So she didn't listen for very long. and with that, Safin says, this one makes you do as you're told, just like her mother should do. And then he just he asks Mathilde, do you like it here? And she just flat out says no. So, which I thought, yeah, you're quite right. Like, why would she? And he says, well, you'll learn to. You'll learn to. And this scene ends with him saying, perhaps we should have some tea to make her see the light, her being Madeline. And as he says that, Madeline is carried away by some guards. And as she's carried away, she shouts to Mathilde, I'll come looking for you. But yeah, that is the Poison Garden there, everyone. Wasn't that great?
Well, yeah, I guess there's two parts to it, right? First is the Poison Garden. I think it looks really cool.
Yeah.
Like it is this like serene sort of place in the middle of this concrete, converted World War II base, we find out. So I like that. I think the visuals are pretty good. And I like seeing all these workers going around doing the thing, still preparing stuff. There's something very active about this base and them still preparing stuff. I think that's kind of cool. Safin holding a kid, being like, look at my flowers. I guess I didn't really hate it, but it feels so... his character is obviously meant to be quite creepy and unsettling. And it does just feel like cheating a little bit for him to just pick up a kid and be like, look at my flowers, to the point where you just kind of, it comes back around on itself and it's not creepy. It's just a bit silly. I kind of wish maybe the kid wasn't involved in this at all. Like, I don't mind the kid being part of this film or anything, but yeah, I don't really think this was the way to go. Like, would Silver have been more unsettling if he like picked up a child and was like carrying it around and be like, no, put that child down, just leave alone. So if he was like more like this towards Swann, maybe that would have been more impactful. And I don't mind the idea, a guy who's super into his flowers and poison and stuff, that's all pretty solid, I suppose. But yeah, the way it all comes together to have him walking around with a kid showing flowers, it's just, if it's meant to be creepy and unsettling, it kind of just isn't. Just not that interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is the point where I was sort of... Safin was starting to lose me a little bit. Because I kind of get what they're trying to do, I think. I mean, if we are meant to believe that he has fallen in love, or I don't know what, but has an obsession over Madeline, then he's like really awkwardly trying to be this very strange father figure here, or I don't know, like trying to ingratiate himself into the family that they've got there, but it doesn't really work. So I don't mind the idea of it, but I just don't think they don't put it off very well. And yeah, I will agree that I say about, wasn't the garden great, kind of mockingly, but I actually do like how it looks too. I think the thing about this base, we haven't seen all of it yet, but I do think this is some classic like Ken Adam designed stuff going on here. Very, very big, very like lots of shapes and lots of style to it. So I don't mind this stuff. I just think what they're trying to do with the characters now is starting to fall a bit flat, as you say.
Yeah, I like the design as well. Not enough rocks though. If you wanted to go full Ken Adams, you got to get your rocks in there.
It was too smooth.
Too smooth, but yeah, I do like it because it is supposed to be an old World War II base, and that's cool. And having this layer on top of it is also very cool. And yeah, more Doctor No vibes, I suppose. Like especially with all the paintings and stuff, I felt like that's quite similar to what he had, which could again tie into the Doctor No stuff a little bit more. I guess I will just say right now, like I do think that having him be a unique character was definitely the way to go. I would not have been into them remixing and rebooting another villain just for this. That seems very like a bad idea. I don't know if they were ever seriously considering that or if it was just a rumor, but yeah, Safin is definitely helped by the fact that no, it's Safin. It's a creepy flower guy. He's his own person with his own backstory, nothing to do with the older stuff. It would have felt very forced, and I would not have enjoyed that.
Yeah, having him and Blofeld in one would be very strange. It's almost like a Batman, like all the villains together sort of thing. I guess we should also mention as well, like one of the kind of, well, maybe not obvious unless you know a lot about Bond or have read the books, is that the whole Poison Garden thing is an element from one of the books, which I guess they've sort of just, put in a slightly different way about the Poison Garden, which was actually Blofeld's garden in You Only Live Twice. So I guess that's kind of surprising that they don't give it to Blofeld. He's gone by this point, but I don't think that would have really worked. So it's, I vaguely remember reading it in the books because it's a little while ago now since I read it, but in the books it's like it became almost like a tourist attraction for people to commit suicide in. So I don't really think they could have done that here. I'm glad they kind of made it more of just a personal family thing. If they're going to use that as a source material tool, they did it in a better way than straight from the books.
Well, I almost appreciate this reference, not because it's necessarily how it's handled from the books. I don't really know, and I don't really know any of the other ones, but it feels very like this is how they wrote the films for a good while. When they were basing them off books, they remixed this stuff and completely changed the story. Like You Only Live Twice. This wasn't in that film, like at all.
Yeah, no.
Nothing to do with it. There was certain elements, but they remixed it. So, and even like after they stopped basing it off of books, they would take certain elements and then put it into a new story and do it like that. And I don't know, I guess it's been a little bit since we've had anything like that, really, or anything so direct. So, yeah, again, I think it's showing more respect to the franchise as a whole. It's showing respect to the book by bringing in this element, and also just the way they used to put together Bond films. They used to read the book and bring out an interesting element, and put that in. They wouldn't use everything, but they would use it as part of this other bigger story. So to me, that's really cool. And as you say, having this be more like a Ken Adams sort of style design is also great. It's, I wouldn't say I'm like super excited by this base when watching it, but definitely on paper, I think this is a really awesome idea and a really good way to approach, the final lair, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. Although, thinking about it a bit more now, they don't really do much with this idea of the Poison Garden, do they?
No, not really. It's
not really. I think it's when I watched this for the first time, I'm sure a lot of people would have thought this. I thought it was set up to be a lot more intrinsic to the plot, but it's just a little side thing, really. But yeah. Anyway, after Madeline's taken away by the guards, we're back on the plane. Bond and Nomi are in the glider. And what was it called again? I've already forgotten.
The Stealthy Bird.
Stealthy Bird, that was it. And as they're in there, like she's in the front and Bond's in the back, and he asks if she's ever flown one before, and she says no. And after that, the back of the plane's open. They're obviously high in the sky, and they parachute out the back of the plane, and they start to fall. And eventually, some wings open from the side of this aircraft, and they start to glide, and you see them gliding over some very pretty clouds, almost too, I don't know, they're like a little bit too pretty clouds. It's like a bit CGI was a bit cranked up too high, I think, for that one. But they eventually descend below them, and the island comes into view, and cues on the radio saying that you need to look out for a concrete structure to get into the place. And as the plane or the glider dives down closer to the water, its wings retract and it dives and it turns into a sub, which is pretty cool. And then now under the water, going towards this, almost like a dock, like this weird, it's not really a dock, but yeah, this bit underground where the water is. Don't really know how
they
to
called it
describe
a sub pen.
So, oh, right, that makes sense, yeah. That's why they eventually rise up to the surface and they get out. Q tells them to look out for cameras and use the watch, which Bond does very quickly. They reach a door and Bond uses the watch to shut down, well, cameras and all sorts of stuff. You see him use it and then it cuts to some goons in a control room and all their screens turn off. And one of them looks around and all the lights are turning red on one of the control panels. So they notice something's up and go to reset it or something like that.
Yeah, I do just want to say, just on that sequence of them dropping down, I think that was really cool. I complained a little bit about the Halo jump in Tomorrow Never Dies, but I think my main problem with that is how much they hyped it up and then how it kind of didn't really meet those expectations. I kind of like the whole, well, we need to use this, so we just do it. Like, Bond and Nomi at this point are just getting stuff done. They're putting on sunglasses in the plane for mostly probably to look cool. And it's like a nice little shot of them coming down and you get a nice aerial view of the island. It's a little bit unexpected when it becomes a submarine. I don't know if that's a reference. I don't want to start that game. Or is that a reference? Is this a reference? Probably could be, but yeah, it's very short, it's further to the point, but it kind of shows where we're at currently with Bond and stuff, where a lot of this stuff is more to the point and there's almost a coolness to that. And it somewhat ties into the more military approach that this film somewhat takes. But I think it works quite well for Bond. It's still quite over the top and exaggerated. So yeah, very small thing, but I just want to say it sets this up well. And I think it's brief, but for the right reasons.
And I also like that they're together. They're doing this last mission together. I think over the course of the film, Nomi, formerly 007, has been in it enough to keep her weaved into the plot and therefore have this final mission together work really well. And sort of the arc that she has in terms of being a bit annoying and childish at first and then coming around to Bond and eventually giving him back the 00 thing. It's obviously all it's condensed because it's in one film, of course, but it's a long film and I think they do it well. They kind of pace it out quite nicely. And yeah, just seeing Bond alongside someone here, we've seen it before all the time with Bond and the Bond girl usually, but this one just feels good because also you've just had that consistent plot work its way all the way through the film. So yeah, where was I? So yeah, they just got through. They turned off the stuff with the watch, and they start to enter this facility, this World War II building, and Nomi puts down the QDAR, which starts to map out all the paths and everything, and it shows up on Q's screen on the plane, and you can see them now as well. And at this point, you see that M, Tanner, and Moneypenny are in M's office. They're all watching this unfold on their screens there, and the agents come up on their screen too, so they've got oversight as well.
Did you see on Q's screen that it actually says QDAR in the top left?
Does it?
Yeah, it's not just the thing he said, oh, QDAR. It's no, it's actually called QDAR and it's right there on his screen.
Well, he takes his work very seriously, as we know. So I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, Q starts to direct them through this place, and you see there's just kind of similar to what we saw with the Safin stuff, lots of concrete walls. At one point there's a big turbine, but a lot of this stuff is more in shadow, and there's kind of more dramatic lighting as they're working their way through some of these areas. Eventually they end up on a balcony or some sort of catwalk, take out a couple guards, and then the camera pans over to below where this catwalk is, and you see this very huge long room. It's got kind of a water bed at the base full of water and lots of tall white lights sticking out in the water, and all these people in hazmat suits in the water, and very busy walking around the place, and steam rising up. It's it's kind of more of what I was just saying. Like this is like classic villain base here. It's like what is this? It just looks weird, you know. You don't really know what's going on at this point, but it's quite visually distinct with all these bright white lights sticking out.
Well, there's also a load of people in Has suits in the middle, but they're like in pink. It just makes them really stand out as well. And yeah, I love the vibes of this room, which is good because we see it a ton.
Yeah.
This giant base, and we spend like so much time just in this one room. But yeah, I like the vibes of this a lot. It's cool. It's concrete, but then there's this like liquid that's steaming with these lights. It's all very kind of silly with the lights, and well, not silly, but yeah, kind of silly. Silly in the Bond sort of way.
Yeah, I should have said it's not water. Definitely not water, but we don't know what it is yet. Some sort of liquid, as you say. But yeah, I think I remember like that shot is in the trailer, or a very similar shot of this. And I remember looking at it thinking, oh, is that going to be the villain's lair? Oh, that's going to be good. And hey, it was, and it is good. So very pleased with that. As they carry on, Q is trying to talk to him, but starting to cut out over the radio. And Nomi points out, it's probably because of the thick walls. They're kind of getting into the thick of this place now, so they're starting to lose signal back to the plane. And they walk along the balcony a little bit, and that's where you kind of see all the steam and everything rising and the heat. And they look across and see a very brightly lit lab. When I say brightly lit, it is like blindingly lit with these lights on the back wall shining through. And before they head to it, Bond looks up above all this liquid with the light sticking out of it, and he spots the doors on the ceiling and how this place was clearly some sort of missile silo during the World War II stuff. So yeah, there's these big hatches at the top that are currently closed, and with that they head on into the lab.
Does that come back, the missile silo, or is it just like, oh, that's interesting?
It comes back. Oh yeah.
Is that the blast doors thing?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think there's more. I wasn't too
sure.
Yeah.
All right, okay. That makes sense. But yeah, I generally just really like the way this kind of plays out. It does feel like this covert military mission with Bond and Nomi, and like that's awesome. I will echo what you said. It's awesome seeing them work together, and we know in this film they can do these sort of scenes. So seeing Bond and Nomi, like, yeah, just the way it begins, where just you see someone out in front and they just shoot them with silent ammo and they die, and then you just see them kind of come out, and just the camera then goes forward and you just see this long room, and it's just very well put together. I really do love this stuff.
When they take out the guards there, is it Bond? Like, does he do like a little signal, like a proper... Am I seeing that?
Might do. I didn't write that down. I can't say for sure, but yeah, there's definitely... Because like this is something that's also quite interesting and might give me it explains the Call of Duty vibes for me with this, is that they use like assault rifles for most of this film, and Bond has one for a good while. But normally it's something a little bit more like cartoony. It's either like a pistol or it's just some sort of like random machine gun that he's found. But this time there is a little bit more of we've got the straps and we've got this assault rifle with a sight on it, and they're like holding it upwards. Like there is a little bit more of that, which I like. I think that's really cool. But yeah, it's I think that's part of it as well. The weapons, like we've never seen Bond use an assault rifle as much as this.
Oh, and I completely forgot to mention what Bond's wearing as well. I love the outfit he's got here, like the blue jumper, like it, and obviously Nomi's all hooked up with like proper combat gear and everything, or like infiltration stuff. He looks great. I love Craig's look in this final bit. It's so good.
Yeah, like he's ready for a military mission or golf. He's prepared for both.
As any good man should be.
Yeah, and then he sees Goldfinger saying, let's have a golf off. An odd job pointing. So I'm glad I dressed for this. I knew this happens too often.
And I think you can buy this jumper. It probably costs about £900 though, but yeah, it is out there if you really want it.
Oh, I do. Now that I probably can't pull it off as well as Craig does.
Yeah, I thought that as well. I couldn't. I don't think I have quite the bulk for that sort of look. Bond and Nomi has entered the lab, and again, very casually, Bond just kind of walks in and fires his gun in the air. So there's like a load of scientists, and it causes a little bit of panic, and he orders everyone into the corner, and we see Obruchev is in there,
And he's like, oh no. So he kind of goes to leave, but Nobi just kicks him down, is like, down boy. And Nobi and Bond starts like putting explosives all around the lab to blow it up. But Obruchev is all like, oh, you can't do this. This is a suicide mission. You'll never leave the island alive. But while he's rambling on, they see a wall just filled with the vials. So like the DNA vials that we kind of seen before, it's absolutely filled. So they kind of put together that was the farm, they say. So the building that, or the room before this, the long one with the light and the steam, saying that was the farm and this is the factory. Which I have no idea how that makes any sense. I don't know if they ever explain what they mean by a farm. I don't know if that means they're making a lot of nanobots in that place. I don't get it at all. But I don't want to think about it too much.
Yeah, this is exactly the same feeling. One of those cool lines, but yeah, I mean, the vibe of like the people in the water or the liquid, I should say, that doesn't seem very nanobot-y, but I guess it is. It is.
I don't know why you need all of that stuff to make nanobots. Unless it is the thing that you mentioned before about maybe this was meant to be a virus caused by the flowers. Because, again, there is a little bit of a mismatch here. You've got like a World War II bunker that has a load of flowers and stuff in it and is like a poison garden. But then they're also supposed to be like mass producing nanobots. So it's like it gets a little lost. So you have like the sub pen and then the poison garden and then the nanobot factory. It's like, what? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
So I have no idea how that connect. In my head, when I first saw it, I assumed this was actually the poison, but of course the poison has nothing to do with this. So it's weird, it's nonsense, whatever. Don't think about it. So Bond like sees a computer and he like shoves a tube into it that was like half inserted, and it shows on the screen like it's being mass produced. And like a simulation plays and it's showing like millions of people around the globe dying. And the scientist's like, you can't stop it. We have big plans. And they say somebody, I can't remember if it's Bond or Nobi, but it might be Nobi, but it's like, he's really starting to get on my nerves.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, and then,
yes.
then Joe's like, yes.
I stood up in the cinema.
and clapped.
Woo!
So Bond says, well, shut him up. So Nobi just goes up to Obruchev and just hits him in the face with the butt of her gun and like breaks his nose, kind of. So Bond and Nobi look out from the lab and they say, we have to destroy this whole facility. But at this point, Safin chimes in over like the intercom system saying, there's no need for violence. And says, Mr. Bond, you have something of mine and I have something of yours. So on the TV screens all around, it's showing like the broken mask, which is, I get why you would do that. I feel like maybe just move on at this point from that aspect, but I get why you would do that. And he's like, why don't you come up and talk? And we'll talk about it like adults. So Bond asks Obruchev, like, where is Safin? And he just points up. So Bond goes and says, if I don't come back, blow it all up. Well, he does swear, and we did have an F-bomb from M as well, so they're still doing the whole swearing. They're getting those in there. It's keeping it to a 12, but getting those in there. But Nobi says, we don't have enough explosives to blow it all up. And Bond's like, yeah, but they don't know that. And it's like, ba-la, ba-la. No. Sadly not. So yeah, so that's the big plan. I don't have anything else to say about it. I guess it's nice to have Obruchev back, a little bit more screen time for him. That's always a plus. But yeah, this is kind of like the big reveal that actually this is a global plan and they're going to kill millions. So
yeah, kind of what they assumed was going to happen, I suppose. They were
I
right.
don't think there was much doubt about that. Like, we already had that scene where Q's telling M, like, this could kill millions. And M's like, oh, bother. Oh.
Whoops, I really messed up here.
Yeah, he turns into Winnie the Pooh and good old bother. But yeah, so we kind of already knew that, but I guess they have to confirm it. But yeah, we already knew that. So we cut to a cup of tea being poured. Oh, lovely. Very fancy, like antique teapot and mug. And we see Swann is sitting at a table where this is being poured and looks quite upset. And Eyeball Man is like watching her. And Eyeball's all like, you must drink it for your health. But Swann says, do you trust him? Do you trust Safin? He made me kill your last master. But he's just like, he wants you to drink. But Swann says, all I want is to have my daughter back. And Eyeball says, well, if you behave, you can see her. But Swann starts saying, like, do you know what this flower does? Because there's like a flower inside the tea. Like, obviously, it gets a little bit lost, this whole tea stuff, where, I don't know, I guess because it's a British film, they've got to put tea in there. I don't know. We've always had, like, Wallace and Gromit and stuff. Why not a bit of tea? So, yeah, there's, like, a flower in there, and then he mentioned it before that this tea stuff falls so flat. It's so dumb. But she's all like, do you know what this flower does? It makes you blind, and just one drop in your eye and you'll never see again. And she says, like, losing one eye is a tragedy, but losing two, because Eyeball only has the one eye, hence the fun name. And he grabs her and he's all like, this isn't a game. So while he's getting angry, she throws the tea in his face and runs out the room and locks him inside. So once again, we get a little bit more of Swann, as we've already demonstrated like multiple times up to this point. She's not just going to sit there, just going to give him the old tea in the face. Classic. So it's very in character for her to do this, and I kind of like that she is able to get away.
I have got a question about the scene, because I agree with you in that it does fall completely flat. But so she says if it goes in your eye, you'll go blind. What was it meant to do anything to her drinking it?
Yeah, I think it's what Safin was saying before about drinking the flower or having the tea to make you behave. And so he was like threatening to give it to the kid that was going to do something, I guess. I think it's supposed to like not drug you, but do something bad. It's not explained. He needs to say what it's going to do, because Swann freaks out at the idea of like, not the tea, she's a coffee person. Oh,
I hate tea.
Oh,
at least give me some biscuits.
Something for dipping. Come on. So yeah, again, it just falls flat. They just don't explain it, and it's like this poison garden stuff. It's like, I like the look of it and stuff, but yeah, we're already talking about nanobots, and so I don't care about this tea stuff. But that's kind of it for the tea stuff, really. And I also assume that she was lying about that, by the way. That she only said it would make you go blind to make Eyeball angry, because he knew it was like a soft spot for him. Yeah. Which is why I'm assuming why she said that stuff. It's not actually true. Mm-hmm. So we go back to Bond, and he reaches the stairs going upwards. There's like two guards, but he just very quickly kills him, or kills them both. And then he sees Safin sitting on the room, and with Mathilde. And it's a very like Japanese style room. We've seen that a little bit before with the Poison Garden. It gives some of that Japanese garden vibes, but this one's also very much like that, where there's like a very low table, and you have Safin like sitting cross-legged on like a pillow. Very much trying to have that in there, which actually gave me quite strong Blade Runner 2049 vibes, because like the lead villain of that does the same thing, just likes to be in like a Japanese style room. It's very similar. But that's a great film, so I don't mind being reminded of that. So Safin's like, welcome. And Bond kind of puts down his gun, his assault rifle, and then he takes his pistol as well, because Safin's like, yeah, get rid of the guns. But then Safin's all like, as he's putting the guns down, Safin's like, be careful, she's light as a feather, and like throws a pillow, and everyone shoots it. And Bond's like, all right, leave the pillow alone, and puts the gun down. Which is not a great start.
It's so dweebish. I don't know. Like, it's just it's not an intimidating thing to do at all.
It's just like Bond was doing it. He was doing it.
Yeah, he's doing it too quickly, I guess. I don't know, but it's just like the way he throws the pillow off. It's just like that's not the way. That's not the way to look intimidating, Safin. Just let it go, right?
And I don't know. I guess the implication here is that he would throw her in the air like a pillow, and everyone would just shoot her. And Bond's like, no,
don't do that.
Don't toss Mathilde. Like whatever it's called, like in Moonraker, when they're doing the hunting expedition. It's like that.
Oh yeah.
It's just it's so silly. Like, and Rami's not a big man. If Jaws was like, I'm gonna throw your kid, you'd be like, oh bloody hell, like, come on. Look at those arms. Like he would throw it far. But
Yeah.
like a little Rami on his little floor with his legs crossed, being like, I'll throw your child. It's like, okay, all right.
All right.
So Bond does sit down and he kind of says to Matilda, like, he'll be all right, kind of looking at her a bit. And Safin then starts talking. It's like, James Bond, history of violence, license to kill, vendetta with Blofeld, in love with Swann. I'm saying it with a lot more energy than I should probably tone that down.
Maybe, yeah.
Because normally in a Bond film, or like older Bond films with the villains, he would be like, James, Mr. Bond, history of violence, license to kill. But he's just like, history of violence, license to kill.
Rami Malek? You managed to get Rami Malek here?
Yeah, well, it's the final episode, isn't it? So.
Oh. I didn't like you in Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, he's gone. You've upset him.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm off. Goodbye.
Sorry, what was that? I can hear you.
Screw you, Joe. You suck. Bye. Bye, Rami.
See ya.
So he lists all those things out, and then he says, I could be speaking to my own reflection. Of which Bond responds by saying, we've made slightly different choices. And he's just like, Safin says, no, we've just used different methods for the same goal. Only your skills die with your body, but mine will survive after I've gone. And life is all about leaving something behind, and it doesn't have to be ugly. And then he's like, if you leave my baby alone, I'll leave yours. Of which Bond's like, I think you're right. We are the same. We both know what it feels like to have everything taken from us before we're even in the fight. And it would have been nice to have a chance, don't you think? You should always get a chance. And the thing you're building puts the whole world on a battlefield, but nobody gets a chance, referring to the nanobots and the infection. Of which Safin responds by saying, the thing that nobody wants to admit is that most people want things to happen to them. You tell each other lies about the fight to be free and fight for free will and independence, but most people want to be told how to live and then die when we're not even looking. People want oblivion, and there are the few of us who are born to build it. And he says, here I am, the invisible god, sneaking under their skin. So Bond says, history isn't kind to people who play God. And Safin's response is, and you don't? We both eradicate people to make the world a better place. I just want to be a little tidier. And we get some shots of like Matilda and Safin like stroking her hair, still going for that angle. So Safin continues by saying, I want the world to evolve, but you want it to stay the same. And let's face it, you've been made redundant. But Bond responds and he says, no, not as long as there are people like you left in the world. And with all due respect to your tidy achievements, all you're really doing is standing in a long line of angry little men. And Safin says, I'm not angry, just passionate. And he says, disable your explosives and get off my island and you can take the girl with you. But Bond asks, what about Madeline? And he's like, she stays. And Bond's like, well, I can't do that. So Safin says, she hopes you would because it's her only path. And Safin continues by saying, what mother wouldn't sacrifice herself for her own child? And Bond asks, is that what happened to yours? And we get a little bit of more staring. And he says, my mother laid at my feet while I watched her die. So Safin picks up the kid, like, I guess somewhat threateningly. I think there's some music cue here. But Bond's like, wait. And he says, I'll do whatever you want. I apologize. And says, I'm so sorry. And like bows down to him. And Safin says, simple choices, Mr. Bond. Do you want to die in front of your daughter or watch your daughter die in front of you? And Bond's like, no. I'm very sorry. Still bowing. Safin says, look at your father. This is power. But Bond continues to say he's truly sorry. But we see the camera the camera shows Bond has a gun. So he had an extra gun, pulls it out, shoots the two guards. Now that moment, Safin like shoots through the floor. Bond tries to go after it, but it's gone and the panel closes up. So Oh, that was the big Bond and Safin scene.
I need to round of applause for Tom there for getting through that dialogue. I
Yeah.
mean, you're a stronger man than I am for getting through that drivel. So well done.
I don't necessarily hate it. It does definitely feel a little bit bloated with cliches. I'm not going to stay away from that. But there are some moments I like. I think I like a lot of what Bond says. The problem is that it's mostly what Safin says. And I don't know, I don't really dislike the betrayal, but yeah, it's what I said when I was reading this. It's like, this dialogue should be like a Scaramanga should be saying this, a Goldfinger should be saying this, a Blofeld should be saying this. But when you have like creepy little Rami with his burnt face and a little kid that he just keeps touching on the head, it's just like, no, this isn't quite, these aren't the lines he should be saying. It doesn't feel right. But I do like Bond's line of, you're just standing in a long line of angry little men. And I think that line's really nice, really putting him down. And yeah, again, it ties into this concept of how Bond is always needed, which he says quite explicitly. Like, no, as long as there's people like you, I have a place, which I really like that idea. You know, we've had this idea of Bond being redundant, so they kind of reinforce this idea of actually, no, you know, there's always a place for Bond to stop these type of people. And I like that he calls him an angry little man. And the way he describes his history is killing angry little men. I'm like, that's really cool. But
Green.
Yes, angry little greens.
Green mainly. Yeah, that's who I think of with angry little men.
Yeah, like it does fit in. It's quite nice. Silver was quite tall. But anyway, like it fits in with that idea that that's the way he sees these villains and that's how he sees his place in the world. So I like that. And there's nothing else to talk about. So there we go. No other lines to talk about.
Yeah, it didn't work for me. Unfortunately, I really wanted it to, because this is it. This is the Bond villain conversation, as you say, in previous ones, or especially going further back. It could have been like a quite over the top thing, and I don't know. I thought where they were going with the whole this is the base, and they have been a bit silly with this film, as well as some of the drama and things we've seen. There has been a lot of silly moments. I thought maybe they're gonna pull it off, and they're actually gonna have this Bond versus villain, and it is gonna be a bit maniacal. We're gonna find out that actually Safin has this whole other plan, and the killing Blofeld was just a start. And I guess he does say that to an extent, but not in a very good way. It is just like cliche after another. Their invisible god. It just yeah. At this point, I lost what was really. Why is he here at this point? Then, like, what does he want to do? What is he actually saying here? Especially because then we very soon hear like that there are buyers coming, presumably for the nanobot. So it's like, well, hang on. Does he want money? Does he want world domination? Like, what does he want? And as I said before, I just think they didn't really know what to do with Safin at this point now. So they just sort of throw at the walls and see what sticks. Which is a shame. It's a shame. So yeah, that's kind of it really. I didn't like it very much.
Yeah, again, there's a couple of lines in here I like, which means I don't really hate it, but yeah, I think the big problem with this is that it does feel very unearned. Like, it's what I kind of mentioned before, how the villain gets tied to Swann and her story, and this is like the first time they've had a chat. And it's like, well, they don't really know each other at all.
Yeah.
Or they haven't really been crossing paths. Like, sure, there's some connection, but Safin's kind of been doing his own thing involving Blofeld, and Bond has happened to kind of be around. Normally with these sort of scenes, it comes from the fact that, you know, Bond and the villain have both been doing stuff. Again, look at Scaramanga for the example. They've both been kind of doing stuff, so by the time they sit down, they kind of do know each other, and it feels a little bit earned. It feels good to have them talk like this, or it's part of the development of the relationship between Bond and the villain. Like, it's a little bit more purposeful. But this one feels a little bit like, yeah, Bond's now just in a room with him, so they're going to talk philosophies. It's like, on paper, I love this stuff. You know, this is a trope I absolutely love about the Bond franchise and really helps separate it and its villains. But yeah, it's just unearned. Like, you don't get to have this scene play out this way. and have it be as long as it is and this weighty dialogue, because it's like, well, it's not a villain film. It just isn't. So having a version of this, sure, but they put a lot into it. And because it doesn't really connect enough to what we've seen before, and these sort of things are normally about Bond and the villain's connection, and this is sort of somewhat meant to be like a payoff to that, to finally having them chat like this, and it's just like, no, they don't. They're just doing different things. They just happen to overlap. So just falls flat for that reason as well.
Yeah.
So Safin has gotten away. It happens all very quick. Bond killing the guards and Safin like dropping down. It looked very prepared. So at this point, when Bond jumps onto the panel as he escapes, we hear Swann shouting, "James!" And Bond points the gun at her because doesn't know who it is, but she then's like, "Where is she?" So we cut to Safin walking down this big tunnel in the base with some guards and Mathilde still in hand, and also Obruchev is hanging out there. So the girls start saying, "Where's my doo-doo?" or "my doo-doo." So she bites Safin's hand and he puts her down, and Safin then lowers down, like gets on his knee to talk to her in the eyes, the big blue eyes. And he's like, "If you don't want my protection, then off you go." So she just leaves. And Safin just moves on. And we just get another shot of the kid just running down the corridor of a World War II bunker.
Why does he do that?
I don't know. I like the idea of like he was purely using her as a bargaining chip for all this, and at this point it doesn't matter. But that's not what he was saying before. I feel like it kind of contradicts some of the stuff he was talking about with Swann and the kid and the family and stuff. So it doesn't really play out the way it kind of should. I think it somewhat makes sense, but not really. It's just, I don't know.
I can't explain it either. One thing I will say, because I haven't up to this point, and credit where it's due. I'm usually not a fan of child actors, but I just want to say I think this little girl is very good for being in this film. Everything she's been in, I know she's very quiet, and that's just the nature of the character, but she's good. She looks scared when she needs to look scared. She doesn't do anything weird. Bravo. She's a better actor than a lot of people in the Bond films have been. So well done to her.
Yeah, totally agree. Like they found this cute little girl who can act, who looks like she could be Bond's and Swann's daughter.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like she's got the big blue eyes, and she can do it all. And that definitely massively helps. I don't want to say her betrayal, but the way the kid is in this film does absolutely help this aspect that could have gone horribly wrong. But I do quite like it. But should we talk about the daughter stuff then? That's all out there in the open.
Yeah, go on. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
So I like this idea. I think it makes sense that this is where this would go. It's an extra, well, maybe it doesn't, but it's an extra layer of complexity to Bond's relationship. And I think it plays out in a way that's very smart to make it still feel tied to like Bond and stuff, where I think the point of saying you don't, it's not yours, is to kind of give that plausible deniability where we don't have to go through the scenes of Bond actually being like, "Papa," and my daughter, like, there's almost like this plausible deniability for him not to kind of go that route. And it kind of creates just enough disconnect where he can kind of still care, of course. In the back of his head, Bond almost certainly knows that this is the case, but can kind of interact in a way that, it doesn't feel too lovey-dovey and stuff. I think it was a really smart storytelling device in terms of allowing Bond to have these moments with his daughter, but not have it be like, oh, it's Bond and her, the daughter, reuniting and doing stuff. It's you kind of avoid all of that big cliche stuff and instead just have a little bit more, not nuance, but it allows to be a little bit more subtle.
I didn't know what to think of this at first, and I think you're spot on with what you're saying, where if they had just said it when we first saw her, it would have just given it a slightly different vibe about Bond then going on this entire mission. And I'm fine with them doing that, like sort of saying it but not saying it, because the big blue eyes, of course, it's going to be his daughter. I think the thing that they could have maybe done better is when they actually do say it, because I think it is a moment. It's like, oh my god, Bond has a daughter. This is crazy. Like, it's never before seen or done. And I just think that we kind of get it confirmed when Safin says, you bore his child. And I think like, oh, it's just a little bit of a deflated moment to actually have it confirmed, I'm not saying they need to have this crazy thing where, like, I don't know, the music swells and she's like, she's yours, and Bond's like, what? But I just think like, okay, they've done that little sort of trick, not really a trick, but they've set that up beforehand. Let's have a nice moment to then actually have it come out, and even though we already know. So I like the idea. I just wish that it wasn't just Safin saying it so in his like quiet little voice that we've mentioned about to Madeline like that. I don't know. Maybe come out a slightly different way.
I think that's kind of the point. Like it's kind of just getting it out there to people, because it's almost like introducing the audience to this concept as well, where it gives the audience a little bit of plausible deniability, but kind of like Bond, in the back of your head, like, yeah, that probably is the daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in this so much and wouldn't have the big blue eyes. Like, you kind of know to yourself, and some people will say straight away, will be like, yes, definitely, and some people won't. So I think it gives you the plausible deniability there, but really, what the truth is. So just having Safin kind of say it and then have it get said later, kind of locks it in and confirms it. But it kind of doesn't need to be that moment. It's just kind of confirming that, because that's what Bond already knows. He already knows that to be the case. He's not stupid. So I think that the way it plays out is quite smart for the audience, that you don't have to deal with this big scene, and you already kind of know that's probably the case anyway. So it's just kind of like, just puts this like kind of quite brief confirmation of that, and it sucks away a lot of that reveal. But to me, it's like, good. Like, I don't want that to be a big reveal. Let's just kind of put that out there and get everyone on the same page, and then kind of move on. Let's not kind of distract too much. It's a interesting concept, but it gives you like 10-15 minutes of the film to contemplate that concept, and then it kind of gets reinforced, and then the rest of the film can play out the way it plays out, and the tragedy of the character is kind of then it's reinforced, because that's what this is really about. And there's the other thing that happens right at the very end of the film, and that's the question that maybe we'll get to later. Could you have the daughter stuff without what happens at the end, or could you have what just happens at the end without the daughter stuff? I don't know. Maybe we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting question. After Madeline's run away, I think you do very briefly hear, someone saying to Safin that the first buyers are arriving to the island, and right on cue, you see some ships.
Right on cue,
because and then right on cue, after seeing the ships, Bond is in the Q is in the plane, and he's looking at the screen on the plane and seeing the ships on his map on the screen heading towards the island, and I think M asks if there's any sign of 007, because you remember they've lost contact at the moment because of where they are in the facility, but still no sign. And then we go back to Nomi. She's still there. Remember Nomi? She has still got... the spelling of this guy's name has changed every time, I swear, in my notes. Obruchev. She's still got Obruchev from the lab that we saw. And she leaves. She starts to leave the lab because I think she she hears some commotion or something, or just realizes that she should probably make a move. And she starts to head out onto the catwalk, the one that's above the liquid in that big room, above the farm. And she goes to shoot. She starts to get shot at by some guards below, and she shoots one of them, and you see his body fall into the liquid. And as it does so, it starts to fizz and bubble up, and you very quickly realize that is not water. As I said earlier, that is definitely something a lot nastier than that, because whatever's going on there, not healthy. And when that guard is in there, that causes all the other hazmat workers to flee. They get out, some sort of reaction going on. And as she's been doing all that, Obruchev is there. She's still got hold of him, and he's been saying all this stuff in the background about, oh, you can't do this, and oh, you don't know the power of it, and I could exterminate your race from the earth, he says, or something along those lines. And as he says that, she looks at him, and by this point they've reached on the catwalk right near the end of a part of it where there's no barrier, and so she turns and says to him, "Do you know what time it is? Time to die." And she kicks him off the catwalk, and he falls down into the bubbling acid stuff below. And that's him gone, everyone. Yeah. He's dead. He's dead. There was time to die. Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they saved the name of the film for him as well. Oh, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it's not the most eventful death, but yeah, having him kicked into a load of acid, yeah, nice. Good. But it's almost like the film pauses to make that happen. Like, because yes, he's an important character, but there's no like story related to this. Even with Logan, there was the Felix stuff. There was that small little arc that played out. There's no arc with this guy. He just kind of, it's the whole scientist being killed by his own creation. You get it, right? So it's like the film is like, all right, we'll just have a little bit kick here from Nobi, and he goes, a little melting. All right, nice. Now we can carry on.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, so again, it's not really like a big payoff, but yeah, it's just nice that you get that moment. And again, very James Bond moment. But I will say this film is not very violent or bloody. The most bloody it kind of gets is people's faces and things like that. But a lot of the shooting and stuff, it is very 12. It is very PG.
Yeah.
It's a lot less grim and gritty than Spectre is, I would say. No one's shooting themselves or anything. When someone gets shot, there's no blood or anything or no real impact. People just kind of get shot. So yeah, even with this one, you don't really see it. You just see him in the pool and he gets a bit fizzy. And then that's kind of that. But yeah, not a very violent film, really.
Yeah. But the bubbles say enough to me. I know he's melting.
Yeah.
So yeah, after that, Nomi carries on like shooting some guards and makes her way out. And we cut back to Bond and Madeline, since they're together and they're making their way through some of this place, like some of the tunnels and whatever. And as they're trying to work out where Mathilde might have gone, they're walking past and they suddenly hear like Mama in the distance, like this little child's voice, and how she's lost her doo-doo. And out pops Mathilde from a table or somewhere in the distance. And she's fine, everyone. She made her way back. Clever little girl. And Madeline runs up to her and obviously embraces her. And Mathilde says that she did what she was told. She hid. And they say that they love each other. And Bond is a little bit further back because, Madeline ran up to her and he's just kind of watching them two and taking it all in, I guess. And like really, really hammering home like what this is and what he now has, which is all very nice. And Q is still trying to contact Bond on the plane. And as he does that, some jets fly past. They get buzzed, they say. So some MiGs, I think it is. And back in MI6, Tanner is very stressed on the phone. He's getting calls from the Navy and the Japanese and the Russian governments asking about why the British government are at that island, what they're doing there. And M is just very focused on the screens and just tells Tanner to say, don't tell him anything yet. Yeah, so they're getting pressure and adding a bit of pressure to the situation with other countries getting involved with it, which makes total sense.
Very minor thing, but it's nice having this at the center of an international incident. Again, very, very small element, but very Bond-like. You get that in a few of those. You only live twice, once again. But like Tomorrow Never Dies as well. Yeah, love that stuff. It's very spy stuff, but we have had that in the Bond film. It's nice that everything that is happening here is framed in terms of the international superpowers are keeping an eye on it. Like that's quite cool. Adds a little bit of impact. Very spy-y, good stuff.
We go back to Bond, Mathilde and Madeline, and they meet up with Nomi. They find each other, and Bond introduces Nomi to them, and He's like, that's Mathilde and Madeline, and he kind of starts to walk away, and he's like, they're my, and you just sort of see him mouth family, like really confused as he says it. Like he's kind of hearing it himself. He's like, oh God, what, what is this situation? She's saying it out loud almost. So, yeah, at that point, they're finally able to contact Q. They're starting to hear him back again on the radio, and Bond asks if there are any naval vessels in the area, any Royal Navy, because they need to strike the island. Because as they've just seen, this whole place is a farm, a manufacturing plant for Heracles. And that's when Q starts to tell him about the ships that he has spotted coming in, and that they're about 20 minutes away. So these I think he calls them high-speed ships earlier on. So they're not the Navy or anything. These are like third-party ships coming in, and they're like now the next threat in this situation. M is patched through to Bond, and he just kind of confirms to Bond that they're seeing what they can do in terms of the Navy stuff, and Bond and that get back to where they came in at that sub-dock place, and there's a boat there. I don't know if that boat was already there, but there's a boat now there, like an inflatable one with a motor on it. And Bond puts Mathilde on there, and Nomi's on there, and he gives Madeline a kiss goodbye, and says that he needs to finish this for us. And with that, Nomi and Mathilde and Madeline are all on the boat, and just before he leaves, Nomi gives Bond the detonator to the explosives that they planted earlier on. But yeah, it's all very... Like you could, with these sort of scenes, it's always like the lighting is always the same. It's like this nice, glowy, orangey yellow lighting shining in, just like it was in Norway, as well as Bond and Madeline are saying goodbye to each other.
Yeah, so very built-in foreshadowing here, where Bond gives Mathilde his jumper, saying he's going to get cold, and wraps it around. So a little memento there, and yeah, there is a very specific shot of the boat leaving, and just Swann holding Mathilde, smiling with the extremely strong, like angelic light behind.
Yeah.
Like there's one frame which is over the top. So yeah, we're starting to get that quite direct foreshadowing now. Like this is when that stuff starts being dropped in.
Although I'll be honest, by this point when I was first watching it, it still hadn't clicked about what was going to happen.
No, it's almost like the idea is like, is that actually going to happen? So yeah, throughout a lot of this, it's in your head like, oh, is it going to happen?
Surely
is it not going to happen? You just don't know, which I think is quite cool. It was cool to watch it the first time, and it was also quite interesting to see the foreshadowing the second time.
Yeah. So with them now out, leaving the island, Bond still in there. He's shooting his way through the place still slightly, and is getting information that the ships are now 15 minutes away. And I guess, can't remember if I said, but like, yeah, the idea is that these ships are going to be there to then take the Heracles nanobots away. So they need to, that's now that's why there's a countdown now. It's like, we got to stop before these ships get hold of this stuff and spread it all over the world potentially. M is on the radio and saying that he's trying to stop this from escalating to war, and Bond says the line, "If we don't do this, there's nothing left to save." I'll let it pass because we're at this point in the film, but that is like such a cliche line. He pulls it off though, I suppose.
Well, I like that he calls him Mallory in that line as well. He doesn't say M, he says Mallory.
Oh, does he? Oh, he's serious.
Yeah.
He's serious. But he says like fire the missiles on his mark, the missiles from the Royal Navy ships that he's asked to come in to bomb the whole island. Q begins to tell Bond something about, but to do that you'll need to open the silo doors, and Bond's like, I know all that, and that he needs to get to the control room, which Q tells him is in a tower above the farm area. And this is where like the music now really starts to amp up. I wrote down that you're getting into some real beats here, and his Bond is there and he's shooting more of the guards in the farm area. And at one point he takes cover behind one of the columns, and you can see there's just tons and tons of them in that lab that we saw before, all at the top. And so that's when he detonates the bombs that they placed in that very spot earlier on. So all the windows blast out, and all those guards are taken care of very quickly and efficiently. So that's nice. He carries on He goes to kind of walk out to the side, and the camera angle switches, and he's getting shot at from at the end of this tunnel. And the camera switches to Bond, like looking at Bond from the end of this tunnel, whoever is shooting him, and Bond just quickly turns and shoots. And there you go. It's a gun barrel shot in action.
Yay.
Which everyone, that's one of those things where everyone loved that in the cinema. I remember that was like, oh, I can't believe they've never done that before. But yeah.
No, this was very cool. Like, and again, they get away with it because of it's the last one. I don't know if I would have liked it quite so much, but with it being the 5th one, and also I think you just need a little bit of fun with this sequence. The ending in this film's going to get quite heavy, so I kind of like that we get this nice direct reference and kind of feel good Bond moment throughout all of this. If it was pure just shoot bangs and then misery, it would have been a little bit much. So I like that we kind of get this last like, oh yeah, here's him doing the thing. Like it's a very good time to put that in there. And it was just cool. It was just so unexpected the first time I saw it. I was just like, oh, that's so cool.
Because it's so quick as well. You're like, oh wow, okay. What did I just see? And by this point, because as Tom said, Bond's taken off his jumper to give to Matilda, so he's just in like this white shirt now and suspenders, and he just looks so cool at this point.
Yeah, and they do set it up nicely as well, where he like runs out of ammo with his gun and then goes around the corner, and you see him getting his pistol at that point. So it's not just, it does fit in. It obviously stands out a lot, but they did at least think about it. Like runs out of ammo, goes for his pistol. We cut to this shot. He steps around. He then shoots. Like great. Like it does fit in. It's cool.
Yeah. So he enters a door at the end of the gun barrel. He goes into the doorway there, and he is at the bottom of a stairwell. And he looks up, and suddenly kind of all goes quiet for a second, or maybe it goes quiet in a little bit. But yeah, a grenade drops down, and Bond reacts to it really quickly and just throws it back up in the air before it explodes. So it explodes mid-air instead, and you think, okay, that's that done. And then suddenly tons of them start falling down as well. So it's like as you say, they keep things like quite silly and fairly like a little bit of a comedy moment there where they all just come raining down after that one. So with that, Bond gets blasted a bit, but nothing too bad. He just sort of gets pushed onto the stairway a little bit, so he's fine. Don't worry, everyone. It's fine for now anyway. And he starts to make his way up the stairwell, and this is the beginning of this sort of one shot style, because the camera doesn't properly cut here for this whole next sequence where he's working his way up the stairs. He's taking out guards as they come out the doorway, using the bodies as shields at some point. It's all very like it's not slick, like it's this one take shot, but it's all still very rough and ready. Like at one point, there's more grenades, and he gets like blasted by a grenade, and you have that ringing effect, just like back at Vesper's tomb, where it all goes muffled for a short period of time, and like the sound starts to become clearer again, and he sort of shakes himself and gets himself back up and carries on, and sees some shadows on the wall and shoots upwards, and some bodies just fall down. He's taking care of them. Yeah, and he keeps on going up, takes out some more guards that come in, and eventually he reaches the top. And that's when Eyeball Guy, remember him? He bursts through the door at the top, because obviously Bond is heading towards the control room, which was at the top of the tower. And yeah, Eyeball Guy bursts through the door, and the two wrestle. And as they're wrestling, they fall down this kind of the first little section of stairs at the top of the stairwell. And by the end of it, Bond has got Eyeball Guy in a sort of chokehold. And it just so happens that his watch that he's wearing, the Q watch, is right under Eyeball Guy's chin. And so with that, Bond activates his EMP watch, which starts to beep, and you see Eyeball Guy's eye start to flash red, and it kind of glows, and it beeps faster and faster and faster, and then his eyeball explodes inside his head, and he dies. A lot less graphic than that sounds. It's not like his whole brain bursts out, but you just, it sells it that he has just had the inside of his head blown up, and that's Eyeball Guy finally gone. Oh, And as that happens, Q is still on the radio and he's saying like, Bond, it sounds like you're in a rugby scrum. Because now he chooses to chime in. And Bond replies saying, I just showed someone your watch. It really blew their mind.
They did it!
A good quip, eh?
It's been 5 films. It's been like 15 years, and we finally get a good quip out of Craig. He had so little time left on the clock to get one in. I'm glad he just squeaked in. Oh.
I mean, they have got Eyeball Guy to thank for that, because, I mean, he's earlier on, he was like, eye-opening experience. There's so many things you can do with that. So, yeah, I guess Craig just needed Eyeball Guy all along to really bring it out.
Yeah, like it's not the most like creative line, but it works. It's entertaining. I'm so glad they got this in. So glad they got it in. And overall with Eyeball Guy, we haven't talked about him a lot because there's not too much to say. I do like this approach to the henchman because he basically is the henchman for the film, but you can't really have him do too much because of how much is going on in the film. And my feelings to this guy seem to like with Logan, where it's like he's in the film a right amount. He's a presence, he's getting stuff done, but unlike in Spectre with, thumbs, he's not like supposed to be a core part of the film. He's just kind of the Spectre agent and then Safin's agent who's just doing stuff and has a strong visual appeal. And I think he just does that well. Like he's not supposed to be, I don't think, it's not really fair to compare him to some of the other henchmen because that's not his presence in the film. But I think his presence in the film is felt. You don't really go into his character, which is good. They don't try to establish that. He's just a distinctive looking guy. And then he gets a good little death scene at the end here. So, yeah, I would have a hard time ranking him that highly in terms of henchman, but I don't think that's fair. I think it's like portrayed very well for how it's kind of needed for this film. And any more would have been too much and any less would have been a bit naff. So I think they did a really good job there with that balance.
Yeah, I like him too. It's just a silly character with a silly robo eye, and you see the eye quite a few times. I mean, right at the very beginning, it literally pops out of his head as Bond's beating him up. So, like, it's just a silly character, and he, he's in the film throughout doing little odds and ends. He switches allegiance. Good for him. Keeping in the field. But yeah, no, like as you say, good ending, funny ending. Perfectly fine, silly, thumbs up.
Yes, yeah, and again, just it's more silly Bond stuff, which is always good. But yeah, back to the single shot scene. I was actually taken aback a little bit when rewatching this film because I completely forgot this even existed.
Really?
No memory of this at all. And then when it started, I was like, oh yeah, I guess they did do a single shot scene. But yeah, I completely forgot about it. So this was actually kind of a really nice surprise, and it's kind of what you said, where it's a little bit messy. It's not this nice, clean thing. And I think I don't want to rag on Spectre even more for the characterization. It does show a better understanding of what Bond's about. He finds a way to get through and get stuff done, but he doesn't necessarily do it as like this super agent. Like there's a little bit of that. There's some cool moments, but yeah, he just kind of like at the beginning where he hides behind a corpse to like not be shot at. Like that's not someone being cool, really. That's someone being like practical and just doing what needs to be done to get the job done. And that's what we see throughout all of this. But yeah, again, I think it's just the characterization is kind of spot on. This is not some like super big heroic moment. It's just Bond doing the job, which I love. I think that's just the perfect way. That's what Bond's about. Obviously, sometimes he has his flourishes and his things that he enjoys, and sometimes he makes quips and stuff, but ultimately it comes down to, I gotta get to the top of the tower, so he kind of gets that done. I mean, of course, it's mostly ties to Craig and his one. You could almost see this as a parallel to Casino Royale, where last time in that film he was fighting someone downwards, and this time he's fighting his way upwards. You could say that's a nice parallel between the films. Whether that's intentional, I don't know. But this definitely doesn't stand out to me as one of like the best single shot ones, but it's mostly just because as I've said before, a little bit burnt out on these. But this was a really nice surprise, really well put together. Some really cool kind of little moments there with like hiding behind there, and the way people jump out, and the way the camera moves and follows certain actions. Sometimes it follows Bond, sometimes it doesn't. It's just all very well put together. It's really satisfying. It's cool when it wants to be cool. It's gritty and messy when it wants to be. Well, maybe not, because they had to do it in one take. But yeah, really nice surprise. I was surprised how much I liked this.
Good. I did remember it, but I think I was in the same boat as you, where, especially after like doing all the previous episodes and the one-shot things that we mentioned about before, I was a little bit apprehensive about, am I going to like it as much? But I think because they just do it in that completely different style and have it as Bond battling against the forces as he makes his way up, I think it works. And it's not trying to be some like John Wick slick thing going on here and is just taking them out with ease. He's struggling as he gets up there. Like at one point, like he has to use the door as like a blast shield, for goodness sake. So yeah, I really like it too.
Yeah, I think the main thing you would say against it is that, and it ties into me forgetting it, is it gets a little bit lost here. Like you've got everything else that's happening around it, which is more consequential for the story, that, yeah, I think you can kind of forget this. But I still think it's really good in the film. But potentially with how long this film is, it's tricky with this film, because watching it this time, I paused it a lot to do notes. So in terms of properly talking about the pacing, I feel like I couldn't really do that justice all that well because of doing the notes and pausing it. But I quite like the pacing, weirdly enough. But I do remember in the cinema this feeling a little bit long. So this is definitely one of those films that you want to pause halfway through, go get a drink, ice cream, perhaps.
Maybe.
Could be. One last time. And kind of reset a little bit. It's definitely one of those films. I would recommend that. But I do actually quite like the pacing. But even so, I do think some of this stuff gets a little bit lost. But it's not lost because it's bad. It's just lost because there's so much going on. And it's just not going to be the thing you remember necessarily.
Yeah.
So Bond has reached the top to the control room. And I think there was also, when he said really blew their mind, there's like a little jingle in there. Not like a Bond jingle, but there is a little audio cue for that.
Is there? Oh, okay.
I can't remember what it was. I just put jingle, but it wasn't like a Bond twang or anything. It was just a little like that sort of thing. So, so he goes up the stairs and Bond grabs a pistol to arm himself, and Q is on the radio, so he's trying to I'm trying to get some information, and he starts talking about, this is going back to the 1950s, so it's going to be a very complex system, and the order that you do things is going to be extremely precise to make sure it works. And while this is happening, Bond is just flipping switches and stuff, and then he pulls a big lever and is just like, got it, I think, and it works. So Bond sees, I don't know how the windows work here, but he sees like the garden pool. So the Japanese garden, not the poison garden, but like a different one. It's like, it's not really even a garden, right? It's more like a serene little pool with some pebbles and stuff. It's not the poison garden. It's just another like little, serene Japanese style area. So we see that the things open up. And the water actually drops down into the acid pool below. I'm not quite sure the point of it, but I guess that's because Nomi and Bond saw it before, didn't they?
Yeah, so that's how you know it goes straight into it.
Right, yes, okay, I didn't put that together till just now, that the hatch they saw is this one, because it looks way smaller. Or it looks like it changes size. I don't know if they sized that up correctly between the shots, but Bond says, yeah, that's it, launch the missiles. But Q says, no, not until you're clear. But Bond says, tell M to launch the missiles now. So Q tells M to fire, and M contacts the HMS Dragon on the radio and says, Admiral, it's M here. And we have M quite, not sorrowful, but just sitting in the chair looking like he doesn't quite feel comfortable with all of this. There's something a little bit off. There is a little bit of weight the way he talks to him, and he says, you have permission to launch. And they say, Roger, and we get a very quick shot showing the missiles firing from it. But Yeah, I love the way kind of M is shot here. There's almost like this, again, it's more foreshadowing. I get this sense that M knows, even if Q hasn't figured it out, I feel like M is really feeling the weight of making that decision and having him in the middle of the frame like this. And it's just building that stuff in. Very more smart filmmaking here.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost kind of, if this is what I think you're referring to, like he's quite like in dark. Like the whole scene's quite dark in the office as well, and like he's sort of
Yeah.
almost like got his head down, kind of a bit hunched, and just looking up and looking almost defeated in a way. I mean, I know we haven't reached the end yet, but like you do get that vibe that like something is not quite right here.
Yeah, and I think Ralph Fiennes is just like, it's him bringing that into it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Without him, that wouldn't work. But yeah, so Q tells Bond the missiles are 9 minutes away. So Bond starts running through the base, and yeah, he's running through. So he's now completely gone away from the control room and he's running, and he stops and turns around and he finds Doo-Doo. Not the rabbit.
Oh, okay, yeah, good. Yeah.
Ah, Doo-Doo.
Ew, just wipe that off.
Ah. So it's the rabbit, Mathilde's rabbit toy. So he picks it up and smiles and puts it in there, and as he's running, as he is about to go, he sees the blast door start closing again. And he shouts no and starts running back. And this time he kind of runs into the garden that we saw before, where the missile silo opened up, the serene Japanese space, and Safin fires a pistol at Bond that causes him to fall down. So I get a bit confused with this, because Safin then fires again and Bond stops moving. Did all these bullets go into Bond? Or did any of them go into Bond?
I think at least one did. Because
I
he's
think
like
at
holding
least one
his
has
stomach.
to, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is another thing where maybe it ties back into the beginning of the film that we didn't even talk about. That Safin at the start got shot in the chest and was fine, which I got very confused the first time I saw it, because I was like, oh, is he like a zombie or something? Like, is he like the Baron or something? Like, are we doing a live and let die where he's like can come back to life? But I think it's just purely supposed to be, in this world people wear body armor. Of course they do, idiots.
Yeah.
So sometimes when a bullet hits them, similar to what Skyfall did as well, sometimes when a bullet hits them, they can just take it and they just get winded and stuff, which is what I'm assuming happens with Safin at the start. And I assume to at least a certain degree that Bond has just been knocked down by the force of the bullet rather than it being hit. But seeing how there's like very little blood in this film, it's like the same thing happens to someone being shot to also someone being shot and knocked down. It's a bit odd. Bond's on the floor, Safin pointed the gun, and Safin's all like, quite the mess you've made, like an animal. And Bond's just had enough. He just screams and just jumps at him, which is like, yay. So he like throws him down, but Safin like reaches out and like scratches Bond's face. You don't really see it properly, but you see something on Bond's face and some sort of like scratch sound play. So Bond grabs the arm of Safin, who's got the gun, and they both scream, and Bond just breaks his arm. And Bond kind of steps away, and we see like a scratch on Bond's face and some blood drips into the water. And Safin says, well, now we're both poisoned with heartbreak. Two heroes in a tragedy of our own making. Anyone we touch, we are their curse. A kiss could kill them instantly. And Bond looks a little bit confused and looks at him, doesn't understand fully, but Safin's like, yes, Madeline. Yes, Mathilde. And we see Safin reveals a broken red file in his hand, which is what we saw before, which was the insurance. And Bond checks his face for the scratches and notices that has happened. And Safin says, you made me do this. Don't you see? This was your choice. And Bond slowly gets up, picks up a gun, and just without even really looking, shoots Safin a few times and steps out of the pool. So I actually really like this scene. For all the problems with Safin and stuff, I thought this was actually pretty great. And it's mostly just because of Bond.
Yeah.
Where he's just had enough. And he screams at him and he jumps him and he breaks his arm and just like kills him so casually. I think that's, for all the problems you could say with Safin, I really like this kind of, it's more of a payoff for Bond than him, which makes sense because that it kind of needs to be, and they kind of treat it that way. I love the idea of Bond just shooting him and walking away, a villain being killed like that. I think that's so cool.
Yeah, I don't think he even looks at him, does he? He's just like
No,
points
he
the
just kind
gun
of,
and
yeah,
yeah,
he just does
yeah,
it while walking away, which he has done before. But yeah, to do that to the villain, like, oh, that's cool. That's serious. You really feel what Bond's going through at the moment and stuff. And his, yeah, I think this is really good.
I mean, especially at this point, in watching it, probably clicked by now what's happening here, and it's just like seeing Bond so hopeless and just so dejected and like nonchalantly killing Safin, like it was nothing. He's just completely just lost all hope and it's just a broken man at this point as he picks himself up and does that. So definitely a good emotional punch to this scene.
Yeah, I think that's the right way of saying the emotional punch. It really does feel like one where, I mean, it's the classic film thing, isn't it? Make everything seem pretty good. Bond saved the day and he's getting out there, but then a twist. But usually with the twist, Bond is going to find a way out of it. But no, this is just kind of Safin in quite a cowardly fashion just destroys Bond's world. I'm like, oh, like, yeah, I really feel this one. And for all the stuff that the nanobots are just kind of nonsense and silly, I do feel like they do kind of work at this point. Like everything up to this point, yeah, kind of a bit weird, a bit naff and stuff. But now that we've come down to it, the final showdown, Safin has been killed and Bond has the nanobots, I find myself focusing more on that and finding that actually quite a lot more interesting and engaging than I thought leading up to this point with the nanobots.
Right.
I'm guessing you don't agree.
I'll get there, don't worry.
Okay, so Bond walks away and he starts limping towards some stairs, so he is quite injured and we see blood dripping on the floor coming from him, and Bond asks for Q and is on the radio saying, "Are they safe, Q?" And Bond says, "Yes, they're safe." And Q asks, "Have you left the island?" But Bond says there's a slight problem with the blast doors. But Q's like, no, the missiles have launched. You've got to get out of there. And Bond goes up to the control room, or has made his way up, and pulls a lever, or pulls the same lever that he did before, and opens up the blast doors. And Bond talks to Q like, "How do I destroy this?" But Q's all like, "Well, if the silo doors are open, the missiles will destroy the base." But Bond's all like, no. If you get it in you, how do you get it off? And Q, not realizing what's going on, saying, "Well, you can't. It's permanent." But he just moves on. It's like, you got to get off the island. But the nanobots are like they're harmless unless you're next to the target. And Bond says, "Well, that's not going to work." And this point, Bond is like lowering a ladder down to climb to the top of the control tower. And at this point, Q realizes what's happened and is like, "Oh God, it's Madeline." And Bond says, "It's all right, Q. It's all right," and asks for Bond to put Madeline on. So Bond's like climbing the ladder, but very slowly, very weakly. And we see Swann and Nobi and Mathilde has kind of gotten away, and they're like playing in the water a little bit. And Nobi gets the call and puts Madeline on the radio, and she's all like, "Where are you? Is it done?" And Bond says, "Yes, he's dead," while slowly climbing this ladder. And Swann's all like, "Well, have you left?" And he says, "No, I'm not going to make it." And at this point, like the piano of No Time to Die starts playing, and Bond is able to reach the top. But Swann says, "I know you can do this. Like, everything is good now. There's no one left to hurt us." And Bond says to Madeline, "You have made the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. She's perfect, all because she came from you." So Bond stumbles a bit because he's still quite injured, and Swann kind of pieces together that he's been poisoned. Like, she realizes what's happened and saying there must be a way. And Bond is just kind of like overlooking the island. You get quite a nice, beautiful view of Bond on top, overlooking the island, but also other islands. And Swann says, "We just need time. If only we had more time." And Bond responds by saying, "You have all the time in the world." And says, "I love you." They say it back, "I love you too." And we hear some sound of the missiles. So Bond is still on the island from their perspective. We can just hear the missiles coming. And Nobi and Swann see them overhead. And Swann says, like, "She does have your eyes." And I think Bond just says, "I know." And Bond sees the missiles in the sky and stands and sees them. And yeah, I think this is when he says, I know. And the missiles land in front of Bond. And then he's standing there and he's just wiped away from the explosion. And we get aerial shots showing the island being bombed completely. And Swann starts crying. We cut to shots of Q being very upset. And on the screen behind Q, you see the Smart Blood Vitals. You see Nobi's are normal, but Bond's are now all 0. And we see M looking very sorrowful in his office and Moneypenny trying not to cry. And then we fade to white. So yeah, that's Bond dead-a-roo. Dead ski.
Do not believe it.
There was no signs. They really should have set this up.
Yeah, I have very distinct, vivid memories of being, I know it was only a couple of years ago, but still in the cinema, and just like from this point on, like it was just complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. And yeah, it's like they only went and blooming well done it. They killed him off. What is going on? I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot to take in, Tom. It's never before done.
I guess there's two parts of it, right? There's like, as I always like to say, there's always two bloody parts to it when I'm talking about something. But there's, I guess, the concept of Bond dying in the first place, and then there's like how they actually pulled it off. So in terms of Bond dying in the first place, yeah, I think that was definitely the way to go. I think it ties into the themes of what they've tried to inject here with Craig. I think as soon as M died in Skyfall, Bond had to die. And there's definitely been things... He had to go. And there's definitely been things about apparently after Casino Royale, I think Daniel Craig said to like Broccoli saying like, or Barbara Broccoli saying like, I think Bond should die. And she was like, sounds good. So this was always kind of built in. And I like the idea of they always kind of knew it was going to this point. And as messy as the timeline as this has been, I did feel like they built in enough themes and ideas of what it means to kind of do your job, the price of that and the price of these deeds, doing the right thing or doing the wrong thing for the right reasons and stuff. And yeah, if M had to die for her sins, it only makes sense to me that Bond would have to do the same. It's like the cost of this life. But I love that Bond gets his arguments in there about angry little men, and I think that makes this moment is made stronger by this stuff. How he does say he is relevant, he does have a place, but he ultimately this is how it was always going to go, and he kind of gets to die doing the right thing. So I think in terms of Bond dying, yes, it was the right way to go, and I think it totally makes sense that this film would end with that sort of moment.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So hang on. This is the in principle we're talking about. In
principle, yeah. Should Bond be killed off in a film?
I personally lean towards a no.
Dr. No, even.
Dr. No. I personally don't like the idea of killing Bond off, but this is where I get so totally conflicted over this film. Because although I don't like the idea of it, and I don't like that they did it, I think they like this whole ending bit and like the music playing there as that happens and the missiles coming down and him looking up. I think that was well done. Like if you're gonna kill off Bond, not how we got to this point, that's a different matter. But if you're gonna kill him off, like this is a very dramatic. This is a very big emotional, weighty send off to a huge character, and this has never been done in the 60-year history, over 60 years. So yeah, like I think in terms of how they did this bit of the film, it was a success, and like it does do the job. Like it gets you emotional. I was there in the cinema and I was getting very emotional watching it. It doesn't mean I liked the idea of it, but they did it well, and I think. The reason why I don't like it, and this is going to extend a bit into some of the scenes that come after this as well, or just one really that comes after this with the MI6 lot, is for me, I want to watch a Bond film to be entertained and to have fun, and this is not a fun end. Like this is a very emotional, weighty end. And I'm not saying it's bad, but that's not what I watch a Bond film for. If I was in the mood for a Bond film, I want to I want to strap in and be in for a kind of wacky, wild, cheesy, fun time. And at the end of the day, Bond saves everything, and that's it. He kisses the girl, or he rides off into the sunset. And so that's why I can't get on board with this as an idea. As I say, though, I think for what they did it well.
Is this the man that ran Casino Royale as his number one Bond film, or is this someone else?
Well, that's the thing, though, is like I with the Craig stuff, yeah, it's definitely more tragic, but it's tragedy to Bond. Like, tragedy happens to Bond. Bond isn't the tragedy, and I think that's the thing that separates it for me. Like, you always get at the end the little moment, like in Casino Royale, where he finds Mr. White, and it's like James Bond, and you have the little hurrah moment at the end, and it's the cool Bond's back. And I don't mind sad things happening, but I just don't think it should. I think this maybe went a bit too far.
I think they can do. I'm more on the side of I like this. I've kind of already explained why I want that damn Bond dead. I want him dead. I stood up in the cinema. I was like, I want him dead. And as you say, I agree they did this very well, but I just don't think you can tell a complete story in what they were trying to do. And maybe fundamentally you just didn't want them to do this, but yeah, if you're going to tell this story and connect these 5 films and tell a complete James Bond story, I just think he has to die, and I don't think that can be fun. Which again, like, if you're here for fun, then yeah, there's no way that can be compatible. There's no way you can have that happen. So I'm kind of glad they picked this direction. They're giving us a complete story here with this ending, and they're not that we've already had a bit of silliness and fun before this point. They did inject a load of the Bond stuff here, but now we just kind of have to sit in the weight of it all. And I think that's good. Like, that's what makes this feel like the final film. And that is something you can do with the final film. I agree, I don't want this for all my Bond films. If all the Bond films were like this, I'd be like, oh God, no, I'm not watching that. It's so depressing.
Yeah.
Come on. But I think this is the chance for them to do it, and I'm glad they did it well. I think, the dialogue is very weighty, but very well done. It's very well performed by everyone in here. So, just echoing what you said, it's very well done. And, a massive emotional punch as you're watching this play out and hearing the dialogue. You have made the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You have all the time in the world. I'm like, no. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it had to end this way. And I don't see, unless you're just keeping it open from a narrative perspective, I think to actually properly wrap it up and give us a much more satisfying ending than what Spectre did, where it's just like, I'm going to go with Swann on a bridge. This actually gives us that satisfying kind of ending. And they've also just set this up throughout the film as well, which kind of ties to what you're saying about they have done it well in this film. I guess it's more of a fundamental issue about whether you're okay with this or not. But yeah, throughout the film, you had Felix dying, you had Blofeld dying, you had all these kind of concepts, and they did build it throughout this. There is the foreshadowing here that this is something a little bit different and it's going to play out a bit different. So this is probably what's going to happen. And yeah, I mean, in terms of like the appropriateness of Bond dying in this film, I guess from a narrative perspective, it's like, because you got Mathilde, right? But I feel like it ties more into the tragedy of this character. He cannot just, for everything he has done, for everything that has happened to him, he cannot just go off with his daughter into the sunset, but he can sacrifice himself, have that feeling for a moment of having his family, and then sacrificing himself to protect his family. That all makes sense to me. So, again, I guess originally, like, I am on board for this, and I think they did it very well. So I actually really kind of enjoy this stuff overall.
Yeah, it's the luxury, as you say, it's the luxury of knowing this was the last Craig film. This is a thing that they could plan now, and yeah, like the way that Craig stuff's gone, it makes sense. It makes sense. That's why I just find it so difficult, because it's like one half of me is pulling one way, saying, well, Joe, it all lines up, as in the arc of the character, like you're saying, it totally lines up, and the other half of me is like, I want a Bond film. I want an old fashioned Bond film sort of thing. So that's where I just slip up, and I think this kind of leads into the second avenue of this about Bond's death, about the how is, I think it doesn't feel earned in this film. I think if they maybe had done this a different way, I might be more on board with it as well. But going back to the nanobots, the nanobots are for life, nanobots for not just for Christmas. Like even that bit, actually, I said earlier that annoyed me. The nanobots is not as bad as this whole setup at the end with the ships coming in and then needing to missile, and like that is just such a total stretch to have, like, right, we need to bomb this island because these ships are coming. And I don't really want to get into like every part of that, but it's just like, really? That's how they're going to kill Bond off? Is that, yes, he's poisoned by Madeline. That's fine. Against Madeline, not by Madeline. But then they just tack on this whole idea of he has to get bombed there because these ships are coming and send in the missiles. They can't missile the ships. No. They must missile the entire island. And that's just another thing that I think is a little bit... If that was stronger, maybe I wouldn't be so against it. But I think that was a bit naff.
I kind of like it, but to me it ties into the idea of this is a Bond villain lair, and it feels very appropriate that Bond gets blown up by him blowing up a lair, considering how often he's done it in the past. Like the idea of this mass destruction he causes being the thing that kills him, yeah, like that probably makes sense. And from what I've read, apparently like the whole idea about some of this is that it's Bond who has survived so many ridiculous things. If they're going to kill him, they got to like do it all in. Like you can't just have him be shot or something because it's just not going to work. So instead they had him be shot. They have the nanobots in there, which I don't think would have killed him. I think it just means it would have killed his family if he went up to them.
Yeah.
And also they just blow up an island. It's like, to me, yeah, that does make sense. If you're going to kill Bond, yeah. And I kind of like the whole tragedy angle of the missile slowly coming, and yeah, those visuals of it's coming as well. He knows he's going to die and he gets a little bit more time, but not a lot of time, which is, again, I really love that. We just need more time. If only we had more time. And then Bernard's watch appears. It's like, here you go, Bond.
But they could have more time. That's the thing. They could have more time. That's why it's like, well, why? What's going on? Why don't they have more time?
What's going on? What's all this then?
What's all this? I don't know.
Oh, bloody hell.
I just remember... when I first saw this, or actually maybe it was the second time actually, because the first time, as I mentioned, I was just like taking this all in. Maybe the second time it was just, I don't know, I felt myself as I was watching this, like thinking like, why? This is such a big moment. Why am I suddenly still thinking about like the intricacies of the ships coming in and the time and the buyers and like, oh, this Heracles stuff. So that's the only thing I wish for me, it was just very much a more clean way of the, like if they're going to kill Bond, blow him up, fine, but just keep all this, make it watertight to me. And I think there was just a few too many little bits in there with this setup, like the setup with everything that I didn't like. But you know, you're right. Like you were saying before, sometimes someone can get shot and they're fine. So if you're gonna do it, he's got to be crisp. He's got to be dust by the end. So, and it is a good shot. Like as I was saying earlier, the visuals of it with the missiles raining down. That's gonna hit you, like, or literally, but it works. It works.
Yeah, like they do deliberately try and move away from that angle with the boats. Like I wasn't really thinking about that at this point, but I think it's because they do just stop mentioning it. Like once Safin has been killed, that element pretty much disappears, and then it becomes all about the missile. So they do try and move you away. Although, of course, if you're still thinking about that stuff, fair enough. But there is kind of like, this is why this is happening, and then they move away from that to just show stuff playing out. So they do try to separate it, but, you know, you are right. That is the logic of the situation.
Yeah.
So we're almost done. We get some aerial shots of London. Of course, it's London. We come from, like, the clouds, which was a bit strange. I don't know why the clouds got in there, but...
Well, that's Bond looking down on them.
Oh, is it?
No, I don't...
Can't. No. Stop it.
Yeah, that's terrible. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, that looked bad. But we hear M talk, and he says, it's hard to know what to say, but I thought we should gather and remember. And we see M, Money, Penny, Tanner, Nobi, and Q all sitting in quite a dark room, all having a drink. And M has like a book in front of him, and he says, I thought this was appropriate. And he says, a function of man is to live, not to exist. I shall not waste my days trying to prolong them. I shall use my time. And Tanner says, to James. And they all toast. And we hear M saying, right, back to work. And we see someone clink an extra drink they have on the table that nobody has touched. And we then cut to a car driving down a road. And we hear the notes of We Have All the Time in the World playing. The song from On a Majesty Secret Service again, but like the actual full version. And Swann and Matilda are driving the car, and Matilda's in the front, and Swann says, I'm going to tell you a story about a man. His name was Bond, James Bond. And the kid smiles, and we get some aerial shots, and then it properly plays. We Have All the Time in the World now properly plays, and the final shots are of the dark tunnel and the car kind of going into the dark tunnel, and then it fades and the credits roll. So, yeah, I guess the first thing, yeah, very nice. I do quite like that this is all very brief. Just like broadly speaking with Bond, he's dead, and it's kind of like, let's just have a couple of nice moments and go. I think that's all you need. I don't want a lot of like, or what happened afterwards? Where are they now? Did he stop them? Like, you don't need that.
Matilda all grown up or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't want anything like that. No time jumps, no complex stuff. Just the people he worked with having a drink in his honor and leaving a drink for him, and quite an appropriate reading by M, and again very mournful and stuff. And then I'm not so big on the ending shot with Swann and Matilda. I get getting his name in there, Bond, James Bond, but that line, I'm going to tell you a story about a man. What is this, a storybook? What are you on about? It just didn't have the right feel. Even if she just said, I'm going to tell you about your father, who was called Bond, James Bond, that would have sat way better with me. But it's a nitpick at the end of the day. But that final line I didn't really like. But I like this whole section because it's quite brief. Just people being quite sad and stuff, and then it ends.
Yeah, I like them playing the whole song, which is one of my bugbears for On Her Majesty's Secret Service, where they quickly cut it off. No, they let the whole song play out for all over the credits, so that's good. This is kind of going back to what I just said about like I don't want to watch a Bond film and then be depressed by the end. I just think like that final scene with the MI6 lot, it's just. This is probably the last time we're going to see these characters in this form. I very much doubt they're going to. I mean, they might bring back M like they did with Judi Dench, but I find it very hard to believe. Like, I think if they're going to do this, it's going to be a whole new cast of Money, Penny, and Q. So this is it. Like, and Tanner. This. I know. I'm sorry.
Oh.
This is probably the last time we're going to see him, and they're all just miserable. Like,
no new digs.
They're all just depressed. Look, it's got the gravity to it, and like it makes sense in that Bond's dead, but it just links back to like I don't want to see these characters looking depressed, and that's like the final time that I see them. It's Jesus Christ. I think I slit my wrists like Craig said after Spectre. So another one of those for me. I don't like it, but that's very personal. I just don't like depressing things like that at the end of the film, so I don't really watch films for that reason.
Yeah, I won't argue with you. Like, fundamentally, as you say, some people just don't want this from a Bond film. And I'm not like necessarily like gagging for this stuff and thinking like, yay, but like, I feel like it's appropriate. So I can enjoy it for that. I can enjoy the other Bond films that are a bit more fun, but I can enjoy this one as an ending. And I like that it's a very clear, definitive ending, and there's some impact to this, and it's over. Like I get that very grand sense of it's over. And I appreciate that. That for me was good. I like that feeling. Sure, it's a bit grim. I don't disagree with you with that, but I like that it's a proper ending, and I can say yes, it's done. The job's done.
It is done. All right. Blimey.
Bond's dead.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Well, actually,
There's a post-credit. Yeah.
If you hang around, right at the end, it says James Bond will return.
It does.
And then Craig comes on screen saying, "You didn't think I was really dead, did you?" And starts doing a little dance. And you're like, "Hooray, not a bummer ending."
You got to stick around, Jay. Marvel was introduced that mid-credit, post-credit scene. You have to stay now, folks, at every film. Because you never know.
I'm so glad they didn't do anything like that with the Bond franchise. But,
Yeah.
So that was No Time to Die. Apparently, he did have time.
And so did Obruchev. Yay!
Swings and roundabouts in it. So
yeah.
Oh, so it's our last one. So you're going first, Joe.
Okay. Wow. As I've mentioned multiple times, this has been, as I said right at the start, this is the most conflicted I have been for all the Bond films, and I kind of knew that was coming. This is the one that was most fresh in my memory. It's the one that people still talk about quite a lot, and you see it online about No Time to Die. And I was worried that when I watched this, I would really dislike it because of that end, because they kill off Bond, and I just remember the feeling I had walking out the cinema, and I'm like, oh, is that going to come back again? And is that just going to completely ruin this film for me?
You didn't get on the underground again by yourself all depressed, did you?
No, I didn't. Now that would have been bad.
Thank goodness.
I would have been in the newspaper afterwards, I think. But yeah, like, I think the good news is that I watched this film and I realised that there is so much of this film that I really think works. And actually, most of this film I think I like more than I originally liked when I saw it when it came out, which I really was not expecting. But yeah, if we just count the first 95% of this film, I really was on board for pretty much everything. I think pretty much every action scene in this film was good. Like starting at Italy, going through, having the Cuba scene with Paloma, and even like the forest stuff. That was, as I say, it was my least favorite, but it was still pretty good. And then all the stuff with the villain base at the end, all of that was really solid. It was an incredibly stuffed film, and as I said earlier, I think despite that, they actually managed to like cross the T's and dot the I's for pretty much everything they tried to do, which is really impressive. Like they had the whole getting rid of Blofeld, tying up Spectre. They had Bond and Madeline. They even had, 00, and what would 00 be without Bond, and a new 007. And I think that was pretty good. And Bond getting a family. Like they actually touched on lots of things. And yeah, it's a really long film, which is partly explains why that is the case. They had a lot to deal with. But I think like pace-wise, as you were saying, well, you were saying you were making notes, but like I think this actually didn't drag barely at all for me, despite the length. I think it actually really flowed nicely. So I have to give credit where it's due for that. Like that is such a mammoth task to do, and they went out on Craig's terms. It feels like he came back for this last one, and you could just tell that I think he was happier with this being his final film rather than Spectre. It really does show through as a bit of a chapter close on his Bond. I've just talked about like I'm not sure I like that chapter close, but they did it and they did it well. So the question I really had to think about was how much am I going to let the ending affect me for the ranking of this film? Because in reality, this would probably be at the bottom, right? In terms of if I was sitting down and thinking to myself, I'm in the mood for a Bond film, I would never pick this film. Even the worst film on my list so far, Live and Let Die, I'd be like, yeah, all right, we'll stick some Roger on because it's going to be...
Put the Roger on.
Put the Roger on.
As they say in your house.
It's stitched on the wall as a motto. But even that, with some of the bits that drag and all the things I don't like about Live and Let Die, I'd rather watch that than watch this and come out thinking, oh. So realistically, it should be bottom, right? But I think it's foolish to put it there when I've just said how much I really like about this film. It's not actually bottom. I'm going to be a little bit smarter than that, I think. And so then I started to look at my list and think, well, actually, where would it go then? And I don't know whether you want to say your guess now, because Tom and I both guessed where we put each other's.
Are you definitely sure where it's going?
I am definitely sure.
So I put it for you. My guess is number 17 under You Only Live Twice and above On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Interesting. Okay, well, I was looking through, and what I eventually realized was taking into consideration the ending, looking at the films. Which of these films do I remember just having that moment and thinking, oh, like looking at my watch almost like I'm enjoying this, but I'm kind of reaching that point where things are starting to drag, or the last battle villain scene is a little bit silly or whatever. And so that kind of took me up past Spectre, past Die Another Day, because that's sort of, it's always around a certain point that I can kind of gauge it by in the film. Goldfinger, I really wasn't like, a lot of that I didn't really like. I'm working my way up. You Only Live Twice, the volcano stuff at the end, I sort of lost it a bit. Living Daylights, yeah, the villain stuff there I didn't love. And then I got to License to Kill, and I thought, well, actually, License to Kill was pretty solid. Like Sanchez and everything, when we discussed it, I remember really not minding License to Kill. And I think that made sense for it to go there, to kind of split the films that I would happily watch and know that I'd pretty much like all the way through, and then the films that I think would start to drag a little bit for me. So it's, as I say, I'm putting this in now. It's so up in the air, but I'm putting it at number 15. So I'm putting it just above The Living Daylights and just below License to Kill. So it's a Dalton sandwich for No Time to Die.
As they say in your house.
Yeah. Yes, that's also on the wall. But yeah, like near enough to the middle of the list, like very, very middle. And I think like that is just the weight of the ending that's doing that to me. If Bond didn't die, or if they just did it in a different way, this I think could probably be top 10. I think this could probably go above Thunderball at least for me. But as it stands, it's at number 15.
Yeah, Ooh. Very interesting approach you had there about the dragging of Bond films. And you're right, when you look at a lot of these, you're like, yeah, Die Another Day did drag at the end, didn't it? And yeah, The Living Daylights did drag at the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's a very interesting approach. So it makes sense what you're saying. And yeah, when I looked at your list, I'm like, well, it's no way is it going above Diamonds Are Forever. And I would have guessed it would have been below License to Kill, but I thought maybe you like Living Daylights and You Only Live Twice a bit more because it's more classic Bond. But it sounds like there was enough good in there to bring it above those.
I think just talking with you about it during this episode, I realised, man, there is a lot that I really liked. So yeah, it just made sense to go there.
Cool. So from my side, there's a lot of things that are great about this film. Safin, Obruchev, lots of great stuff. Mm-hmm. But no, so this was my second time watching it, so it was kind of a time to bring my thoughts together, and I think I enjoyed it more this time than I did the first time. The first time was all about, I don't know really what's going on, and then it became all about that ending, and that was kind of that, and I liked it as like a satisfactory ending, and I can appreciate about that, but it meant some of this other stuff got a little bit lost. So watching it this time made me really appreciate all the things that I love about this film and I think are great. So yeah, as you said, all the action scenes are really solid. I love the Norway stuff. I think that's great. I like all these side characters, surprisingly. I like that they brought back Felix and they gave him a proper end. I like that Blofeld came back and had a really great scene. This film is just full of really great scenes, and it's just like a sense of style and added little flourishes to it. Not quite to the same level as Sam Mendes. I don't think it has that consistent style that makes those films a bit more satisfying, but this one still has creative choices and well-shot scenes, and I think it's what I said before. There's so much stuff in this from the other films, but to me it shows more of a respect and a real understanding of what Bond is. That they put all this stuff in, but they put it all in so they can then take it a step forward and actually kill off Bond. And actually, if this was a film that didn't have that stuff in there, this might have been like a Last Jedi or something, to be honest. Like, it could have gone that way. This could have been The Last Jedi. And I guess for some people it was. But to me, I feel like it just puts all that stuff in there and shows an understanding of the character, and it's just really great to watch. There's nothing that's all that bad about it. There's things that definitely fall a little bit flat, especially kind of towards the end, and there's some things I'm not a massive fan of, but overall just really, really enjoyable. And it's just great that we have this definitive end to the franchise. I appreciate that. But even then, everything up to that point is just pretty excellent. It's just full of scenes I really enjoyed. And following Spectre, this just had such a huge mountain to climb to get to this point, and I'm just mostly really impressed that they did it and made just a very entertaining film. But even then, you get the stuff that's very classic Bond, and that either just classic Bond or like remix classic Bond, and then you get the stuff with Bond and his daughter, and it feels so alien and weird, and it just creates this unique feel to the film. And you know me, I love a good unique feeling Bond film, but still feels like Bond. It's just, it kind of nails all that stuff. So yeah, there's still some things I don't really like, you know, the opening theme, not massively into, and some of the stuff with Safin kind of falls a little bit flat, and some of the logic of the film, like with the nanobot stuff, I'm not going to massively defend that, but it does what it needs to do, and it just finds this really kind of incredible balance between it, and I just had such a good time revisiting it and watching it. So I guess I got to rank it. So I kind of came into this saying it's better than Spectre, and watching it again and enjoying it more than I did.
Can I just guess?
Yeah, go on. Yeah,
so
go on.
I'll very quickly guess. I think I got the impression you really liked this. And
What gave it away?
and so I was looking at your list and I was thinking, well, I reckon it might be top 10 for you. And I was thinking, if there's anywhere it's going to go, I think it's probably going to just knock out Sir Rog a little bit. So I thought you'd put it at 7, just above The Spy Who Loved Me, just below On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe
not. Okay. Yeah, so let's get into it. So yeah, Spectre was the line. I can definitely say it's better than that. And looking at everything below, I can say, yeah, definitely like No Time to Die more than that. So we then kind of go into the next block, which is The License to Kill and Tomorrow Never Dies, and which are the more like fun off the era stuff. And yeah, I get more out of this than that. I think this is a better film. A lot more memorable moments for me. And then we get the next block, which is A Few to a Kill, The Man with a Golden Gun, and You Only Live Twice. And yeah, I think it's better than that. As I said with the other ones, I just get more out of this film. There's just so much stuff I do really enjoy about it. And I think overall it's just what it accomplishes is just so much more impressive than those films. So we're going above that. And then we have the next block, which is like Goldfinger and Dr. No. They're kind of the classics that have like these standout moments, but are still early days, so are a little bit off. So I'm going to put it above those as well. I think I would rather watch this film. It just does it for me more. Not Roger Moore, that's a difference. So then we come to The Spy Who Loved Me, and as you know, I have problems with that film. You know, I got problems with this film, but due to the tanker and the last third of that film, yeah, this is better. I'm going to put it above. So now let's try and come from the other way, from the top. So Skyfall, GoldenEye, Casino Royale, I like those films more. I think their top moments and the way they come together, I think are just better. And From Russia with Love is just such a classic. And if I want some Sean Connery, that's where I'm going. It's a great film. And then it's like, yeah, we're now here with Thunderball and On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And this one's a little bit of a tricky one, but I think Thunderball is better than this just because it's more... It's a little bit more fun. It's classic Bond, but it's classic big Bond. And I was surprised at how good that was and how that all pieced together. So it was always going to come down to this, On Her Majesty's Secret Service or No Time to Die. And I'm going to give it to On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Because of how unique that film is. And this film does a lot of the same thing anyway. So it's going to go in at number 7.
Hell yeah.
So it goes, you got On Her Majesty's Secret Service at number 6, No Time to Die at number 7, and then The Spy Who Loved Me at number 8.
What do I win? Come on.
The podcast is cancelled. That's what you want.
Oh, okay.
This is unacceptable.
That as it's quite obvious. Like that made total sense the way you put that. I just when it came to down to like, surely you like that more than the Roger Moore films. I know you were sort of. They grew on you during this rewatch, but I still don't think quite that level where this would go below it. So, yeah, and it's quite funny that goes right next to the film, which it is, you know, so clearly referencing as well. They go quite nicely hand in hand.
I didn't plan it that way. It just totally makes sense with the way it played out. But it's weird. Thunderball was still there, and I had to think about that a lot. Like when it came to comparing No Time to Die and On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I was like, yeah, I probably prefer the Lazenby. I probably do just about prefer that film. But Thunderball, I was like, it's such a different beast. So I had to think about that one a lot. But yeah, I'm going to still put No Time to Die at 7, which is awesome. It means that it's a top 10 for me. So that's actually really exciting. I'm really glad it ended up that way.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, so there we go. 25 done.
We've done it, Tom.
Finally.
We've only gone and done it.
Sick of it.
I mean, this is like, the most bonded out you could possibly be, I think. And I'm not complaining, but also it's like nice to have a full, complete list now at the end of it.
Yeah, it's awesome. But it is kind of a shame that No Time to Die is like the longest film. Pretty brutal. Like, it kind of makes sense, but it was pretty brutal making this the longest one. So
Yeah.
But at least we never hit 8 hours in an episode.
I thought we might for this, but I'm pleased we didn't.
Yeah. So we're not going to hang around for long. There is going to be one more episode just wrapping all this up. So we are not going to do a big send-off or anything like that. We're going to do that next time. So, but I guess, Joe, do you have any last thoughts on No Time to Die?
Do I have any last thoughts? No.
Oh, right.
I'm closing that chapter like Bond is dead. It's over. I'm not thinking about it anymore.
Yeah. I'm just very happy this exists. It's very nice that it did finally come out. And it was also very nice that they came up with a very Bond-sounding title. That must have been a pain.
That's true, actually. Yeah, well, get Die in there. You're golden.
Yeah, you're
or get both.
Way.
Golden and Die. There you go. And actually, one last thing I want to say, because I forgot to mention it.
No, you said no.
No. I'm not moving it. I'm not moving it, I promise. I think this film, in years to come, will grow on me when more Bond films have come out. I think because this is just the most recent and this is where the Bond franchise is, and that was that, I think that's probably affecting it. But once this is 10 whatever years old, I reckon it will be a lot more well received by the people that don't like it currently. At least that's my thought process anyway.
I think you're right. I think that happened to Die Another Day to a certain extent. And for me personally, just on this rewatch, that happened to Spectre. Spectre gets a huge boost by the fact it wasn't the last one. Because as the last one, sucks. But as just the fourth one leading to this, got a big old boost. So I think you're right. Once we've got a new young Bond who hasn't been worn out by the whole experience yet, this one's going to sit quite differently. Although I guess that depends what Bond 26 ultimately is.
Yes. If there is a Bond, no, of course there's going to be. Some people are thinking, is that it then? Is there no more Bond films? They've killed off the character. No, it's coming back.
They said it in the credits. It's there
He
straight
will
away.
return. There's far too much money in it as well.
Did you stay to watch that, by the way?
I did. I needed to know. I know you could just Google it afterwards, but I was like, I'm going to stay, not for some post-credit scene. I just need to see those words. And they were there.
Yeah, I think I did, but this was the BFI and it was a long time and I probably would have been quite uncomfortable by this point.
Yeah, they were long, actually. That's true.
Yeah, it's a long
just
one.
On my own by the end. Everyone's gone. I need to know. Don't kick me out.
At least got to hear the Bond theme and stuff. At least you got to hear some good music.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 25 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week for the final rankings.